To the audience here, please do come and occupy the front rows in an alternative manner. That is alternative seats because of the pandemic situations that we are all facing now. And since the cases are increasing, please do occupy the alternate seats. Please do come and we kindly request you to occupy the alternate seats.
ಏನು 2 ಲೈನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ನಿತೀಶ್ ಕಡೆ ಅದು ಬರ್ದು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ದೂರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಿಟ್ಸ್ ತಂದಿಲ್ಲ. Good morning. Once again, I request all the delegates to please come inside the auditorium. University of Agricultural Sciences, Bengaluru, Center of Excellence on Watershed Management, Reward, Department of Land Resource, Government of India, New Delhi, jointly organizing National Conference on LRI for Sustainable Watershed Management. The inaugural function of this national conference will begin. I once again request all the delegates, other invitees to please come inside the auditorium. Sit there.
Okay. We request the delegates who are there outside the auditorium, please do come inside and occupy the seats. The program going to start in another few minutes. We request you to come, please do come inside the auditorium. I request the dignitaries to come on the dais and take your respective seats. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. As an astronomer, Carl Sagan had a unique perspective about our place in the universe. His famous quote about Earth wasn't meant to be bleak, but rather to inspire us to protect our only home. Hence, water is the elixir of life. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of organizing committee, welcome you all for this National Conference on Land Resource Inventory for Sustainable Watershed Management, organized by Center of Excellence on Watershed Management, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru, in collaboration with Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, New Delhi, and the World Bank, New Delhi. To begin this special occasion on a divine note, I now invite Ms. Kirtana to render the invocation song. Let her melodious voice invoke blessings and set a serene tone for the rest of the event. Over to you, Kirtana.
ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಸರಸಿಜ ಭವಸತಿ ಸಾರಸ ನೇತ್ರೆ ಕರುಣದಿ ಕಾವುದು ಕೋಮಲ ಗಾತ್ರೆ. ಸರಸಿಜ ಭವಸತಿ ಸಾರಸ ನೇತ್ರೆ ಕರುಣದಿ ಕಾವುದು ಕೋಮಲ ಗಾತ್ರೆ. ಕಲುಷ ದೂರ ಶ್ರೀ ಕಾಮಿತ ಚರಿತಳೆ. ಕಲುಷ ದೂರ ಶ್ರೀ ಕಾಮಿತ ಚರಿತಳೆ. ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಬಾಲ ಬಾಲೆಯರ ಬಾಲ ಭಾಷೆಯನು ಆಲಿಸಿ ಪೊರೆವಳು ಲೀಲಲೋಚನೆ. ಬಾಲ ಬಾಲೆಯರ ಬಾಲ ಭಾಷೆಯನು ಆಲಿಸಿ ಪೊರೆವಳು ಲೀಲಲೋಚನೆ. ಪರಮ ಮಂಗಳ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಾವನ ಚರಿತಳೆ. ಪರಮ ಮಂಗಳ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಾವನ ಚರಿತಳೆ. ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಶಾರದೆಯೇ ಕರಗಳ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಭರದಿಂ ಹರುಷದಿ ಬೇಡುವೆವು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thanks to Kirtana for melodious beginning. Friends, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bengaluru, celebrating 60th year of its human service to the farming community of the state. More than 330 varieties, innovative extension models, excellent academic environment made this university a most sought destination for agriculture education in the country. Added to its crown, UASB recently got NAC A+ accreditation, which shows its inherent talent and strength. Today's conference is one such initiative of UAS Bangalore in collaboration with Reward and Department of Land Resources, Government of India. For this important occasion, now may I invite Sri Mahesh B. Shirur, Commissioner, Watershed Department, for welcome address.
A very pleasant and good morning to everyone. On behalf of Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, and Center of Excellence CoE on Watershed Management, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, it is my honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this National Conference on Land Resource Inventory for Sustainable Watershed Management. In short, National Conference on LRI for Sustainable Watershed Management. This is being held in Bangalore from 3rd June today to 5th of June under the guidance of DOLR, Department of Land Resources, Government of India and World Bank. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the esteemed chief guest of today's inaugural session, Shri Nitin Khadeji, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Government of India, New Delhi. Welcome, sir. I request our director to welcome the guest. It is my pleasure to welcome the president of today's function and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of UAS Bangalore, Dr. S.V. Suresha. Welcome to the conference, sir. Thanks to his dedication and unwavering support, we have commenced this event in a grand way. I also welcome Dr. C.P. Reddy, Senior Additional Commissioner from DOLR, New Delhi. A warm welcome to Dr. P.L. Patil, Vice Chancellor, UAS Dharwad. Everybody knows he is our authority on land resource inventory. So we are honored and pleased to have you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to Shri J.V.R. Murthy, consultant with the World Bank, who has been constantly guiding us in implementation of reward program in Karnataka. My special welcome to Dr. N.B. Prakash, Special Officer, CoE, Watershed Management. I also extend my welcome to our technical head, Director Parvez Bantnal. Friends, the key objective of this conference is to share the experiences and lessons from the land resource inventory approach for sustainable watershed management with our counterparts across the country. In this regard, I am glad to announce CEOs and chairmen of different SLNAs from different 16 states of the country are here. I am very pleased to welcome Sri G.S. Naveen Kumar, CEO Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Dinesan Charuvat, CEO Kerala, Dr. Kaveri Sharma, CEO Assam, and other colleagues. I also welcome Dr. N.G. Patil, Director NBSS LUP Nagpur, and I am privileged to have among us the esteemed speakers and experts, Ms. Nora K. from World Bank. She will be joining us online and delivering her lecture. Dr. Shekhar Muddu from Indian Institute of Science, Dr. Rajesh from KESRAC, Dr. P.K. Mishra, former Director, IISWC, Shri Dayanidhi Bagh from Odisha, Dr. Sushma Shudishri from Nara, Dr. Das from OU, Orissa Agriculture University, and several others. A heartfelt welcome to scientists from Karnataka's agriculture universities who are our technical partners in reward, NBSS LUP, the leader of our technical partners, Bangalore, KESRAC, ICRISAT Hyderabad, IIT Bhubaneswar, officer and colleagues from Watershed Development Department of Karnataka Government and Department of Agriculture across various districts. And I extend my warm welcome to our friends from print and electronic media who will be covering this event and carrying to different parts of the country. and also the board members, departmental heads, local organizing committee members and chairmen, and very important, the postgraduate students. Finally, I welcome all dignitaries, delegates, invitees, and participants. Your presence enriches this conference and contributes to its success. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and engaging conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee, we welcome you, sir. May I now request Dr. G.S. Daso, Consultant, Center of Excellence, Watershed Management, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, to brief about the conference.
Ellargu namaskara. Good morning to everybody. I am here to just give an overview of the conference. Today's conference is on land resource inventory for sustainable watershed management. In fact, we have about 120 million hectares of degraded lands in India, almost 1/3 of the geographical area of the country, and recent shift in weather patterns have further aggravated this problem of agricultural productivity and sustainability. To arrest land degradation, the Government of India has launched several integrated watershed development programs right from the 80s. And Karnataka especially is considered as a pioneer state because of the innovativeness with which it is developing their watersheds, and it is termed as lighthouse state for others in the country. Over time, watershed development practices have evolved. The approaches are changing because of the needs of the time. The recent initiatives such as Sujala 3 and Reward are incorporating science-based land resource inventory approaches. These provide highly granular parcel-level data on soils, crops, suitability, water conservation potential, forming a powerful basis for informed sustainable watershed planning. The objective of this conference is to share insights and learnings from the implementation of LRI-based watershed development in Karnataka and to some extent Orissa. Secondly, to facilitate knowledge exchange among states and explore opportunities for scaling these practices across India. And also to appraise delegates on the practical applications of LRI, allowing them to evaluate its potential for adoption and replication in their own respective regions. The key features of this conference is we have designed a panel discussion right after the inaugural session where experts and the officers in the field will give an overview of watershed development in India and the way forward, followed by 4 technical sessions. One is prospects of LRI-based approaches in watershed management. Second is land resource inventory and hydrology. Third is decision support systems for watershed planning. And lastly, community participation in watershed management. In fact, unlike our usual other conferences, these are expert-led presentations where we have invited certain small number of speakers who would make a presentation and allow for a lot of discussion and sharing of experience. And last day, on the third day, we have planned a field visit to a sub-watershed in Maidalkere near Tumkur, where you can get to see the on-site developments that are being followed under this project. And an exhibition is arranged outside this hall highlighting the LRI activities and the processes. I think in your leisure time, kindly make some time to visit those sites. And we have designed a valedictory function where all the learnings from these 2 days will be compiled, summed up, and the proceedings will be read out. So this is in short the expected outcomes naturally is enhanced understanding of LRI approach among the practitioners and policymakers, opportunity for other states to assess the LRI approach relevance to their own condition and adaptability to, and lastly, if this is acceptable, we can have a roadmap for scaling science-based watershed planning across the country. The proceedings of the conference, including the key takeaways and recommendations, will be published within 2 months and will be shared with all the delegates. Thank you. I think this is a beautiful campus here out in Bangalore. I request all the delegates to not only enjoy the conference, enjoy the stay, enjoy the campus, and enjoy the city. All the best. Thank you so much for my visiting.
Thank you, sir, for your brief overview about the conference. Friends, soil and water are no doubt most precious resources of the globe. Conserving them using latest technological advancements, especially land resource inventory, is the key issue of today's conference. Hope 3 days deliberation will show new light in this direction. Now may I invite Nitin Khade IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resource, Government of India, for lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoke the divine's blessing. In the meantime, just now Sri JVR Murthy, Consultant World Bank, arrived to our stage. I heartily welcome Dr. JVR Murthy for this inaugural function. Now lighting the lamp by Honorable Secretary, Government of India, Nitin Khade. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, US Bangalore, and other delegates to kindly join your hands. Center of Excellence Watershed Management Reward, UAS Bengaluru, Department of Land Resources, Government of India, New Delhi, jointly organizing very prestigious national conference on LRI for sustainable watershed management. Thank you, sir, for inaugurating this prestigious event. Now we have some releases on this important occasion. The reward developed informative short video documentaries on important topics like LRI technologies, LRI card, micro watershed, agromet advisory services. Now I request honorable guests to kindly release the short video documentaries developed by Reward. I request Honorable Secretary, Government of India, and also Honorable Vice Chancellor, US Bangalore, to kindly release the documentaries developed by Reward. Documentaries on LRI technologies, LRI card, micro watershed agromet advisory services. So because of some technical issues, it will take a little time. You can do it later. Now, friends, we have Shri Nitin Kade, Senior IAS Officer, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resource, Government of India, who is always proactive in conserving our natural resources in the country as a whole, and initiated several policy reforms in this direction. Sir, may I request you to deliver inaugural address.
नमस्कार। आज गांधी कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र में आयोजित नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लैंड रिसोर्स इन्वेंटरी फॉर सस्टेनेबल वाटरशेड मैनेजमेंट के इस कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित श्री पीएल पाटिल जी, वाइस चांसलर एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटी धारवाड़, श्री महेश शिरूर जी, कमिश्नर वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका, श्री बंथनाल जी, डायरेक्टर वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, डॉक्टर एस.वी. सुरेश जी, वाइस चांसलर यूएसबी, डॉक्टर एन.बी. प्रकाश, डीन सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलेंस, माय कोलीग डॉक्टर सी.पी. रेड्डी जी, श्री जे.वी.आर. मूर्ति, कंसल्टेंट वर्ल्ड बैंक, यहाँ पर उपस्थित कुछ राज्यों के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर्स ऑफ PMKSYWDC 2 स्कीम, सीनियर गवर्नमेंट फंक्शनरीज, साइंटिस्ट एंड all eminent persons. The speakers who spoke before me, they have given some idea about the objective of the conference. So I'll not dwell upon that for a longer time. We all are here to discuss and deliberate upon the findings which we have now in our hand regarding this LRI technology, land resource inventory. वाटरशेड मैनेजमेंट का जो काम हम पिछले 30-40 साल में कर रहे हैं, कर्नाटका हैज़ बीन अ लाइट हाउस स्टेट. उन्होंने सुजला 1, सुजला 2, सुजला 3 ऐसे काफ़ी रिमार्केबल प्रोजेक्ट किए हैं, वर्ल्ड बैंक के असिस्टेंस से किए हैं. एंड LRI का जो काम है कर्नाटका ने सबसे पहले देश में स्टार्ट किया. उसके बाद उसको नेशनल लेवल पे भी अडॉप्ट किया गया. एंड रिवॉर्ड का जो पर्पस है कि फ्यूचर जनरेशन वाटरशेड की गाइडलाइंस कैसी हो, उसमें क्या ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम साइंटिफिक एस्पेक्ट और कैसे ला सकते हैं. आज एक बहुत संतोष के साथ मैं यहाँ कह सकता हूँ कि हमने वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट का बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. हमारे देश की लगभग 30% लैंड डिग्रेडेड है. पर कैपिटा लैंड अवेलेबिलिटी बहुत कम है कंपेयर टू ग्लोबल पर कैपिटा एवरेज. ग्लोबली इट्स 1.73 हेक्टर पर पर्सन, बट इन इंडियाज केस इट्स ओनली 0.23 हेक्टर. सो ऑलमोस्ट 1/8 हमारी लैंड अवेलेबिलिटी है. तो इस सिचुएशन में जो डिग्रेडेड लैंड है, जो रेनफेड लैंड है या बैरन लैंड है, उसको प्रोडक्टिव लैंड बनाना कितना इम्पॉर्टेंट है, एंड दैट टू इन द सिनेरियो ऑफ आवर ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन. एंड एट द सेम टाइम, ड्यू टू इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट, ड्यू टू अर्बनाइजेशन, मोर एंड मोर एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड इज गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड इनटू नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड. तो एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड का जो पूल है वो बढ़ाना हमारे लिए एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रायोरिटी है. एंड उसके लिए फिर ये जो डिग्रेडेड लैंड है या रेनफेड एग्रीकल्चर लैंड है या बैरन लैंड है, इसको कैसे हम ज़्यादा प्रोडक्टिव बना सकते हैं, ये हमारा एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मिशन है. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के इसके पहले के जो स्कीम्स है, IWMP, उसके पहले ड्राउट प्रोन एरिया और डेजर्ट प्रिवेंशन ऑफ डेजर्टिफिकेशन प्रोजेक्ट एट्सेट्रा, ऐसे स्कीम्स में हमने पिछले 30-40 साल में बहुत अच्छे से काम किया है. जो IWMP स्कीम था उसका नाम बाद में बदल के प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट कंपोनेंट किया गया। तो वो स्कीम चली 2008 से लेके 21 तक। उसमें लगभग हमने 2 करोड़ 90 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया ट्रीट किया है, और अभी जो WC2 हम कर रहे हैं उसमें हम 50 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया ट्रीट कर रहे हैं। तो लगभग 3 करोड़ 40 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया हम मान सकते हैं कि पिछले 17 साल से ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, है ना। उसमें से काफ़ी ट्रीट हो चुका है, और इसके जो आउटकम है दे आर वेरी इनकरेजिंग। अब कहीं कहीं पे हमने देखा है कि वाटर टेबल 3 मीटर तक बढ़ गया है, एंड दैट टू आफ्टर दी फार्मर इज टेकिंग सेकेंड क्रॉप थर्ड क्रॉप। वहाँ पे काफ़ी जगहों पे एक क्रॉप भी नहीं हो पाता था, एक होता था तो दूसरा तीसरा पॉसिबल नहीं था रेनफेड एग्रीकल्चर के कारण। लेकिन हमारे वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स के कारण वहाँ का वाटर टेबल बढ़ा, या सरफेस वाटर की अवेलेबिलिटी बढ़ गई है। उसके बाद वहाँ पे सेकेंड थर्ड क्रॉप लेने के बाद, इतना ग्राउंड वाटर का एक्सट्रैक्शन करने के बाद भी वाटर टेबल हैज़ रीजन अप टू 3 मीटर्स। सो दैट्स ए बिग अचीवमेंट। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल अचीवमेंट इज कि फार्मर्स का इनकम कितना बढ़ा है। तो वो हमारे आउटकम स्टडीज जो है, इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज है, वो दिखाते हैं कि अप टू 70% तक फार्मर्स का इनकम बढ़ा है। तो हमारा जो कंट्री का एक नेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि फार्मर्स का इनकम डबल करना है, तो हम उस दिशा में एक बहुत कॉन्क्रीट कदम ये रेनफेड एग्रीकल्चर एरिया में उठाए हैं। तीसरी बात है कि मिल्क प्रोडक्शन 40% तक बढ़ा है। हमने अभी एक कुछ रफ एस्टिमेशन किया था कि कितना एग्रीकल्चर के अंडर का एरिया बढ़ा, कितना हॉर्टिकल्चर के अंदर का एरिया बढ़ा। तो जो हमारा NRSC है, नेशनल रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर, उन्होंने जो हमें डेटा दिया था, फिर लैंड यूज लैंड कवर जो एटलस था, उसमें से हमने कुछ डेटा निकाल के वी डिड सम कैलकुलेशंस। तो रफली हमें ये फाइंडिंग मिला है कि रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना है। तो रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट इज मोर दैन 6 टाइम्स। जितना हम इन्वेस्ट करते हैं वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम में, उससे 6 टाइम हमें रिटर्न मिल रहा है, एंड दैट टू आफ्टर एक्सक्लूडिंग दी बेनिफिट्स लाइक एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन, मिल्क प्रोडक्शन। हमने सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर और हॉर्टिकल्चर का इंक्रीज जो हुआ है उसको उसमें कैलकुलेट किया था। अब देखिए, ये तो हो गई यानी थ्योरेटिकल, हमने सर्वे यानी जो साइंटिफिक आउटकम इवैल्यूएशन स्टडीज किए। लेकिन अपने मन को क्या भाता है, जो मैंने मेरे आंखों से देखा है। माई विलेज इन सतारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इन मान तालुक वॉज परपेचुअली ड्राउट प्रोन। हम बचपन में जब थे तब सुनते थे कहानी कि अपने यहाँ बारिश क्यों नहीं होती है, तो हमें ऐसे बताते थे हमारे बुजुर्ग की दादी वगैरह कि अपने यहाँ रामायण का युद्ध चल रहा था, राम जी का और रावण का, और रावण ने पर्जन्यबाण छोड़ा और राम जी ने, उसके कारण फ्लड आने लगा, तो राम जी ने उसको रोकने के लिए अग्निबाण छोड़ा, वो वर्षा जो रुक गई, तो तब से जो बारिश गई वो बारिश अपने यहाँ होती ही नहीं है। तो ऐसे एक इंटरेस्टिंग लेजेंड हमें सुनाया जाता था। लेकिन अब मैंने देखा है कि WDC1 के स्कीम में महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने जो उसको क्लब किया, जलयुक्त शिवार नाम की एक अम्ब्रेला स्कीम बनाई, और उसमें फिर हमारे गांव की वो जो नदी थी, मान नदी, यानी वो हम कभी कभी उसमें पानी देखते थे 15 दिन 1 महीना बारिश के सीजन में, लेकिन उसमें लगभग 11 चेक डैम की सीरीज बन गई। दूसरे भी कुछ स्कीम से उसमें और कन्वर्जेंस हुआ, और आज वहाँ मेरे गांव का लगभग आधा पोर्शन तो एकदम हरा भरा हो गया है, ग्रीन हो गया है। तो ये जो मैंने मेरे आंखों से देखा है कि वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट से क्या कमाल हो सकता है, तो आई थिंक दिस इज द बिगेस्ट इवैल्यूएशन, बिगेस्ट आउटकम स्टडी फॉर मी, कि कितना फर्क पड़ा है वहाँ के लोगों के लाइफ में। और हम भी यही चाहते हैं कि ये जो वाटरशेड का ये जो हमारा जो प्रोग्रेस है, ये ऐसे ही बना रहे। अब वी आर कॉन्स्टेंटली इन सर्च ऑफ न्यू साइंस बेस्ड अप्रोचेस, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी। अभी LRI एक वैसा ही टेक्नोलॉजी है। LRI के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो सुजला 1, सुजला 2, सुजला 3, अभी रिवॉर्ड में काफ़ी काम यहाँ हुआ है, वो हमें देखने हैं। आज ये 2 दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में और फील्ड में जाके हमें वो सबको देखना है कि कितने बेनिफिट्स हुए हैं। फिर बाद में हमारा जो रिवॉर्ड प्रोजेक्ट के अंडर जो वर्ल्ड बैंक का हमारा ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है, उसका जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो है कि अगले फ्यूचर जनरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए हमें नेशनल टेक्निकल गाइडलाइंस बनानी है, जो हम पूरे देश में अक्रॉस द कंट्री विच वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट। एंड उसके लिए फिर ये कितना स्केलेबल है। देखिए, एज अ डिसीजन मेकर, एज एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर, वी विल हैव टू सी टू इट दैट इट हैज़ टू बी स्केलेबल, इट हैज़ टू बी प्रैक्टिकल। फिर उसको हम कैसे इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, उसको हाउ वी कैन इंक्रीज द ईज ऑफ यूटिलाइजिंग दीज मेथड्स, ये हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो LRI के साथ साथ मुझे लगता है जो इन्होंने डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम डेवलप किया है उसको हम सबको स्टडी करना है। आवर अल्टीमेट क्लाइंट बेनिफिशियरी इज द फार्मर। तो फार्मर के हाथ में मोबाइल में उसे हमें कुछ तो ऐप देना पड़ेगा। ये जो LRI का हमने इतना डेटा बैंक बनाया है, हाइड्रोलॉजी का और आपका क्रॉप साइंस का, जो भी हमने डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम के लिए डेटा बैंक में वो जो डेटा डाला है उसको हमें चैनलाइज करके उसको इजी एडवाइस देना चाहिए, सो दैट ही विल स्टार्ट यूजिंग इट, एंड जो हमने ये सारा रिसर्च किया है इसका फायदा होगा। तो आई थिंक हमारे अगले 2-3 दिन के लिए हमें ये एजेंडा सेट है। हम जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनसे सुनेंगे कि क्या LRI में क्या कैसे कैसे प्रोग्रेस हुआ है। हम WDC 2 में भी 10% प्रोजेक्ट्स में LRI कर रहे हैं। मैं ये चाहूँगा कि WDC 3 जब आएगा तो ये जो LRI स्टडीज़ है रिवॉर्ड के अंदर जो हुए हैं कर्नाटका एंड उड़ीसा में स्पेशली, इसका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम वहाँ एप्लीकेशन कर पाए। अब वो टाइम कंस्टेंट की बात है, कितना कर पाएंगे वो हम 3 में अभी हम एश्योर नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन हम कोशिश करेंगे कि इसका कुछ पार्ट वहाँ हम ले जाए। तो रिवॉर्ड का ये जो आउटकम है दैट इज़ गोइंग टू बी वेरी क्रूशल। और हम ये चाहते हैं कि इंडिया ने अब तक जो काम किया है वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट में, दूसरे किसी कंट्री में ऐसा काम नहीं हुआ है। मैं दावे के साथ ये कह सकता हूँ। हमारा जो वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट का काम है, हमारे जो सर्कमस्टेंसेस है, वो बाकी कंट्रीज से बिल्कुल अलग है। US के तो हमें पता है कि फार्म होल्डिंग साइज कितना बड़ा है, बाकी ऑफ यूरोप के कंट्रीज का हो सकता है, या फिर जो गल्फ कंट्रीज है उनका है। हमारा जो सर्कमस्टेंसेस है, इतने छोटे छोटे फार्म होल्डिंग्स, इतने छोटे छोटे खेत के साइज, फिर इतनी डाइवर्सिटी, राजस्थान कहाँ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट कहाँ, साउथ इंडिया, फिर नॉर्थ में जम्मू कश्मीर तक हम काम कर रहे हैं वाटरशेड अप्रोच में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रख के, और उसके जो आउटकम हमें मिले दे आर एस्टोनिशिंग। तो हमें ये करना ज़रूरी है कि ये जो हमने अचीव किया है ये हमें दुनिया के सामने भी रखना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि रिवॉर्ड की ये लैंड रिसोर्स इन्वेंटराइजेशन, फिर जो हाइड्रोलॉजी स्टडी होंगे, ये DSS सपोर्ट सिस्टम को जब हम एप्लीकेबल करेंगे, मुझे ये विश्वास है कि दूसरे देशों के लोग भी हमारे ये सिस्टम्स देखने के लिए यहाँ आएंगे। एंड वी वर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द फ्यूचर ऑफ सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस आफ्टर रिवॉर्ड, सो I think that we should keep that target that will make it global center of excellence, and we'll take it to that level that the scientists or the officials of other countries will come and visit this facility, this place, to study the advanced watershed development techniques. अब हम ये साइंस कर रहे हैं, वो सब हमें करना ही चाहिए, साइंस बेस्ड, टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड, लेकिन हमें साथ में साथ ह्यूमन इमोशंस का भी ख्याल रखना चाहिए। जब तक हम हमारे जो फार्मर्स है, जो कम्युनिटीज़ है, इनको हम फायर अप नहीं कर पाएंगे, तब तक हमारे ये कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकते हैं। तो हमें सबको ये भी सोचना है कि कैसे हम कम्युनिटी को इसमें इन्वॉल्व कर ले। हमारे रिवॉर्ड प्रोग्राम में वो भी है कि कम्युनिटी मैनेजमेंट, कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन कैसे और इफेक्टिवली किया जाए। हमने रिसेंटली एक वाटरशेड यात्रा का आयोजन किया था। उसका पर्पस यही था कि जन जागृति भी करनी है और जन भागीदारी भी करनी है। हमारी जो WDC PMKSY के गाइडलाइंस है, दे एम्फसाइज ऑन कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन प्लानिंग एंड एग्जीक्यूशन। तो उसके लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि लोगों को कैसे हम इन्वॉल्व कर ले। The village people should feel that this is their program, this is their scheme, and they should have their skin in the game. तो उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए? तो हमने ये वाटरशेड यात्रा निकाला था। एक वैन हमारा हर प्रोजेक्ट में गया, लगभग हर प्रोजेक्ट में, 70% प्रोजेक्ट में। एंड वहाँ जाके सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात हमने क्या की, जो विलेज लेवल पे हमारे वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट के प्रोजेक्ट में काम करने वाले ग्रासरूट वर्कर्स है, those individuals which are taking lead in implementing those projects, we honored them. उनको हमने वाटरशेड मार्गदर्शक के नाम से वहाँ पुरस्कार दिया। ऐसे लगभग 12,000 वाटरशेड मार्गदर्शकों को हमने पुरस्कार दिया। हमारी ये इच्छा है कि जैसे हम पोपटराव पवार जी का नाम लेते हैं, हिरवे बाजार, उन्होंने उनके गांव का एकदम ड्रास्टिक उन्होंने उसका मेकओवर किया है। पालीवाल जी का नाम लेते हैं, राजस्थान में पिंपलांतरी में उन्होंने किया है। तो और एक पांडे जी है। तो इन सब का काम बहुत सराहा जाता है। विदेश से भी एक्सपर्ट आते हैं इनके गाँव में विजिट देने के लिए। भारत सरकार ने भी इनको पद्मश्री दे के गौरवान्वित किया है। तो हम चाहते हैं कि ये जो हमने 12,000 वाटरशेड मार्गदर्शकों को अभी वाटरशेड यात्रा में जो पुरस्कार दिया है, वो वैसे ये पोपटराव पवार पालीवाल जी जैसा काम करे। एक पोपटराव पवार या एक पालीवाल जी यानी निर्माण होके हमारा काम नहीं होगा, ऐसे हजारों और लाखों हमें चाहिए, भारत के हर गांव में चाहिए जहां पे ड्रॉट प्रोन एरिया है या जहां रेनफेड एग्रीकल्चर है। तो हमने कम्युनिटी को ऐसे इन्वॉल्व करने की कोशिश की है। फिर वाटरशेड की पंचायत हमने वहां लगाई, तो आपके जैसे जो साइंटिस्ट है वो लोग वहां गए, लोगों को सॉइल एंड वाटर कंजर्वेशन का इंपॉर्टेंस बताया। फिर हमने वाटरशेड महोत्सव किया वहां पे, जो वहाँ का फोक डांस है, फोक सॉन्ग है, उसके थ्रू वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट का मैसेज हमने लोगों को दिया। ऐसा बहुत सारा एक्टिविटी करके हमने ये एक जो वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट स्कीम है इसको एक जन आंदोलन बनाने की कोशिश की है, और उसके लिए जो भी ज़रूरी है वो सब हमने उसमें करने की कोशिश की है। एक कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट लाने के लिए एक वाटरशेड कप भी हमने अभी उसमें इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, सो दैट द कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट ऑफ डूइंग बेटर विल गिव अस बेटर रिजल्ट्स। एंड सबसे अच्छी बात है कि कम्युनिटी में एक ओनरशिप की फीलिंग आएगी। अगर उन्होंने श्रमदान किया तो लगेगा कि ये काम अपना है, अगर उन्होंने 2-5 लाख इकट्ठा करके कोई छोटा मोटा स्ट्रक्चर बनाया तो लगेगा कि ये काम अपना है। तो जो बाद में आफ्टर आवर एग्जिट व्हेन द कंसर्न इज ऑफ सस्टेनिंग द स्ट्रक्चर्स, दिस कंसर्न विल बी एड्रेस्ड बाय द कम्युनिटी, दे विल टेक ओवर द कंट्रोल एंड देन दे विल टेक इट फॉरवर्ड। हमने इतना भी कोशिश की है कि एनजीओज को इसमें कैसे लगाया जाए, तो लगभग 250 एनजीओज को हमने इसमें इन्वॉल्व किया है। तो हमने उनको यही बोला कि भाई अभी हमने फाउंडेशन डाला है, आप इस पे बिल्डिंग बनाइए, बाद में हम जब 5 साल बाद चले जाएंगे, या हमने अभी एक छोटा पौधा लगाया, आप इसका बड़ा पेड़ बनाइए। और आप अगर देखेंगे कि हिरवे बाजार या पिंपलांतरी वहाँ क्या हुआ था, वहाँ पे हमारे स्कीम से ही पहले कुछ वाटरशेड डेवलपमेंट का काम हुआ था, बाद में पोपटराव पवार जी ने या पालीवाल जी ने वहाँ 20-30 साल काम किया, और अभी वो काम इतना बड़ा दिख रहा है कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन से। तो हमने एनजीओज को भी अपील करके ये बोला है कि आप भी इसको ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ाइए, आपका भी बहुत बड़ा नाम होगा, आपके लिए भी फिर वो बहुत अच्छी गर्व की बात होगी। तो ऐसे कम्युनिटी को भी एंगेज करना है। तो आप सब लोग साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी से है, साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी आप बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं, पर साथ ही साथ ये भी देखिए कि हम कैसे एक ह्यूमन इमोशन से, ह्यूमन स्पिरिट से वो एक जन आंदोलन की भावना जता पाए कि जिससे ये जो हमारा कलेक्टिव एफर्ट है उससे जो हमें रिजल्ट मिलना चाहिए वो मिलने में हमें आसानी होगी। और इसके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आपकी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको कॉमन मैन तक हम ले जाएंगे, तो इसको ईजी बनाइए। तो ये हमारे लिए मुझे लगता है सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चैलेंज है। तो आप सब लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप सब लोगों ने वाटरशेड में बहुत योगदान दिया है, तो एक तरह से हम सब लोग वाटरशेड योद्धा है। तो वाटरशेड योद्धा है हम, तकदीर बदलने का रखते हैं दम, भूमि को जल लौटाने का देते हैं हम वचन। धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your informative speech, and rightly mentioned how important watershed management in transforming the lives of rural India, especially India's technical competence in this area, which is model to the world as a whole. Once again, thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, we will watch the video documentaries developed by Reward on LRI technologies, LRI card and micro watershed agromet advisory services. Once again, I request our Honorable Secretary to kindly release the video documentaries developed by Reward on important areas like LRI technologies, LRI card and micro watershed advisories. Friends, Karnataka, being a pioneer state in implementing watershed initiatives in the country, constant support and encouragement from our Honorable Minister for Agriculture inspired us to organize this event more meaningfully. Because of instant official tour, Honorable Minister could not able to attend this inaugural function. However, Honorable Minister sent wishes for the success of the program. Now Dr. N. Nagaraj, Consultant, Watershed Development, will read out the Minister's message.
So this is the message from the Honorable Sri N. Cheluraya Swami, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Good morning to all. Today's chief guest of the function and the dignitaries on the dais. I invite all the delegates and press and media friends to this function. I further extend my warm greetings to all the delegates and guests attending the National Conference on Land Resource Inventory for Sustainable Watershed Management. On this occasion, I am proud to say that Karnataka has been one of the pioneering states in the country to implement application of remote sensing, GIS and other scientific tools since 1980s. Karnataka state is thankful to World Bank for supporting a series of watershed development programs, that is Mittamari Watershed, Kapanala Watershed, Kalyan Kere Mavatur Kere Watershed, Sujala 1 and 3, and now Reward Program. Reward Program is being implemented in 25 districts of the state since 2022 for a period of 5 years. And let me bring the kind notice of this August gathering on the distinct features of the Reward Program as follows. Distribution of LRI cards to each farmer specifying suitable crops to their land, soil fertility status for optimum nutrient management. Number 2, providing agromet advisories to the farmers on their mobile handsets for the crop cycle. Strengthening the farmers' producers organizations for value chain improvements. Training the professionals engaged in watershed management and scientific approaches to upscale the same to other parts of the country. Similarly, I am pleased to mention the critical achievements by Government of Karnataka. LRI and hydrology data has been generated for about 14 lakh hectares so far under Sujala 3 program and 15 lakh hectares out of 25 lakh hectares targeted in Reward Program. 1 lakh watershed area is under development on saturation mode. About 7 lakh LRI cards are distributed to the farmers all over Karnataka along with required trainings. In this regard, 1,545 trainings were organized to farmers and watershed committees. About 35,000 farmers were given agromet advisories, out of which I am pleased to say that 16,000 farmers have adopted the advisories provided to them. I compliment and appreciate the World Bank for their continued support for Reward Program in Karnataka. Watershed Development Department is achieving good progress and desired results with support of technical consortium partners, that is state agricultural universities and other ICR institutes and Indian Institute of Science. The achievement has brought out an appreciation from Government of India, designating Karnataka Watershed Development Department as lighthouse partner for this innovative reward program and also conferred platinum category rank for effective implementation of watershed development component of PMKSY2. I am also happy to inform you all that recently Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Rural Development has accorded sanction for additional 114 watershed develop WDC PMKSY2 with an allocation of 84.56 crores. In this regard, I wish to express my special appreciation to the Department of Land Resources, Government of India for funding support. Considering the positive outcomes of reward program, it was felt necessary to share these approaches and outcomes of reward with other states. This national conference is organized in the beautiful campus of University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, Department of Land Resources, Government of India, New Delhi, and the World Bank. I would be happy if DOLR, Government of India, accords sanction to take up upcoming WDC PMKSY3 to implement the watershed activities in an extent of 10 to 15 lakh hectares in Karnataka. I hope you will have fruitful technical sessions and enjoy the stay, and as per hospitality and subtle climate of this scientific and garden city of Bangalore. I wish the conference a great success, and I hope all of you go back to your destination with sweet memories and updated technical know-how. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now take the opportunity to invite our guest of honor, whose presence gives immense pleasure. Before I invite, let me share the brief introduction. Sri Jonnalagadda Venkataramana Murthy has worked with the Aga Khan Foundation for a decade on issues related to low-cost housing, water supply and sanitation, water quality treatment, and water conservation. Later, he joined the World Bank in 2002 and worked full-time for the South Asia team. His work was focused on reforms in water and sanitation sectors in both urban and rural contexts. Since 2012, he is working with several World Bank projects in water sector. Now, I request our esteemed guest, Sri JVR Murthy, Consultant, World Bank, to address the gathering.
LRI++, a disruptive digital technology for watershed management. A watershed is a natural geohydrological area where all the water drains into a common outlet. Watersheds are at different scales. Sub-watersheds are about 5,000 hectares, and micro-watersheds are between 500 and 1,000 hectares.
ಕೃಷಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಸಗೊಬ್ಬರಗಳು ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರು ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಗೆ ರಸಗೊಬ್ಬರಗಳನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒದಗಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಣದಿರಬಹುದು. ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಸಾವಯವ ಗೊಬ್ಬರವನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಫಲವತ್ತತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು.
ರಂಗಣ್ಣ, ಏನ್ ಸ್ಯಾನೆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ? ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿ ರಾಮಣ್ಣ, ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂತು. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಳೆ ಕಿತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಬೆಳೆ ಬತ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಸಂಕಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Nitin today, Joint Director, Joint Secretary, DOLR, Dr. Reddy, Mahesh ji, Bantanal ji, Dr. Suresh, Dr. Patil, and dignitaries who have attended here, all the watershed experts, scientists, professors. Some of you I know, some of you I don't, but yeah, you are all doing quite a bit revolutionary work in the watershed sector, I guess. I am Murthy. I represent the World Bank today. My manager couldn't come because of various reasons, but she will be presenting online from Washington in the afternoon, a global perspective on watershed management supported by the World Bank. We are very happy to get this invitation and to see these efforts of the last 3-4 years done by the Center for Excellence, an initiative started under the Reward project. It is grown from strength to strength from the day that you have seen, from all the brainstorming that we did and all the pains and agony that we went through. But we can see the results today, and glad to hear Mr. Nitin saying that they would like to continue this and there will be more support from all the quarters. I think that will be a very excellent move, and World Bank will also be happy to continue to support the center in future, provided it happens. Thank you, sir, for that. Reward has been a hotbed. It's not a typical watershed project. Most of you have worked in the watershed sector for the last 15-20 or more than that years. I come across from a variety of water-related sectors, the water supply, irrigation management, watershed, urban and rural, so on and so forth. So we are trying to bring a different perspective today to the table for the consideration of all the dignitaries and all the professionals here who are actually doing the work on the ground. Couple of points. These are the points that we discuss in the global meetings among the watershed projects in the World Bank. Globally, the term watershed is used in different contexts. A larger term is the landscape management that we see in many other countries. So World Bank projects, if you review, there will be several projects under the name of landscape management. They are pretty much say rainfed areas or watershed kind of projects, not irrigation, canal irrigation projects. But what the discussions that we have is what should be the scale of intervention. Well, the farmer is the main focal point. She should get better support in terms of natural resources, in terms of advisories, in terms of markets, so they're better well off and better living conditions. But to enable to go there, what's the scale at which we should work? Should it be a micro watershed, 500 to 800 hectares? Should it be a cluster of micro watersheds as we call here? Or should it be a larger scale, a landscape approach? In some other countries, they call it, they use this river basin approach. All hydrology is interlinked. I know there are professors here, experts who know more about hydrology. So that's point one to take. So moving forward, should we be working at the typical micro watershed scale, or a cluster, or a larger scale? And then what do we bring into planning? Of course, we are bringing science and technology, data-driven planning, which is a big move from what is happening in the past. What started as a sheer engineering approach in the watershed sector has moved to community participation, community-owned approaches. Now we are combining those and adding new layers of science and data-driven planning, which is used not just for interventions on the landscape, but also as an advisory, so on and so forth. So should we keep this as a linear approach, that we do planning, data collection first, planning, and then do execution, and by the time you are run with our time and not much focus on operations and maintenance or its sustainability? That's a question that we all need to answer. How do we disrupt this whole approach? Can we do things parallelly? If you have data, can we start supporting the farmers and then do landscape interventions in parallel? Or do we wait for that and start doing these? These are all the questions for the practitioners and the planners. So we talked about the scale, then the whole planning approach. It should be linear or it should be multidimensional. Third is about technologies. I mean, it's an ever-expanding field. Nobody can say what technology will come up tomorrow, especially with digital age, artificial intelligence, and the startup ecosystems. As you see, people are using technologies for different approaches. In this sector, we have a lot of digital technologies, of course, for data collection, whether it's satellite-based, GIS-based, drones, we don't know what all being used. We also have technologies that are helping in terms of advisories to farmers, how best one can use the irrigation or fertilizers or micronutrients, etc., from starting to the end. So how do we bring in those kinds of technologies, adding to what we are already doing, which itself is a great job. Third is this whole technologies related to financing. How do we enable farmers to access finances faster, cheaper, and maybe more equitably? That's another area. I think one of the other unit in the World Bank is trying to do a study in 3 states, Telangana, Karnataka, and I think UP, to understand this landscape of digital technologies being used by both the governments and private sector, and see how do we improve the efficiency to reach the farmer. And there are different systems and they all speak to each other, so that the farmer can benefit much easier, much faster. Then comes the issue of this whole, I think Nitinji has pointed to that, the ever-changing landscapes or the demographics or the climate variables. How do we account for that? We have migration and we have farmlands that are not being utilized in several states. We have urbanization which is encroaching or which is taking over the villages, and what is supposed to be a farmland is now a housing society or an industry, etc. We have mining that's happening. So how do we plan for this change in landscapes in the watershed management? This is a question, I think. We are not, maybe some more thinking is required to address these issues, to say how do we bring these complexities into, because once we develop a plan, will it become a cast in stone kind of plan for the next 5-6 years, or is it a dynamic plan that can be implemented as we are moving forward in the next 3 to 5 years? So these are the questions that we leave for your thinking. And the last point is about, it's across all the water sectors, whether it's irrigation, rural drinking water supply, sanitation, sewerage, urban drinking water supply, watersheds. How do you manage, I'm not saying how do you fund, how do you manage the sustainability of the interventions, of the investments, of the efforts? Right now, under reward, thanks to both the states, Karnataka and Odisha, they've agreed to take up this as a topic, linked to disbursements also, as a result topic, and say we want to expand this horizon and see how best we can take it to the next 2 notches. We may not find a perfect solution yet, but it's time to start thinking on how do we manage watersheds that are treated and handed over sort of, so to say, to the communities or the village institutions or the panchayats, whoever it is taking over this. Can we use technologies to do this monitoring? For example, ET, NDVI, etc. Can these be helpful in understanding how well these watersheds that are treated are performing? And are there any interventions that could timely enable better performance? So these are the broad thoughts going forward. And just to convey the message from the management from the World Bank. World Bank is very happy and grateful to DOLR, Karnataka, Odisha to start with, for supporting and actively engaging with World Bank in the reforms that are happening in the watershed sector. World Bank is happy to say that they'll be happy to support future interventions of these states or any other states that might be interested coming on board and taking up these challenges. I won't bore you more than this, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best for the 3 days of conference. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir, for throwing light on watershed management, landscaping, planning approaches, technologies, and financing. Now it's time to felicitate the guests. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.V. Suresha, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, to felicitate our esteemed guests. Shri Nitin Khade.
I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Nitin Khade, IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resource, Government of India, New Delhi. I request the organizers to kindly felicitate Mahesh B. Shurur, Commissioner, Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka. I request Dr. N.B. Prakash to kindly felicitate Dr. S.V. Suresh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, US Bangalore. I also request the organizers to kindly felicitate Dr. P.L. Patil, Vice Chancellor, US Dharwad, He is also soil scientist. He worked on this particular area of watershed development.
We request our NB Prakash sir to felicitate JVR Murthy, consultant World Bank. And also Dr. C.P. Reddy sir.
I also request Dr. N.B. Prakash to kindly felicitate MP Banthanal, Director, Watershed Department. Thank you, sir. Friends, UAS Bengaluru is always in news for one or other events. It may be scientific, academic, cultural, and so on, being organized to keep GKVK campus dynamic, lively, and ever active. The man behind all these new initiatives, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. S.V. Suresh, Raita Sante, is one such initiative of our Vice Chancellor gaining lot of popularity in recent days. Sir, may I request you to kindly give the presidential remarks. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to give presidential remark.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್, ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತೀಶ್ ಕಡೆ. ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್, ವಾಟರ್ಶೆಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಶ್ರೀ ಶಿರೂರ್. ದಿ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆನರ್, ಶ್ರೀ ಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಶ್ರೀ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ, and Director, Watershed Development Department, Dr. Bantnal, and dear delegates of this today's program. And it's a great pleasure to host this national conference by the University of Agricultural Sciences in association with the Department of Water Resources, Government of India, and the Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka. And probably there is no need to reiterate the importance of watershed development in the country, where approximately the global population is around 9 billion people, and ensuring their food security is another important aspect of the civilized society. And you all know, because of the over-exploitation of the natural resources, including land, water, most of the time the cultivation is becoming a problematic thing for the farmers. Under these circumstances, already 1/3 of the Indian land is classified as degraded land, and we need to rejuvenate it at a faster rate. Under these circumstances, and you also need the problems that the farming community facing with the land fragmentation and overuse of fertilizers, the over irrigation has led to the degradation of soil, and we were into this watershed development programs since long back. The Sujala 1, Sujala 2, and now we are in the phase of Sujala 3 with reward project in the state of Karnataka. And because of our achievements, the Government of India and the World Bank has recognized us and given the opportunity of establishing this Center of Excellence at Reward. And without going into the details of it, just 2-3 points I would like to raise. The program we are implementing, and we have already started training the professionals in this. And we have also helped in decision supporting system for many of them and generated the data required through the scientific way, that is the LRI, land resource inventory. And with this land resource inventory, the problem of this, we have generated a lot of things, and we are already delineating watersheds, micro watersheds, sub watersheds. But the problem is, we are in the fag end of this project, and once the exit plans are prepared for it, the responsibility lies on the university how to make this center self-sustaining. And still, it's only 2 states, the Karnataka and Odisha, have implemented this program. And we have the responsibility of training the other state officials also to bring up this project in a future line, of course. So with these things, and also Sri Nitin Kade and also Sri Murthy have shared their experiences and also the thoughts on this. I hope this 2 days deliberations will draw their experiences for discussion and find out how best that can be blended into your watershed programs and how to make it more effective. So with this, let me thank the delegates who are participating here. And also, I hope this deliberations will make a useful recommendation to the Government of India and also to the World Bank to bring out a food secure country with a good policy decision-making actions. So with this, let me thank the organizers for organizing this program in a befitting manner, and I hope the deliberations will be fruitful in another 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks and suggestions. As we near to the end of the memorable occasion, it's time to extend our gratitude to all who made this day truly special. May I now call upon Dr. N.B. Prakash, Dean Agri College of Agriculture, US GKVK, and also Special Officer, Center of Excellence, Watershed Management, US Bangalore, to propose vote of thanks and bring this wonderful event to a graceful close. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and esteemed guests, delegates and participants, it is my privilege to propose vote of thanks of the National Conference on Land Resource Inventory for the Sustainable Watershed Management, jointly organized by the Center of Excellence on Watershed Management, US Bangalore, and Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, under the World Bank funded reward program. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Agricultural Minister, Shri N. Swami, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, for his best wishes, and also the message to all the delegates of this conference. In his message, with the encouraging words, which has greatly uplifted the importance of our collective mission towards the sustainable watershed management. Let us all thank him for his message. I would also like to sincerely thank our chief guest, Shri Nitin Kadeji, IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Government of India, New Delhi, for sparing his very valuable time and joining us in the inaugural function, and for his insightful contributions, which have really set the tone for the days ahead. Most important thing, so let us all thank him for his appreciative and supportive words on the Center of Excellence. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of all of us to you. And let me also deeply honor the presence of our guest of honor, Sri J.V.R. Murthy, Consultant World Bank, for his global perspectives and deep engagement in watershed development, which is really, truly appreciated by all of us. His encouraging words at this moment is really inspiring us in this way. Thank you very much, sir. Let me also express my sincere thanks to Dr. P.L. Patil, sir, and C.P. Reddy, sir, who also graciously present in this inaugural function. And on behalf of all of you, let me wholeheartedly thank them. Let me express my sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Suresh, sir, for his presiding over this today's event and his constant guidance and academic stewardship, which need to continuously happening at the campus and which is really inspiring all of us at US Bangalore and beyond US too. So which is really noteworthy to mention here the way in which he is supporting all of us in this regard. Thank you very much, sir, for your constant support to all of us. My special thanks to Shri Mahesh B. Shirur, Commissioner, Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, Bangalore. Sir, your leadership and coordination have been vital for organizing this particular conference. What we are today, with your constant support and encouragement, let me thank you profusely for this particular support to us, sir. Let me also thank Dr. Bantnal, Director, Watershed Development Department, for his presence here and also supporting in each way in organizing this event. So let me also wish and thank the SLNS from 16 states and GS Naveen Kumar and Dinesh Charwat, Dr. Kaveri B. Sharma, and Nora K., who is joining us in our virtual mode, delivering the lecture. Dr. Shekhar Muddu is here in the audience. Dr. Rajesh from KSR SAC is here. Dr. P.K. Mishra is there. Dr. N.G. Patil is here. Dr. Dayanidhi Bayag is here. The Sushama Sudesh Shri is there. Dr. Das from OUAT is there. Apart from many delegates, I need to thank Dr. S.S. Prakash, former special officer, who is also here in this case, in this particular auditorium. Dr. A.B. Patil is also here. Let me thank him also. Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar is also here. Let me thank on behalf of all of you. I must also thank all the dignitaries and delegates, researchers, officers of the universities, and students who have come from various parts of the country to the this particular conference to mainly to know the knowledge, which is really a knowledge sharing platform at this moment. A big thank to all the committee members of the conference and the staff who have worked hard, so both day and night, as well as behind the scene at several places, and meticulously planning to organize this event. Let me thank each one of them. So last but not the least, most important one, I have to extend my gratitude to World Bank and the Department of Land Resources and the collaborating institutes for their continued support and the partnership in this particular important conference. Thank you very much to each one of you. I wish you all a very comfortable stay for 3 days, which is happening at this moment. If there are any kind of shortcomings or things which are required, please do not hesitate to ask us. So, we would like to help you in sorting out all these issues. Once again, thank you very much. Please have a comfortable stay at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now all are requested to join for high tea. Technical sessions will start immediately after tea.
The high tea is arranged in the dining area to the right side of the building, please. Those who do not know where it is just on the right side of this as you come out of this building.
The success and impact of all on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
So Zilla 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISc and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies as to how the farmers should take decisions. Which watershed area, land management unit, which survey number, what is the condition, what is to be done with regard to the crop, with regard to the nutrient, with regard to the water. And all these departments, including our various universities, they shall be able to use this data for various research activities, various extension activities. So this is a unique. Of LRI and hydrology data to prepare our watershed planning in a accurate manner and in a shorter cycle. Earlier we used to take some 2 to 3 years. Now within 6 months to 1 year we can prepare the watershed planning. DPRs can be prepared, resulting in the savings of a lot of money.
And advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
So Jila 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners.
Reserven in de schemfen is roosernal. Eertnes om af, geven substias beaver steeds niet. Schulbatse zijn zeker patle album na. Mutse stopen ze lustop. Hier wel de dingen is erg. Mutse ziet ja daar voor deze. Hebben net zit nou. Ze zien me uit leven na zeer reserven. Haar beste uit dit gemen ook de oisjes. Nou, spaar. Stop nooit met ze vast. Leosno. De scheme van deze roosernal geven substias voor iets te beleven en als een hebben. Snevens in het maar voor zeven na lopen. Steeds in de oorspronkelijke naamsbemelk met illuminatie zo niet meer afsnitsen was maar zo loog is ze dat net zo maar. Programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, سني أشلق نامس نمال نقلمنيت سسو نيما فسنسس بس مرفوم لوخ يتسبع نق زماف زنال بنيرواق من أشنيش ميجيبلو سكاش دار بيش دالش دس مرفسن شيك الفالي أبو نبابوش سيرز ياف دكر نسو مافنا سنسري دو شيبس نون نقل شيبس البل صعب كيف سبسني أصفا إيش دل بلفا مياش ليرن صابني مياش لني نت أنا بنيت سسنا سنشنبت نت فايس نشفت إيش نطلب مسومنا إير فيلد فور مي الباكس ريكس الويسلفي سميك سيد مشيت نمل من إني نعرف نقلقو بدمرفل بليفا سمتسس لو بس نشسدنا نشيم في نقرا لا فازو يدو يلسنم نكتف نبنك سناف نشيك لا شدوش دبس مارغور بشكال فينم زيد نرشابا ولا بتزلهم نقصوش تنفع نشيك الفائدة يلنك في الجس تصير نزع يسنش في زوجراب نعم نقل بفاك ميعتن يثين ندوم نما وكردو بساعة نمتاو بني علوش سنشيك بلا إيرش دب نفس مارغور بسيف فسنش دوم نك ماتلوير هايلو زوي نفسو تسكس لو بكيش دوسوش دو زوي يوفو ديرش زوي درزقلك ياسنش روبن هايلو سيك دزو ساعة بيعتلر نشنو Speaking al business dar neyo mafna ko fumke bahsnish nebni sib mi at leir no sib but it ra le if sepsni as for is the believer du it's net to ani like smart work sib na linem foxn shit nimel menangin al bebet nish du net caps gese snish nebet nek if sepsni as sib sni as soft kes dort wie stalle dus mar vom auf tal bis de lang it first parsin har des net hier is ja net opske نشيك الفقل نمطاوبت نمشي نعم نشلوين سبارك فايش للبدوس سميك سلت نمطاوبت زريف سيار بيت لدامك سيال لدوف لح ليوس سديس The success and impact of all land-based programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
So Jila 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISc and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies as to how the farmers should take decisions. Which watershed area, land management unit, which survey number, what is the condition, what is to be done with regard to the crop, with regard to the nutrient, with regard to the water. And all these departments, including our various universities, they shall be able to use this data for various research activities, various extension activities. So this is a unique kind of project which we have done. So investment decision will be specific, science-based. So that the maximum value of the investment is done. That is one. Coming to the watershed development department, we shall be able to use this data of the LRI and hydrology data to prepare our watershed planning.
The success and impact of all land-based programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
Sujla 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISc and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies as to how the farmers should take decisions. Which watershed area, land management unit, which survey number, what is the condition, what is to be done with regard to the crop, with regard to the nutrient, with regard to the water. And all these departments, including our various universities, they shall be able to use this data for various research activities, various extension activities. So this is a unique kind of project which we have done. So investment decision will be specific, science-based. So that the maximum value of the investment is done. That is one. Coming to the watershed development department, we shall be able to use this data of the LRI and hydrology data to prepare our watershed planning in a accurate manner and in a shorter cycle. Earlier we used to take some 2 to 3 years. Now within 6 months to 1 year we can prepare the watershed planning. Those DPRs can be prepared, resulting in the savings of a lot of money and the time and the efforts.
Digital library is developed by pooling and integrating all the spatial and non-spatial land resource information available in the state and the cadastral level information generated by the LRI partners. Primarily, the digital library houses cadastral level LRI data and maps on soil site characteristics, weather and climate, landforms, rock types, surface and groundwater, crops and cropping pattern, land use, vegetation, socio-economic conditions, demography, sources and extent of irrigation, departmental schemes, etc., along with statewide cadastral maps, imagery, and thematic outputs generated by using the state-of-art GIS and mapping techniques by a consortium of 14 scientific and technical partners in the state. Apart from the LRI information generated from 2,534 micro-watersheds covering an area of 14 lakh hectares in 12 project districts, statewide maps data sets related to geology, geomorphology, landforms, land use, climate, socio-economic conditions, demographic details, marketing, and other details relevant for the management of the land resources of the state are migrated and integrated with the database in the digital library.
The establishment of LRI digital library, portal, decision support system and mobile application is a real game changer in terms of providing site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisory. The entire facility is housed at the State Data Center and it is in turn connected to the project partners, to the project monitoring unit as well as the help desk through dedicated lines. This is a one-stop portal that provides not only the critical advisories as well as the data required but also information on the inputs on a real-time basis.
The portal is developed to meet the data requirements of departments like Watershed Development Department, Department of Agriculture, Horticulture, Sericulture, Animal Husbandry, Environment and Forestry, Rural Development, Irrigation, and others in the state. It is a one-stop portal that provides not only the data requirements of the line department, but importantly, the critical advisories and inputs needed to the farmers and other stakeholders at the grassroots level in selecting the best suited crop, conservation practices, nutrient and crop water requirement, water budgeting, etc. on a real-time basis.
These advisories help the line departments to make their detailed project report and farmers to get real-time advisory along with the weather and the package of practices which help them to select the best crop best suited to the farm.
The home page depicts important topics in the menu bar. content for the menu and submenu, list of map tools available, format for map legend, format for map layout, calibration of scale, list of subtopics included under LRI GIS menu, list of LRI applications, criteria for DSS, customized report generation and DPR preparation. The home page also shows weather forecast for 3 days for the area of interest and APMC market prices for the commodities exchanged. From the menu bar, the user can select the area of his interest and navigate through the submenus with the support of the help icon to get the required information from the portal. Apart from this, there is a login facility for the farmers and other users through which the farmer can register himself and access a host of benefits. In addition to these, the other functionalities like selection of area of interest, viewing and generation of base maps, thematic maps, query, upload, download, print, report generation, DPR preparation and others are elaborated here. This facility offers the user to select the area of his interest from the district to the survey number level for the entire state. The user can select his area of interest based on the administration boundaries or create a custom area of interest as a polygon or rectangle or point on the map and get the information available for the area as per the map content. The user can select one of the base maps available from the portal, such as the administrative map, cadastral map, imagery, etc., or generate the required base map by overlaying the cadastral, landform, geology, land use, or any other map layers on the imagery, or any other map layers stored in the portal. The portal is a repository of various non-spatial data sets like weather and climatic data, demography, land use, sources of irrigation, etc. from census, farmer particulars from Bhumi, package of practices for major crops, location of market yards, storage facilities, FPOs and other information. The user can select the area and download the data for his use. All the cadastral level LRI database and maps generated by the project partners from 14 lakh hectares area are available in the portal. The user can access the information by selecting either the survey number, watershed, or higher levels and can view, save, download, or print the same for use. From the LRI database stored in the portal, thematic maps can be generated with the help of the interactive menu. The user can generate maps on slope, soil texture, soil depth, soil moisture, macro and micronutrients, suitability for various crops, etc. from the portal. Apart from these functionalities, the portal offers the following functionalities to the users. Migration of data from project partners to avoid duplicity and overlapping of the data stored at digital library with the help of the migration tool developed. Tools for updating the existing datasets from project partners. Measurement tools for measuring distance, area, and point location. Web Map Service WMS for provision of maps. Web Feature Service for upload or download of OGC's GML data. User registration, data upload, data download, generation of reports, and DPR preparation. User dashboards provide users at different levels, commissioner to other levels, with a dashboard view of all the activities performed or to be performed by the user in the system. Development of decision support system is critical for the successful implementation of various schemes and for empowering farmers and other stakeholders in the state. It is based on the integration of data generated by LRI partners and data from external services with criteria, models and algorithms developed under this project. There are 9 decision support systems developed to provide advisories to the farmers and other stakeholders at the grassroots level. The decision support system on soil and water conservation helps to identify appropriate conservation structures for the arable and non-arable lands based on site-specific parcel-level information available in the digital library. The user can select the area of his interest from the drop-down menu and run the decision support system in the portal to get the conservation map of the area along with the output showing the type of structures, cost of the main and side bunds with waste wear and conservation practices to be followed. Similarly, maps can be generated from other DSS models. Mobile applications are almost like that of the LRI portal. It allows for registration and update of information and provides information on weather and climate, soils, nutrient status, crops and package of practices, agroclimatic features, seeds, soil health, fertilizers, commodity prices, various departmental schemes, suitability of crops, nutrient management, departmental applications, expert advisory, etc. This disruptive technology platform from Sujala 3 project for science-based, site-specific interventions is expected to change the way planning and implementations of many land-based programs carried out in the state. Due to the availability of site-specific LRI database on real-time basis, the interventions have become focused and farmer-oriented rather than the blanket or general type as was the case earlier. The watershed cycle is reduced to 3 to 4 years, which used to take about 6 to 7 years earlier. Real-time convergence of various programs and budgetary allocations to line department as per the requirement. More than anything, the time, capital and manpower use efficiency has increased significantly due to the application of the tools and models developed. Apart from these, many flagship programs with huge allocation of funds can benefit immensely with the use of LRI information and decision support systems available from the portal in planning and implementation of their schemes. It will save the scarce capital, improve the delivery, and most importantly, the efficiency of the interventions on a sustained manner than any other time in the past.
So I hope this project will help these 14 lakh hectares of watershed area in the 12 districts of Karnataka, which where we have done the land resource inventory and hydrological assessment. This data availability to the end users, to the farmers, to the line departments, to the private companies, as well as to the university partners, will help a lot in taking proper decision based on the scientific data.
The real-time availability of site-specific parcel level spatial and non-spatial data sets and farmer-centric advisories through web and mobile applications from Sujala 3 project will be game changer in empowering the planners, farmers and other stakeholders to move from subsistence farming to sustainable and climate-smart agriculture in the state. The success and impact of all land-based programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
Sujala 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISC and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies. as to how the farmers should take decisions. Which watershed area, land management unit, which survey number, what is the condition, what is to be done with regard to the crop, with regard to the nutrient, with regard to the water. And all these departments, including our various universities, they shall be able to use this data for various research activities, various extension activities. So this is a unique kind of project which we have done. So investment decision will be specific, science-based. So that the maximum value of the investment is done. That is one. Coming to the watershed development department, we shall be able to use this data of the LRI and hydrology data to prepare our watershed planning in a accurate manner and in a shorter cycle. Earlier we used to take some 2 to 3 years. Now within 6 months to 1 year we can prepare the watershed planning. Those DPRs can be prepared, resulting in the savings of a lot of money and the time and the efforts.
Digital library is developed by pooling and integrating all the spatial and non-spatial land resource information available in the state and the cadastral level information generated by the LRI partners. Primarily, the digital library houses cadastral level LRI data and maps on soil site characteristics, weather and climate, landforms, rock types, surface and groundwater, crops and cropping pattern, land use, vegetation, socio-economic conditions, demography, sources and extent of irrigation, departmental schemes, etc., along with statewide cadastral maps, imagery, and thematic outputs generated by using the state-of-art GIS and mapping techniques by a consortium of 14 scientific and technical partners in the state. Apart from the LRI information generated from 2,534 micro-watersheds covering an area of 14 lakh hectares in 12 project districts.
Good afternoon.
Statewide
I request all the delegates outside the auditorium to come on to the dais and occupy their seats. We will start the technical session, which is on panel discussion. So to give a brief about the program, UAS Bangalore, University of Agricultural Sciences Bangalore is a pioneer institute in Karnataka, where a lot of watershed developmental activities have been initiated. And with the initiatives on watershed activities, by taking the assistance from the World Bank, our agriculture university has started a lot of programs like Kabalnala, Mittimeri, Kutungare watersheds, which are there in the history, and many of our senior members have worked hard to gain a lot of knowledge in the field of watershed. And taking this as a lesson, Government of Karnataka formed a watershed development department in the Karnataka, and now we have a watershed development department looking after the soil and water conservation measures, which are very, very important. So to start this particular program, which is on the theme is watershed development in India, a way forward. As you know, I have already told, this is the place where the watershed programs initiated and watershed development department formed, and I am very sure from this place itself we can extend the LRI approach to other states in the country with upscaling LRI approach to national level, cost norms, centralized data to be discussed in this particular panel. Now I request Dr. Daso, consultant of CoE on watershed management, to welcome the panelists for this particular program. Sir, please.
Thank you. Now we are going to start a panel discussion on the topic Watershed Development in India Way Forward. For that, the panelists and the chairman have arrived. May I request them to come on the dais. Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir, Chairman Agriculture Prize Commission, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Nitin Khadeji, Joint Secretary Watershed Management, DOLR, Government of India. Mr. JVR Murthy, World Bank Consultant. Shri Mahesh Sirurji, Commissioner Watershed Development, Government of Karnataka, Dr. C.P. Reddy, Senior Additional Commissioner, DOLR, Government of India, and I also request Dr. Cheruvat from Kerala, the CEO of SLNA, to come and occupy a seat on the dais. And lastly, Dr. Kaveri Sharma, CEO SLNA of Assam. Madam, with this, I just want to, Madam, Kaveri Sharma, Madam. I would like to introduce the chairman, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, in brief. Dr. Ashok Dalwai is a member of the Indian Administrative Survey of 1984 batch, has served in states of Odisha and Karnataka, and has been with Government of India since 2010. He served as CEO of National Rainfed Area Authority in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare in the rank of Secretary to Government of India. He has contributed immensely to effecting several reforms, some of which are an integrated 10-year perspective plan for land and water management for Kalahandi district in Odisha, contributions to the first agricultural policy of Odisha state in 1997, first textile policy of Karnataka state when he was on deputation to Karnataka, self-assessment scheme for assessment of property tax for city of Bangalore, which has started by him and it is in vogue and improved now. And as chairman of Interministerial Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income, his 14-volume report is recognized as one of the best, most comprehensive and evidence-based work. And we are very proud of him for this tremendous task. And Dr. Dalwai has been conferred honorary doctorate from his alma mater, the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. He is a proud alumni of UAS, Dharwad. He is presently chairman of Agricultural Price Commission, Government of Karnataka, and he is also chairman of the Board of Governors of Institute of Social Economic Change located in Bangalore. Thank you, sir, for accepting this assignment. Secondly, we have Sri Nitin Khadeji, an IAS officer of 2004 batch of Assam Meghalaya cadre, who hails from Maharashtra. He is currently serving as Joint Secretary to the Government of India Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development. He has served in Assam as well as in Maharashtra. He served as Chairman and MD of Pune Metropolitan Transport and CEO of Beed Jilla Parishad in Maharashtra. While in Beed, he introduced a health scheme named Ayur Mangalam for the benefit of women and children below 5 years of age, and which was launched by then President of India, Mrs. Pratibha Patil. In the state of Assam, he served as Sub-Regional Magistrate of Mazoli and District Magistrate of Kokajar and Golaghat districts, and also as Secretary to various departments of Government of Assam, including Finance and Information Technology. He has worked as CEO, Flood and River Erosion Management Agency of Assam, MD of Assam Rural Livelihood Mission, Assam Skill Development Mission. He has also served as Chief Electoral Officer, Assam, and he has conducted general election in Assam Legislative Assembly in 2021 in a free, fair, and peaceful manner in the midst of COVID-19 epidemic. Election Commission of India has conferred on him the National Award for Excellence in Election Management. As Joint Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, he has given a new thrust to Watershed Development Program under PM KSY 2.0. He was instrumental in rolling out ongoing Watershed Yatra, a mass communication outreach program to promote Jana Bhagidari, that is public participation, of which he will talk in on the second day, that is tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. And Dr. Murthy, he is a World Bank consultant. He has his degrees in architecture and master's degree in urban planning and international rural development planning. He worked with Aga Khan Foundation for a decade on issues related to low-cost housing, water supply, sanitation, water quality treatment and water conservation. Then he joined the World Bank in 2002 and worked full-time for the South Asia team. His work was focused on reforms in water and sanitation sectors in both urban and rural contexts. Since 2012, he is freelancing and working with several World Bank projects in the water sector. These include water supply and sanitation, watershed management, and irrigation management. He is closely associated with our present reward project. He is also an advisor to Tata Trust for their water security agenda in 12 states of India. Besides India, he has worked in Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, and Tajikistan. Welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. Then Dr. C.P. Reddy, who is an senior additional commissioner in the Department of Land Resources. He knows the developments in watershed inside out. He has been there for a long time. He is a soil scientist and administrator involved in the developmental works. And then we have two CEOs. We want to hear from their own mouth what is happening. And Dr. Mahesh Sirur, sir, who was Commissioner of Watershed Development Department and has been guiding us all along in the CEO, all the activities. He's actively involved, and I don't need to introduce him separately. So he's one of our own fellows, and I thank him for being on the panel today. And with this, I will leave to the chairman for the proceedings to continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dasuk, my senior at the university, one of the well-known soil scientists. And of course, we have participants here from across the country. And all of us have gathered here in Bangalore to learn about LRI, Land Resources Inventory, and how we can use this science-based, technology-centric approach to soil and water management to national level. You are all aware that presently World Bank aided reward is operating in 2 states, Karnataka and Odisha. Unfortunately, Andhra Pradesh, which was to also join, could not at that point of time. We hope that based on the experiences that Odisha and Karnataka would be demonstrating, the rest of the country would also follow. You're all aware that watershed approach to development is not new. We are friendly with this approach since 1970s, but it has gone through metamorphosis. What earlier was thought as something confined to forest areas has been expanded beyond to include non-forest areas. And what earlier was thought purely as a natural resources management tool is now understood as people-centric. People-centric in terms of creating livelihood opportunities and simultaneously making it community participation oriented. I will not take much time except to say that here the panelists that we have will be bringing to you different dimensions of watershed. So I would be requesting my co-panelists here to add on new aspects from what your previous speaker may have spoken. And as participants here will be here for 3 days, we all must appreciate that watershed is not just for agriculture. Because since watershed is mostly implemented by agriculture ministries, we always tend to think that it is meant for agriculture. Yes, it is meant for agriculture because it's one of the enterprises. But then what we need today is a watershed approach for the entire land mass of this country. We have 329 million hectares, which is the geographical area of India. Of this, 146 million hectares of land is considered as degraded. That is 50%. So what is degradation? It has been defined by the World Commission on Environment. When the soil or the land mass loses its capacity to produce on account of the loss of various components of the ecosystem that constitute the lithosphere of the soil, then it becomes unproductive. Second point that we all need to remember, on account of the green revolution technology approach that we have adopted, we always have looked at chemical properties of the soil and neglected the biological properties of the soil. Only when we take care of biology, we would be able to take care of the physical description of the soil. Therefore, physical, chemical and biological properties of the soil must be kept in mind. Only then the soil becomes productive and we use it the way we want to use it. And the last point that I would like to drive home is that we are losing in the world today more than 240 billion cubic meters of soil every year. In India, we lose not less than 16 tons of soil per hectare every year. And it takes 1,000 years to form 1 inch of soil. So a valuable resource is being lost. So today we shall, based on LRI, what we'll be talking here is how do we conserve soil, how do we conserve water, since soil and water are closely integrated. And then based on this, how do we trigger the growth of biodiversity, which is also being lost. And biodiversity means not just the plant world, but it also the animal world. Therefore, LRI should lead to One Health, treating different components of the ecosystem as organically linked. Only then would watershed be considered as successful. And since watershed treatment is taken because there is a degradation to begin with, and their degradation has happened because of the intervention indiscreetly by the mankind, we'll have to make them partners and see how we can reconcile ecology and economy and how to provide a sustainable approach. So this is what we'll all be discussing here. So I have with me very well-known and very experienced people in different components. So I would be starting with Dr. Reddy first, from my left side. He has been handling watershed for a very long time in the Department of Land Resources, and I've had the opportunity to work with him. And I know that he's very passionate and professional about it. So Dr. Reddy can give us an overall picture about where we stand, and then we will talk to Dr. Murthy, because then he'll be able to bring in the external dimensions, and Nitin, with his experience of Northeast and now handling watershed in DOLR, should be able to tell us more about the new watershed guidelines and the cost norms particularly, and how do we ensure that we'll be able to cover the entire country in a quick period of time. Of course, you're free to add other things. Then I've got Mahesh Sharur here on my right side, who has been Commissioner of Watershed and is now moving out as PCCF. So he will be able to tell us the Karnataka experience, because Karnataka is a lighthouse and it is a mother of LRI. And it has got nearly 12 years of experience with land resource inventory. And then we have Dr. Dinesh, who will bring in Kerala experience. And we think that Kerala is full of water and then watershed is not important there. But you know, the kind of biodegradation that is happening in Kerala. And what do we do? I'm sure Dr. Nitin will be able to bring. And is it Sushma that said? Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, Madam Kaveri Sharma. So I'm sorry I didn't have your CV with me, but so only lady here. So she should be able to bring us the gender perspective. And of course, you're free to add other things also. So now let me start with Dr. Reddy. And each of you please take 6 to 7 minutes, so that, you know, we cover in 42 minutes, 45 minutes, we have the exposition from your side, and then we'll have interaction with the participants here so that it becomes wholesome. And then whatever questions are left unanswered, you should be able to fill in the gap. So Dr. Reddy, it's yours now.
Thank you, sir. From my side, I want to tell you is that watershed management is very important, as we have only 0.12 hectare per head per capita land available in our country when compared to the world. And so the sustainable management of land resources is most important to ensure food security, livelihood security, above all environmental security, ecological जो भी services है उसके लिए. So sustainable management is most important, as we are the world highest populated country in the. So therefore the watershed approach has been proven beyond doubt that it's the way, sustainable way of management. It's the answer for the sustainable land resources management. And over the years, that sectoral approach too, we have come to watershed approach. Then we have enhanced the production systems, livelihoods, etc., brought into the picture. And recently we have brought into watershed that livelihood component as well as FPOs, etc. And from this reward and Karnataka experience, we want to introduce this land resource inventory into the watershed planning and watershed execution. So land resource inventory has been effectively used by the Karnataka, and based on their experiences, and when Dalbhai Sahab was CEO Nara, it was included in the guidelines of WDC2 that at least 10% of the project should carry land resource inventory. Unfortunately, all states were not able to do it. Some of the states, they have progressed, they have done this land resource inventory. Wherever this land resource inventory is done, they should use it and show the results. And coming to the watershed aspect, say land resource inventory not only help in better planning, and it will also minimize the cost. And there will be more returns per unit investment. That's the main objective of land resource inventory. And all other states, and based on the reward experience, we will see that how best we can scale up in other states. That's the one way. And second thing, our concern is in the post-project sustainability of the watershed. And that's the most important thing which we want to focus on this. And the second important point is that the structures which we have constructed, which we have erected during the project period are required special focus. And the second thing is, for all these land resource inventory and other thing, community involvement. Community involvement is also one of the component in reward. And these two aspects, that Jan Bhagidari and is also very important, as Nitin Khade sir mentioned in his inaugural address. So Jan Bhagidari, awareness, and post-project sustainability. These are the three areas where we have to focus for future watershed projects and to get better results on the watershed management. And the another important aspect is that the scientific planning of the watershed using all the database and the effective utilization of decision support systems which are developed under the reward program. These are the areas where we have to focus, and we should see how best we can scale up these in next generation watershed projects in the entire country. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. So he has shared the importance of integrating LRI into the different watershed programs that we have in the country. Just keep that message in your mind, that LRI is science-based and reward is supposed to be science-led. And since we do not have reward scheme everywhere across the country, but we have different ongoing schemes on Watershed. Under PMKSY we have, for example, so you should be able to integrate LRI into your ongoing schemes, and hopefully you'll also be able to launch with external support or government support in due course the LRI-led watershed approach. I only hope that all of you have read the new guidelines, the new generation guidelines in watershed. And those state officials who have not read the new generation watershed guidelines, I would request you to read, because it brings a new approach to watershed management. And watershed management is extremely dynamic, and it's supposed to respond to the ongoing demands. So now, after listening to Dr. Reddy, I will request Dr. Murthy to share his thoughts on this. And I think if you can particularly share some cost norms and whatever else you want to, whatever you would like to, or Nitin can share that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not an LRI expert, so I will not venture into LRI area. But I'm coming from a very planning background, and the question I think everybody's mind, even in tea time we are discussing, is what is the scale at which you need to collect the data? Is it 1:50,000 that Lucy is doing, or 1:10,000 or that reward is attempting? The mapping and what is the standard protocols for LRI so that it is easy, it is sufficient, and it is scalable. When it is easy and sufficient and time bound, the cost also will reduce. Hopefully, it becomes cost economic. So that's one question, and we are hoping that the national technical guidelines, which NARA is leading, will throw some light on that. If not, give a conclusive evidence. So that's part one of the issue that we need to address for scaling up. Karnataka and Odisha's experiences will definitely be useful for that. A related issue, sir, is about scale of planning. Right now we are planning at a very micro watershed level, but we know hydrology and ecology is interlinked, whether it's sub-watershed. When we looked at externally the other World Bank project in other countries, we talked about landscape approach. So larger areas. So the planning, what is the unit of planning? Do you do micro planning and then do 10 micro plans, or you do one macro plan? And maybe your intervention should start in the most critical areas. Your plan determines where you start the interventions. And that will also determine your cost of interventions. So that's point 2 that I wanted to bring to the table. Point 3 is about the, most of you know a reward, but those who don't know, it's a different financial instrument. It's not a typical how much you invest kind of a project, but it's results-based financing. So you predetermine the results, whether it's mapping and planning, or whether it's treatment, or whether it is improvement of turnover of FPOs. You finance the results, not as much as the inputs and the processes. Those are important, but while you just focus only on inputs and processes, you might miss out the result area. So how do we, it's not easy, but World Bank is learning and slowly doing more and more what we call as program for results. So that's another thing that bank will be happy to work with DOLR and other states that will be interested. Last is how do you then, I think the question that you raised and a lot of secretaries raised and keep raising is, how do you address the maintenance, operations and maintenance kind of issues? Can the science and technology be used to do that? Can we use what Shekhar Muddu sir and others teaches, ET for example, can it be a monitoring indicator or NDVA? I don't know, I mean just leaving the question to the larger scientific audience. We don't need to go and measure every structure or everything, but can we use the available and emerging technologies, digital applications to do a better monitoring and design timely, needful interventions? Whether they will do it or who will do it is a policy issue. But that will sustain the interventions to a larger time period and maybe a better outcomes. I'll stop here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. In a very humble way, you said you are not an LRI expert, but then you have shared very good thought that we should all keep in mind. that how do we ensure that maintenance happens? In our system, maintenance is the last thing that we care for. We create but don't bother about maintenance. One good thing that we should remember, the need for watershed approach arises because we have not treated our resources properly. We have been extremely irrational, indiscreet. And then we make a surgery through watershed. For 4 years it's maintained, or 5th year it's maintained, and we go back to our old habits. Once again, that gets degraded. We are aware of many watersheds which have been awarded as the best ones, and if you now go and see them, the cattle would be grazing and they won't find a blade of grass. So this is one lesson that we should all carry. How do we identify indicators of sustainability? And that indicator of sustainability, a compounded index of sustainability is possible only when you take care of every member of the ecosystem. Unless you care for the landless and not just the landowner, you care for others who are outside the farming system, and those who are in the forest system will not be able to maintain the watersheds. The worst thing in our country so far has been that even today we do not have a comprehensive land use planning for the entire country. This LRI-based watershed landscape approach will all succeed only when we have a comprehensive land use planning. I am bringing this so that this very important national watershed conference that is being held is able to carry the message to the concerned that we need a comprehensive land use planning for the country. And thereafter, we have sub-land use planning for forests, for agriculture, for habitation, and so on and so forth. All right? So this is one thing that we should keep in mind. And yes, NARA is supposed to develop the technical standards, and they are working, and I hope that they become popular and they have become applicable. So we shall wait for the technical standards that NARA is working on. So now I would request Nitin, my younger colleague, to share his thoughts. Nitin, so you're leading the entire watershed for the country, so we would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before you joined, we had the inaugural session. So I spoke on some of the issues regarding sustainability. I'll reiterate them. But before that, sir, I would like to mention about the national perspective, or how to scale it up, the LRI approach. Right now, I think we need to take this lab-based activity to land, and when we'll be thinking of scaling it up, we'll have to make it look user-friendly. So we are here for next 2 days to see what exactly has been done in LRI and how the Karnataka state has implemented these LRI-based concepts in field. So we'll be also undertaking a field visit. So that will give us a lot of clarity. Sir, if we have to think of implementing the LRI-based planning and execution in our larger scheme, WDC PMKSY, then we need to have some simpler version of LRI. Right now, sir, we try to implement LRI in some of the areas of under reward. I think 1 lakh hectare in each state, Karnataka and Odisha. And simultaneously, we also made a provision in our guidelines that states under PMKSY WDC, they should undertake LRI in 10% of the project areas. So given the shortage of capacity of doing LRI, the states are struggling. Only very few states are able to make remarkable progress in completing the LRI. There also, I think we should have done some more planning. What has happened, they are implementing WDC and at the same time they are doing LRI, but whatever LRI findings are there, they won't be able to implement it there. By that time, the WDC, they would have executed the WDC project. So that is one thing I think which we will need to address in next WDC, that is 26 to 31. If it comes to WC3, then we'll have to plan things accordingly. Here I would like to suggest to Karnataka that they have done LRI activity in large number of area under Sujla programs, I think. So when selecting your WC3 projects, that is 26 to 31, please select those projects where the LRI has been done. That data needs to be put to use. By doing your WDC project in those areas, that data will get used, and then we can get some lab to land pilots, very successful pilots, which we can then advocate that it should be scaled up to national level. At this moment, I don't think there are much chances of applying LRI related findings to the next phase of WDC, WC3, which will be coming up in 26. So we don't have that much clarity of vision on LRI for making it mandatory in case of WC3. But we can plan for more pilots, and we can plan for 2031 to 36. So by that time, but we should be totally ready. And we also need to think of the cost norms. Right now, I think, Maheshji, it's 500 rupees per hectare? 700. So if we take 700, then our average size of the project is around 5,000 hectare. So it is around 35 lakhs. 35 lakhs. And right now, under our guidelines, we are providing 1% for DPR making. So for a 5,000 hectare project, it is 11 crore project. So 1% is 11 lakhs. So this cost difference of 26 lakh is huge. We'll have to see the cost benefit analysis, and then we can accordingly scale it up. So here, what I think is that whatever data we have collected through LRI, through hydrology studies, they have developed some decision support system. So we'll be seeing a demo of that. I think that will be very useful. And here I would like to suggest to study other state models. I am just told that by NBSS chief, Dr. Patil, that they are working with Maharashtra government in a project called POKRA. It's a project on climate resilient agriculture. So he was just telling that they have also done some LRI kind of activity, digital database, and they are offering lot more applications than we. So we can study the other projects, similar projects which are being undertaken by different state governments, and then we can have some cross learning, and that will also help us in making our decision support system more user friendly. Ultimately, it has to be easy for the farmer to use that app, and he should get concrete solutions by using that, or the community should get concrete solutions. If we are thinking of using LRI for land use pattern, then if the village community gets an idea very easily that if they collectively can decide that this part of the village can go for this crop, or it can be put to this use. So I think this user friendliness is very important, which we need to bring into LRI. Apart from this, regarding sustainability, yes, it's a concern. After we exit, after 5 years, the Gram Panchayat doesn't have that much priority. They don't give that priority to maintenance of our assets. It's quite natural also. There are so many other schemes which are coming. Jal Jeevan Mission has come, so it is giving 10 crore, 20 crore rupees to that Gram Panchayat. The Sarpanch and the Gram Sevak, they all are focused on that. Some other road scheme is coming. So naturally, they don't pay much attention to this aspect. So here also, I think in WC3, we'll have to make some changes in our guidelines, and we should not be relying too much on voluntarism of the community. I think this is to some extent unfair to our scheme. When it comes to other schemes, okay, there is a government functionary who is looking after that scheme perpetually. But in case of us, we are thinking that we'll hand it over to Gram Panchayat and we'll tell the community, okay, you take care of this. So I don't think that works beyond a certain extent. Okay, we are trying to improve upon the community's engagement, ownership. So recently we had undertaken a mass outreach campaign called Watershed Yatra. The purpose was to involve community through Jan Jagruti, and it should lead to Jan Bhagidari. So we undertook a van movement in around 70% projects, and most importantly, we tried to motivate the grassroots level workers. We honored them as Watershed Margadharshaks. Around 12,000 of them were honored. So apart from that, we undertook Bhumi Pujan of the remaining works. Around 4,000 works, Bhumi Pujan was done as a special drive. Lokapan was conducted of around 6,000 works. Watershed ki panchayat, so it gave some knowledge input to villagers from the technical persons. Then there was Watershed Mahotsav, so through local folk dance, songs, we conveyed the message of watershed development. And most importantly, we tried to encourage Shramdan or community participation so that the community has their skin in the game. So श्रमदान किया तो उनको ओनरशिप का थोड़ा सा एहसास हो सकता है कि ये हमारा है, हम इसको मेंटेन करेंगे, 5 साल बाद गवर्नमेंट एक बार इसको ग्राम पंचायत को हैंड ओवर करेगी। तो इससे ऊपर जाके हमने एक वाटरशेड जन भागीदारी कब भी वहाँ लॉन्च किया है। महाराष्ट्र में आमिर खान ने पानी फाउंडेशन के थ्रू जो काम किया था, उन्होंने एक वाटर कप रखा था, तो उससे एक कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट भी आता है, गांव में एक टीम का स्पिरिट भी आता है। सो वी हैव गिवन इंसेंटिव मनी ऑफ 20 लाख रुपीज to some 177 projects we have announced, and we'll be giving this money for maintenance of the project. So this is the first year of the competition. We have got very good response. Around 55 crore rupees worth works are being done through community participation at many places in Maharashtra, in Rajasthan. There is a culture of Jan Bhagidari, but till now it was not seen in states like UP, Bihar, Jammu Kashmir, but through this initiative we have been able to infuse it there. So this will go a long way, I think, as the community will own it up. And apart from that, we have engaged around 250 NGOs in this work. We are not paying them anything specially for that. We are told them that your expenses will be given, lodging, fooding, traveling, and you can take up this work after we leave. And we have given them example of Hirve Bajar or Piplantri, Popotrao Pawarji or Paliwalji. They built upon the foundation laid by us. The basic work done in their villages 30 years back was done through our scheme. And when we left, they mobilized the community, they took it forward. So we have appealed to the NGOs to do the same thing. They can earn glory through this work. So they can take this work forward. So sustainability aspect may be addressed to a certain extent. In WC3, we will also try to keep some provision for maintenance of the assets. Recently, we have got a circular issued through Department of RD. Till now, the watershed works done under our scheme were not repaired under MG Narega. They were doing fresh works as part of conversions, but they were not undertaking repair works of our works. They were doing repair works of their water harvesting structure constructed under MG Narega. So recently we convinced them, that they have also issued these modified guidelines. So we'll be able to take up these works under MG Narega. So the repair part will be taken care of in a better way. We are also trying to bring in some technological interventions. We are using satellite imagery for planning, for monitoring. So there also we want to utilize the satellite imagery to see which works need immediate repair maintenance. If we can, we are told NRSC that if they can give us some input by using some technology, that this watershed structure, if say check dam, it has silted up. So if they can give that measurement to us, then we can immediately take up that work by using that technology. So we are trying to introduce such modern technology. I think Reward also has satellite imagery related related aspects. So the concerned official may please take note of that. We just had a meeting with NRSC persons 2 days back. So we are trying to infuse various components to make watershed development more robust, and how we can make it more acceptable. We will be very happy if Reward throws up that success model on all these fronts, on LRI front, on hydrology, on decision support system front, on community engagement, on FPO. Then I think we'll be able to scale it up at national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. You have shared a lot of initiatives that government is making. You also raised various concerns, and those concerns must be kept in mind. So I'm sure now, by now, with the 10 to 12 years of experience of Karnataka government in LRI, it is no more a pilot study. It is now a universal implementation. So I hope, I'm sure that you have generated a lot of data, information, and policy recommendations. And those should be shared with the Ministry of Land Resources and also with all the states. They should have no doubt as to how LRI is a tool. But just remember, LRI is only a tool, is a diagnostic tool. It's just a diagnostic tool about the soil profile. It is much more deep compared to the soil testing that the Department of Agriculture does. Right? So, how do we use that as a manifestation of the degradation that happens in a watershed? But for a comprehensive watershed, there are several interventions that are required. And second one is that maintenance that you raised, Nitin, is a very valid point. How do we ensure that watershed itself becomes one asset? Well, what happens in a watershed, the kind of interventions we make, whether engineering or agronomic, they're all so small that it doesn't look like a project. Suppose it's a minor irrigation project. It's a huge project, so visible, substantive. Here just a pond, just a drainage line treatment. Nothing looks like a new project. So how do we treat that entire watershed as a project, and how we can have some small maintenance grants, either through corpus funds of the people, supported as a matching grant with the governments, under the NREGA, for example. But then, I think nothing will work unless people's attitude is changed. Unfortunately, the number of schemes in our country are so galore today, people have come to believe that everything has to be done by government. So how do we restructure that mindset? I think please discuss that over the next 2 days. It's very important. I'm sorry I'm reiterating certain things with the only view, with the only belief that over the next 2.5 days, you will be able to share the best practices that you're doing in some of the states. And if they are not there, how do we generate that? Like you said, POCRA. There's a NICRA, which ICAR has done across the country, National Initiative for Climate Resilient Agriculture. So POCRA is a more detailed work that Maharashtra has taken based on NICRA. So I think there's a lot of data that has been generated under NICRA, because they combine livelihood, soil management, water management, and all other activities. So even those things can be brought in here. So I think Mahesh would be able to respond a lot to Nitin, because you are heading the department of a state which is the lighthouse. So may I now request Mahesh to share his ideas and make suggestions.
Thank you, sir. The theme of this panel discussion is watershed development in India, way forward. Probably, if I just tell the development activities of Watershed Development Department of Karnataka, I think that will be the way forward for the country. So, having worked for 1 year and closely with the World Bank for implementation of reward program, I would just like to share few of the experiences, and then as a group here we can have technical discussions, technical inputs, and then try to find some solution and way forward. Just factual things first. Karnataka Watershed Development Department has been associated with World Bank for nearly last 20 years through various schemes, Sujala 1, Sujala 3, and now Reward. Probably this seed of LRI was sown in Sujala 3, and now it has grown into a sapling in the Reward. Like Chairman said, it is no more a testing or experimenting technique. It is already well established technique to find out the land capability, soil capability classification. Sir, like you said, for everything there should be a comprehensive land use policy. My strong feeling is that LRI can be a very vital and the input in land classification, because now earlier like what we did was it was on the qualities of the soil based on the surface qualities, but now we are going to the subsurface level and also inculcating the hydrological aspects. So it will be further more comprehensive to use LRI inputs for land use classification, and also it reduces the time period. The mechanical method that we otherwise, which will be very costly economically and also time consuming, can be both compensated by using LRI technology. Then based on the learnings of the Sujala 3, Karnataka state was rightly given the status of lighthouse state for developing the protocol for LRI technology and also other technical aspects of watershed development for the country for implementation of upcoming watershed project, maybe WDC 3. So now, if I go through the statistics, in Karnataka, in Sujala 3, from 2013 to 19, nearly 14 lakh hectares of area was brought under LRI. And similarly in Reward, there is a plan up to 2026 to bring nearly 25 lakh hectares. And in other schemes, WDPD 4 lakh hectares. And there is one more scheme called SUPMIS that is very specific to 4 districts of Karnataka. So there's 3 lakh hectares. Totally, Karnataka by end of next year, June, will be covering nearly 45 lakh hectares, that is 55% of our total agriculture, rain-fed agriculture area. Now, our Joint Secretary was talking about the cost aspects. Now, when we go for treatment of the land, we have fixed norms of 22,000 rupees per hectare. My experience is that when we fix up this uniformly across different watersheds, then there will be there will be a lot of discrepancies, because some watersheds, by the nature of the contours and soil, will be requiring bit more cost norms to be treated. Some watersheds, because of lot of other agriculture activities and other thing, may be requiring lesser amount of cost norms per hectare. So uniformity may not bring the kind of desired results. Then what is the way forward? How to allocate cost norms? Because it's very difficult. So the LRI can be a vital input. If we have the LRI input, then you can help us to decide the cost norms per hectare. That will be one of the very significant way forward scientifically in treating the watersheds. And also now, when we talk about the cost norms per hectare for developing the LRI, we arrived at somewhere 700 to 800 rupees per hectare. That includes not just soil characters, even hydrological factors also. Sir, what happens here? Now, if we give this cost norms and ask us to take data for some 10 lakh hectares or just a few lakh hectares, 2 lakh hectares, 3 lakh hectares, it may not be really viable, because the kind of infrastructure that we create, the labs and the satellite imageries that has to be procured, if you take consideration into cost of that overhead cost, it will be more. So the area scaling has to be in larger numbers, sir. Then, because that is how we could technically partner with agriculture universities, NBSSLU, and come out with a very precise scientific data. It is not that only the WDD or agriculture department has put in its head. It is the all technical aspects, technical institutes that are there in this field, their input is taken. And even that KSRAC is also taken for satellite imageries input. So what I am trying to say, sir, it is a comprehensive planning, involving investment in the overhead cost, which when taken on larger scale areas, the costing per hectare comes down. That is what we have to think of when we are scaling the LRI technology to different parts of the country. Also, the LRI input that we are talking is not just for planning watershed activities. It should become a tool for all other departments that are working on land-based activities, and also on like a kind of, what I say is like forest department, it will be planning for plantations. They can take up the areas which are suitable based on the LRI things. What we say is, like, it is not just treatment of lands, it has to be the livelihood of the people living in that area. So other departments also will be stepping in. Regarding those, the clarity of those departments and their activities can be further refined when we use this kind of scientific data and input. In our state, apart from this, we have established Center of Excellence in GKVK here, sir. That has been doing a very commendable job. It has been training different personnel of a state, also other states, so as to give them the basic knowledge and further develop the technology, sir. What is happening now, once we get used to the technology, once we go back to the field, if they really don't have the infrastructure, whether it is partnering with the technical institutes, whether it is having the kind of labs, then that knowledge just vanishes. That is what I just request the government is, we should start at least, if not on entire country, few other selected states, and start implementing in a comprehensive, complete manner, so that because it cannot be a kind of piecemeal approach in all the states. Instead of that, we identify the potential states, put all the resources, and start in a very comprehensive and integrated way. This is how we can take it forward at a national level also. And one more like advantage that I saw is this LRI inputs are hydrology inputs are also used to a greater extent in agrometry advisors to the farmers. So it is a kind of very unique system. All of you are here. You can visit that our center here, KSNMBC, and then see how specific farmer-based agrometry advisors are being given, taking into inputs from LRI. So it is not just one planning and everything. It will be very farmer-specific, useful advices can be given depending upon his crop, depending upon his field conditions, becoming a hydroscope. These are the few aspects that I would like to highlight here. Thank you for giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh, for bringing in optimism that we can scale it up. What we should all remember is that there is no unlimited corpus of money with anybody, right? There are many demands on this money in our country. Watershed management is a comprehensive approach. It's a concerted, collaborative approach. So whatever money is made available by the Department of Land Resources should be used as a seed money to make a framework, planning, and then use other resources. Narega, for example, that's the best amount available, Flexi Fund. Then Forest Department, Agriculture Department, Livestock, Animal Husbandry, all of them have their schemes. So if we prepare a proper LRI-based comprehensive land use planning for the micro watershed, and then say where the ridge has to be treated, where is the drainage line to be treated, what are the livelihood options. So the CEO of that particular micro watershed, supported by the district committee, should be able to get everybody to make investments there. So it requires a lot of participation, not just at the people level, but at the agencies level. Many a time we keep talking about PPP mode, public-private partnership. But I firmly believe that public-private partnership will succeed provided public-public partnership is demonstrated as success. Our own government agencies do not talk to each other, right? So how do we bring various public agencies to work together? And how do we then get civic bodies, NGOs, etc., to become active partners. Wherever NGOs are active, it's a success, as Nitin said. So I think what Mahesh has said, that LRI can be a tool for fixing variable costs. I agree with you that there will be cost norms which will vary from one topography to another. We can have a fixed cost norm, plus there can be a variable cost, where if each of the state government is able to demonstrate or to prove that particular agroecology demands a particular extra cost, for which there should be some flexi fund, I think, with the Department of Land Resources. So we should be able to add. I fully agree with you that we can't have a uniform norm across the country, right? So we can have this thing you have shared that. So I think if your protocol is shared with everybody, then they know how to scale it up, right? So now we are left with two more speakers, and please bear with us. It is a very important topic because the next panel sessions will be actually going into the next level of details. So before I come to Nitin, I will come back to you. So we'll now have the first round with Dr. Dinesh because he's the CEO of Kerala, and then we got another CEO from Assam, Madam Dr. Kaveri. So we'll listen to them, and then we'll request the jazz to respond. Yes, Dr. Nitin.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I won't take
Dinesh,
much.
sorry.
Yes, sir. I don't take much time, and I'll make some general comments only because all of a sudden we too were put from the from the participant side to panelist side. But sir, we do have certain concerns. Generally our tourism people project Kerala as God's own country. Why? Because of its natural beauty. We have the magnificent Western Ghats, we have the undulating Midland hills and the coastal area, and we have certain concerns also because, see, last week it was heavily raining in Kerala. For the last 5-6 days, it rained such a manner that we got 1 month rains in 6 days. And an annual rainfall in Kerala is almost 3,000 mm. And rainfall is more in North Kerala than in South Kerala. And southwest monsoon is more in North Kerala than in South Kerala. And we get the southeast monsoon more in South Kerala than in North Kerala. So there are some paradoxes. Yes, still there is one issue. We get more rain in North Kerala. But one of the districts that I was discussing with Nitin sir last day is one of the critical area where groundwater level is fast declining. That's the Kasaragod district. And we have some of the rain shadow areas in Idiki called Chinnar, where we do not get rain at all sometimes. So in certain years, we do not get rain at all. And thing is that even though we get almost 3,000 mm of rains, after February, things are different. So many of many parts of Kerala, we face water shortages, so we have to supply water in tankers. So that is one paradox. We have this Western Ghats, which is sometimes referred as the water bowl of Kerala. We have a lot of wetlands, but another thing is that we have lost almost 50% of the wetlands in the last 50 years. So we are facing certain challenges, and our Western Ghats, our part of Western Ghats is one of the hotspot of biodiversity also. So this, why I made these general comments is to just highlight the importance of this sustainable watershed management in Kerala. And we have wonderful experience in PMKIOs for WDC PMKIOs also, and also in some of the initiative taken up by our political leaders that I would like to mention. In two constituencies, one constituency in Kattakada in Thiruvananthapuram district, where we have the PMKIOs program also, one MLA has taken an initiative way back, and which has resulted in wonderful change in the whole area. And with our PMKSY, we have made so many initiatives. And we have taken up a lot of NRM works. Now that part is turned from semi-critical to safe area. And water table has been very much raised, and our NRM compliance, also agriculture and allied activities has resulted in increase in fair income of our farmers there in Kattakada area. And in that particular area where we introduced our PMKFC projects, NAMM, so we have also initiated one IoT-based planning also. That why I highlighted this is the land-based, land resource inventory is also very much important in our planning and implementation process. In IoT-based planning, our farmers will get the real-time data on the soil profiles, our weather conditions, our rainfall, and everything. Real-time data will be delivered to farmers so that they can take up the remedial measures, the fertilization, and many other aspects. Even in this beekeeping and in animal husbandry, also this humidity, rainfall, and everything is turns to be very important for our farmers in that area. So this PMKSY schemes in that particular block in Neyamam and Trivandrum is training wonderful. And another thing is that our own LSGD minister has taken up one sustainable Tirthala is his constituency for the last 3-4 years. Now, Tirthala was earlier a semi-critical zone, but now it has turned to be a safe zone due to the various sustainable watershed management programs. So we have similar programs scattered in many parts of Kerala. And another example I would like to highlight is that in Attappady area in Palakkad district, which is almost a barren area, some 20 years back, one of our environmentalist and poet, Sugatomari teacher, she has taken up a project with the forest department where an afforestation program for 100 hectares were taken up. And there were a stream which was dried up years back. And after implementation of the project by 6-7 years, that stream has again came back.
Correct.
So we have such experiences in small experiences, but in many parts of Kerala, we need to take this LRI-based approach. I just to mention that Kasaragod district is very particular for me because I have learned a lot from that district. So such projects can be taken up. That LRI would be very much useful for planning these areas. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh. Yeah, you have raised some very practical issues. See, this is the paradox in our country, you know. We have very heavy rainfall and simultaneously there is a drought or water shortage. If we say that 3,000 millimeters of average annual rainfall also experiences water crisis, it is the biggest comment on our irrational use of water resources. And certainly you need a watershed approach. It is certainly a combination of loss of flora in upper streams in Kerala, as we see, because there's so much of indiscreet construction activity going on in Kerala. I think that's the biggest cause. Because one thing we should know that our hills and mountains in our country are all young. They are still settling down, including Himalayas. And we have been fiddling with those things without any land use planning. Where we are not supposed to build, we are building. We are seeing in Haridwar, we are seeing in Kerala, right? And all your water is flowing into the sea. Why are we not taking care to ensure there is better percolation and better infiltration? And that happens provided you take care of your soil. Otherwise, just water will keep on flowing. So certainly, I think LRI is very, very useful for you. You must come and study LRI of Karnataka and see how you can replicate this thing, right? And we want God's own country to remain a God's own country. Okay, thank you very much. And then, but of course, as you said, there are many people's representatives and community participation, etc. in Kerala, which is very active. And that means you can really get people into participating in management. And you are the first state, which showed that literacy, for example, was a movement of the people in 1980s. And from there, this Aksharata mission, literacy mission spread across the country. And you are the first state where village-based planning was taken up by some well-meaning people. So there are many useful and scalable models that Kerala has shown. So I'm sure that Watershed can be easily scaled up in Kerala. Thank you. So now we have Madam Dr. Kaveri Sharma from Assam, another state with similar topography nearly, with sheets of water. So let's listen to your experiences of watershed management.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. As we all know, Assam is flood prone, and PRI activities, system will definitely help us. And this is the first wave of flood has already started. And in fact, 3 days back, the Honorable CM has already declared a holiday because we couldn't move out of the house because of all these flash floods, of course, in the town, in the city. And even otherwise, rain started heavily in Upper Assam since April itself, because I was there. We had panchayat elections, and I was there as an observer, and I could feel like I went visiting the places. Nobody could do any work as such. So we have a very short period of time to work. Like it's from, you can say October, November, end of October, November till March. Till March, beginning of April in Upper Assam, and of course in Lower Assam also, it's the same. We can't do a lot of structures like this, like we are doing a lot of work in PMKSY, and we have built a lot of trenches, percolation dam, check dam, gabion structures, and plantation as well. And a lot of farmers have been benefited, more than a lakh farmers have been benefited. And we try to, we have a lot of awareness programs amongst the villagers and farmers, And like as Carissa has mentioned, we had the Yatra, Watershed Yatra recently, 3 months back. There's this van which was very beneficial to us. It went through 30 projects, like in 29 districts. And Jana Bhagidari, a lot of people were also involved. And we have LRI projects in, we have taken it up in 3 districts, like we have in Kamrup Metro, Saraigaon, and Morigaon. The survey is being done, and in one of the districts I've already submitted. It's been done by Assam Agricultural University. And after our PMKSY, a lot of soil and moisture conservation has also taken place. Like we could, 11,682 hectares were hectares of land were benefited. And plantation activities are also going on, and a lot of self-help groups are also involved. 4,597 groups, self-help groups have been involved. And yeah, that's it, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kaveri. I think, what you have placed before us here is a challenge of heavy water, heavy rainfall, just as in Kerala. So this must ring an alarm that we can't have uniform design of the interventions we make. Whether it is drainage line treatment or water harvesting, different kinds of engineering structures that we build, we can't have uniform norms. And therefore, what Mahesh also was saying, that cost norms have to vary. This particular point, Dr. Reddy remembers, we discussed a lot when we prepared the new watershed guidelines. What should be the ratio between engineering treatment and biological treatment? Because most watersheds, particularly at the implementation stage, tend to focus on engineering treatment. We build some water harvesting structures and some kind of gabion structures and say that watershed is done. Therefore, in new generation watershed guidelines, we have given more importance to biological treatment. Right, Dr. Reddy? And we said even the ratio of expenditure between engineering and the biological treatment must be balanced. This is not to decry the importance of engineering treatment. They are required, particularly in heavy slopes, where there is heavy rainfall. We need to check the speed of the water, for example. But biology is very important. That means what kind of tree plantation we take up, what kind of agronomics, the cropping plan we do. Unfortunately, I see that we do not give importance to the change in the cropping plan. We do not give any importance to other activities like livestock, beekeeping, etc., which are very important not only from the perspective of land use, but to also harvest the supplementary and complementary nature of relationships that exist between one activity and another. So watershed is a total science. Watershed is a total science. You need to be soil scientist, agronomist, you need to be an agriculture economist, you should be an entrepreneur. Every single component has to be brought in there. And then, of course, how to maintain that thereafter. So that all depends upon changing the attitude of the people. So this must be discussed. Now what I will do is Dr. Nitin will respond briefly to an issue which is troubling his mind, and he'll clarify our concern also. And thereafter, we'll leave it open to the House. I know it's time for lunch, but I think we'll take 5 questions. And the people who make questions must be very crisp. Don't give a lecture. Be very crisp as to what you want to ask and whom do you want to ask. And we'll ask our panelists here to answer. I would say that there can be 6 questions so that each panelist can answer at least 1 question. All right? Nitin, please go ahead.
Maheshji, you raise an issue regarding the need to have variable cost norms depending on the topography or the circumstances in that particular landscape. So, sir, I think we have taken care of this aspect to a certain extent. In our PMKSY WC2 also, for the plain areas, the cost norm is 22,000 rupees per hectare. For hilly areas, it's 28,000. And there is a third category for which we have kept a range between 22 to 28. So the SLNA can decide depending on the need for giving how much. So this is taken into consideration to a certain extent. Yes, we agree that this 28 or 22,000 is not sufficient to ensure 100% saturation. So to make up that shortfall, we have thought of convergence. So to some extent that convergence is chipping in, but we can't say that it's giving us full saturation. So sir, realizing this issue, then we thought of developing some model watersheds. So recently we have sanctioned some model watershed projects to some states. Here we are trying to saturate these projects 100%. These are ongoing projects under our WC2, but there if they need some additional money, 3 crore, 4 crore, then we are giving it to them so that they can saturate it 100%. And it can become a showcase project for the entire state or that particular region. So there we have seen that around 30 to 35,000 rupees are required if we think in terms of cost terms. So now when it comes to WC3, we will again revise it from 22 or 28,000, it will be again revised. The methodology may be the same which was followed last time based on the inflation index, etc. Otherwise, we may come up with some other solution, but definitely we'll have to revise it as the inflation has gone up. Coming to other 2 aspects which Kerala and Assam CEO have raised, I think these are very valid concerns. I would rather say that this climate change has thrown such a challenge to us that earlier we could prioritize in terms of drought-prone area. But now the areas which were drought-prone, they are getting heavy rainfall. So our entire planning is now needs to be relooked into. But here one important aspect is, in case of Kerala as well as Assam, I would say, even though these drought-prone area may get, Assam, leave apart Assam, in case of Kerala, even though the drought-prone areas may get high rainfall, but if that water is not harvested, it's not going to make much difference. You may have greater water availability till November, December, but after that you will again face scarcity. So water harvesting is very important. In case of Assam, yes, we know that Assam is a very heavy rainfall state, but there also the same issue persists, that there is no harvesting of the water. First major reason is Assam is in a seismic zone. Assam can't have bigger dams. So bigger dams are a risk there. So there are no bigger dams. So after October, November, there is no water, even though they get 3,000 millimeter rainfall. So the only viable option is to have check dams, smaller check dams, smaller structures, so that the water is harvested and there is no seismic risk also. So Assam has some such peculiar situation. There, Kaveri, I would like to suggest to you, LRI studies in Assam are going to be very important, very interesting. The reason is Assam gets flooded 3-4 times in a year. So in LRI, we study the soil. So your soil is getting replaced very fast. In case of other states, it's very rare. They can say that the soil characteristics are going to last for 50 or 100 years. But for you, we don't know. And with the changing international scenario, with changing dynamics, what kind of soil you are getting as a result of flood, that will be very important aspect. So I think here, sir, here we will get a very diverse LRI findings across the states.
Good.
So that will be quite interesting, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Yes, you have clarified a lot of concerns. I do remember that we have a varying, the cost norms. In fact, I remember we recommended 32,000 rupees per hectare in hilly areas particularly, but then I think by discussion, we said, all right, let it be 28,000. Okay, so now we open it to the house. First come, first serve basis. So the first hand, please. Those who would like to ask questions, or if you want to make comments, very briefly. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, yes. Give him a mic there. You can also point at the person you would like to answer you.
Sir, myself Sivacharan Jethi. I am from Odisha. I am working as project director of Watershed in the southernmost district, that is Koraput. Koraput is with high rainfall, high slope also. People used to cut the slopes and cultivate crops and making houses also. And this is a serious outcome, I think, from soil conservation point of view. And that you are talking that we must have a state policy to stop that. Secondly,
state policy
to stop that.
Okay, good.
Or put in a management that. Secondly, RF reserve forest is situated at the ridge lines. But in general watersheds, we are not allowed to enter into the reserve forest area. Though that is not treated, it will not help the watershed management in a greater way. Those questions should be answered, sir.
Yeah. Anybody else so that can answer commonly this? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. So this is just a suggestion by on the perspective of reward project. Actually, the project is very scientifically designed based on LRI, but what next? That means the project has to continue sustainably after reward goes out. So that is the purpose of the reward project. So it has to be done by the department finally. So what actors you are seeing, like IITs, Indian Institute of Science, then universities and other scientific departments which we are now collaborating. So it is the time to see after that how they could be inbuilt in the system, because I am finding, I worked in the department also, in the field, in ICR and other institutions also. So a feeling is coming to my mind, finally the person who will work in the field, the departmental person, how much they are involved. That is for the planning, whether when we leave, can they plan using LRI? Design, is there a method of design? Finally they will certify that, yes, I certify that the design has been made as per the recommendation of reward and sign it. That means the accountability will increase provided the scientific temper and the attitude to accept science by the department increases.
Yeah.
Planning, design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and
Yeah,
all these
I
things
think I will request Nitin, you can answer that particular question. Dr. Mishra's question. I will answer yours, okay? What is your name? Huh? Suni paru nahi mu. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we may answer these questions first, otherwise we'll forget. So,
Good afternoon, sir.
please hold on. So,
We'll answer this question and then come to you. Yeah.
So yes, it's quite natural to think that reward should be continued through other bigger scheme. But it all depends on the findings. So the government has to get convinced about the utility of the reward methodology, reward technologies, so that we can think of scaling it up across the country level. So I think that is the course of every watershed methodology which has come up. It may be also there in other departments, but I can give you an example. I think this model of community-driven watershed management, it has come up through, I think it has come up after some of the individuals, they set up some examples. I think Popatrao Pawar, he did it in Hirwe Bajar. If I'm not wrong, I think Anna Hazare also, before him, he did it in Kaligan Siddhi. And then Paliwalji did it in Plantri. So on the basis of these individually led experiments, we then thought of adopting this community-led approach in our guidelines, and then it was integrated in IWMP. So the same logic applies here. If reward is found to be useful, then naturally it will be scaled up through other bigger government schemes. And that time I think we'll be able to answer your question, how reward principles and science and technology is taken forward.
Yeah, now just to complement what Nitin has said, it is the people's community ownership. In the watershed guidelines itself, it has been suggested that to make watershed sustainable, we should take up watershed by consulting with the people before we start it. Only when the Gram Panchayat and the local people say that we will take responsibility, we should be starting it. We sometimes thrust it on the people. So we should enter, that's what watershed guidelines say, that we enter into a partnership that you will be willing to take over the responsibility after it is completed. And once it is done, as you rightly said, whether it is reward or any scheme, wherever the watershed is being implemented, it has to be handed over to the Gram Panchayat. Okay? Because Gram Panchayat is the local governance system, democratic organization. So somebody must take over. So naturally when they take over, they're supposed to inspect and say, okay, these are the drainage lines, these are the water harvesting structures, this is the plantation done, and take over and maintain it using the Narega and other kinds of grants. Okay? So that's what it is. And what that boy from Koraput said is 100% right. See, I have worked in Koraput, so I know the watershed approach in Koraput district. What you're saying is very important because there's a forested area. But Orissa has a very rich and very successful experience of joint forest management. And that kind of joint forest management that has happened in Odisha, it has happened very little in other states. So whether it is reserve forest where the forest department is supposed to manage, but all the protected forests and the fringe forests, there the government itself has said that people can go maintain it through the joint forest management committees. And there what is happening is, where this paddy cultivation happens on the slopes, there we have to be very careful. Whether we are treating the land properly along the contours. In Koraput, Kalahandi, all the rim land of Odisha, what we need is a contour bunding, contour cultivation. Unless we practice contour cultivation, taking into consideration the rainfall pattern, the land classification, is it class 4, class 3, class 2? You have to go by land use classification. Unfortunately, in Koraput, Kalahandi, Bolangir, etc., we do not follow land land classification, that USDA system, right? So I think we need proper rich value treatment there. We need certainly a policy not to allow construction. It's very difficult to get land, plain land there in those regions. So many a time people go on the hilltop. And once you loosen the soil there, it all adds to soil erosion. It leads to water flow at an accelerated pace. These problems are there. So I think some new guidelines are certainly required that I think it can be noted. Not only for Odisha, in all hilly areas, this is important. Likewise in Assam and, where this heavy water is there, many a time the challenge is it watershed approach there? Or is it a command area development approach? See, CADA, for example, where we are supposed to practice certain interventions for proper water use management, I think some of the learning from CADA can be taken, integrated into watershed approach in heavy rainfall areas. Just think over. So in CADA, primarily it is how to use water in an efficient manner and also change the cropping plan according to the water availability there. So in heavy rainfall areas, where this is a challenge, water is a challenge, but simultaneously there is erosion and therefore it calls for watershed intervention. I think we need to blend the basic principles of watershed management and command area development learnings in different states. That may be one way out. I'm not too sure, but this is what comes to my mind at the moment. All right. Here one gentleman wanted to ask a question. Yes, quickly.
Good afternoon, sir. I am G. Hanmantrayappa, Superintendent Engineer, Government of Karnataka. I am from Bangalore only. Because of cloud burst, we are getting floods. Why can't we have linking of rivers at central government level?
Yeah, I think that's a very large question. Now it is not part of the watershed management, but I can only tell you, as far as, we've been talking in our country about linking rivers for a long time, for many decades now. And some experiments have happened also. For example, Ken Betwa now is under consideration in Madhya Pradesh. In Odisha, for example, the water of Godavari basin has been shifted into, which is that? I just forget now. So there have been some experiments. But you see, when you link water, one river with another river, you are changing the basic ecology. So you don't know what are the consequences of that. It looks very nice on the paper that I will link one river with another river. But then what are the consequences and the entire ecology is to be studied. Let me give the example of Rajasthan. Rajasthan desert ecosystem has its own unique feature. Today, after Indira Gandhi canal has come there, new kinds of problems have crept up. New kinds of microflora, which is impacting the health of the animals, health of the people. So I feel that we should be extremely careful in changing the natural ecology that exists. We should not fiddle with it too much. So only after having studied all these consequences, we should be looking at it. Okay? But anyway, we will not discuss much about it. That is a different subject altogether. How do you rejuvenate water, rivers? There's a bright example right in Indore city, for example, they're trying to rejuvenate one stream and they have done it successfully. So this is a larger question. We can discuss it subsequently. All right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next. Quickly, I think we'll have last two questions now. Yes, please give the mic there.
Okay.
Yeah, you are asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I thought it. So you go quickly then. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, it's not a question. I have 2-3 submissions to the body. 2-3 points means I have been working with different states and to be specific.
Please introduce yourself so everybody knows.
I am Nitin Patil, Director, National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning. And the experience I was trying to share with the body is we are collaborating with many different state agencies, and the experience about PMKSY is varied. Some states are very advanced. They know what is LRI and they know how to implement it. Some states are not. So taking it forward would require that we can categorize the states into different classes. Like
Mike.
Some states have good legacy data. Some states do not have. Like Karnataka or southern states have good number of soil profiles. And in some states you don't have data at all. So we can categorize the states into 2 or 3 categories. One, with good number of soil data or LRI data. Second, not so good, medium kind of data. And third, not at all. And then when we take PMKSY or reward or any similar project forward, we can pick up those states with good number of soil profiles that have been studied in the past. Then we can apply some smart algorithms to quickly develop or acquire land resources data. Second thing is states have varied capacity, varied capability or skills. So again, we can also link it with the legacy data so that when we try to take the cases have been PMKSY or any project forward, it could be again linked to these 2 specific sets. The other thing is spurious agencies have cropped up. They are ready to provide soil data to any agency that needs it. So we have to check it. And the third thing is soil information system of the country is to be built. Now, as you said, state agencies or government agencies do not talk to each other. SLUCI has a lot of LRI data. NBSS has a lot of data. These data could be brought together to reduce the repetitive nature. And there were some cost concerns as well. These cost concerns specifically arise because we want to take into account the soil variability. If I'm working in Karnataka in a not so good topography, or let us say undulating topography, there would be more soil variability. Obviously, there would be number of soils profiles to be studied more. In plains, the studies will be lesser. So there will be definitely some variability in cost. So what I suggested during some of the meetings is, let us have fixed component and then 100 to 200 rupees variable component depending on topography, leaving it to the SLNA. And as far as soil survey is concerned or LRI is concerned, it should be a uniform protocol. We have developed it. Let it be adopted by all the state agencies. Let us be very, very clear about it, because finally the aim is to build a soil information system of the country. And once we have that information system in place, smart algorithms would be making your LRI work very, very easy. And the last point I would like to submit is, many times people complain to me when I go to some state agencies that your PMKSY guidelines do not provide specifically that NBSS be consulted or this agency, that agency. And why do I give the project to you? Why not some other agency? When I try to tell them that we are a government agency, there is nothing to worry about quotations and all that, some of the state agencies do not understand it. So let it be mandatory that yes, there is an apex organization in the country which is notified by Government of India, and it must agree to your methods, protocols, and whatever SOP that we have developed, that must be used by any state agency. So that these spurious agencies are taken care of. So these are the 2-3 points I thought I should.
Thank you very much. You have given some good suggestions. So every state, depending upon the stage at which it is relating to data. I saw that we are supposed to also discuss about centralized database that will enable the digital support system. So in fact, the database that the Ministry of Agriculture in Delhi is developing, I think that's going to be extremely useful. Because that database is called the registry, because it has the authenticated data. It will have data about every piece of land. It will have data about the farmers' families. So when we combine this along with the soil data, I think we should be able to do better management. See, now we at least have had 2 cycles of soil testing in the country between 15 to 17 and 2017 to 19. Universal soil testing has happened in this country. Every state has this particular soil data. So those states which do not have LRI data to begin with should be able to make use of the soil test data that is available. And also LBS, NUP has done soil testing across the country. It may be dated now. It has been done quite some time back. But wherever that data is available, even that can be used. And as rightly suggested, based on some algorithm, we should be able to extrapolate it. So don't wait for LRI. Because it is a costly business. till such time as every state is able to have LRI based data, I think do make use of the LBS data and also the soil testing data. Okay, so this will close it. Last question and then we stop it. Last question, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Suthish Kumar, a technical expert from Kerala. My humble suggestion is that the project approval may be given at least 1 year earlier, so that this LRI preparation is a costly and time-consuming affair. So if sanction is given 1 year earlier, we will be prepared. During this 1 year, LRI can be completed and we can be prepared with a reasonably good DPR. That is one thing, sir. Second thing is data, as rightly pointed out by NBSS and LUP, data is available with NBSS, SLUCI, then our remote sensing agencies and so many agencies, but it is not accessible to us.
Yes.
So it may be made available in a common platform so that it will be more practical and we can prepare LRI in a better way. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. I think your second suggestion is very good. You know, apart from LBS, Lucy in the Department of Agriculture has been working on it for the last 70 years. Most of us don't even know that data is available. So I think please, you make use of it. Call that our Lucy. Yeah, I'll just answer this, and I'm only requesting you. Call this Lucy in Delhi. They're sitting in our Noida area. And then, of course, LBS. All this data is extremely useful, which we should make use of. And then first one you can answer, and also you can share your thoughts.
Patil Saab, you raise a very important point. So in fact, we had thought about this when we were thinking of reward 2. So if LRI is a costly business, so can we categorize LRI in 3 categories? So that some may be very intensive and some may be lesser intensive and lesser time taking. So that is a very good suggestion. We are already thinking on that, and Reddy ji ek kaam karte hain, inko bulaiye and we can take suggestions from them, and let's try to make use of the already available database. So if we don't need to do much elaborate exercise, we can utilize that data. I think that is the best thing to happen. And the second question, which the suggestion, 1 year advance, yes, that's very, very, very valid. I mentioned in my earlier talk that in case of WC2, yes, we have not been able to make use of the LRI exercise. We have already started implementing WC2, and later on we are doing LRI exercise, then it is infructuous in some way when it comes to implementing the LRI related work. So we'll definitely think about this when it comes to WC3. We'll have to plan accordingly. Yeah. And for planning WC3, yes, we have started advanced preparations. Last time, due to various reasons, we couldn't sanction the projects before the scheme started. So this time we are trying to do it in advance so that we get more time for DPR making and actual work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, friend. Now what I will do is that our other panelists, what one message each of them would like to communicate as very critical to make watershed and LRI-based watershed management successful. Just one message in brief. Who would like to start? Mahesh, would you like to say? One message that you want to communicate.
Integration of all technical partners is the best way of taking it forward. Instead of individually working, integrated approach.
Yeah, so in fact this also answers, somebody asked what happens to IISc, what happens to IIT Kharagpur, what happens to NBSS, all science bodies, state agriculture universities, all of us, I mean these institutes are the repositories of knowledge. You know, I mean our Vice Chancellor, BOS Dharwad is sitting here. He is himself a repository of soil science knowledge. So we should be able to make use of all these things. And okay, that's a good suggestion. Yes. Murthy Garu, you did say, yes.
What came out, I mean, it's very good discussion on how to collect data and how to use it. What we really liked and see in the reward project is how it is being communicated to the farmers. Okay. The data is converted into LRI charts, given to them, they're trained. And Karnataka has also had LRI extension managers who are working intensively with them. So the adoption of the data on the field is the final putting that, result we want to see.
Yeah.
So I think these models are also very important to be thought through right now. How do you communicate? How do you enable its adoption? I think that's the message.
Thank you very much. I think, rapporteurs may kindly note all these things, because it's a final message that will go to various policymakers. That data democratization is very important in India. We have already done away with the Official Secrets Act, which was there since British days. Now tell me, data on soil, data on farmers, why should it be kept as confidential information? Particularly when you are asking for private sector to participate, NGOs to participate. So data on soils, data on water, we should make it available as open source to anybody and everybody. So I think rapporteurs must put down all these points, so that I'm sure somewhere it will hit the policymaker, and we have the policymaker right here dealing with this thing to take it forward. Okay, thank you. Radigar, you can tell me.
Yeah, based on my experience, this community awareness, community participation are crucial for any sustainable development of Watershed project. You have to ensure these two besides technology.
Yes, thank you very much. Community participation, that means we have a MOU with the local people. I'm coming here with the watershed, provided you are going to own the responsibility. And they should take charge of it when it is done, signing that this is what has been done and I'll take care of it. Okay? So that's very important. Yes, Dr. Dinesh.
Just one thing, sir. This is technological solutions for planning, implementation, people's participation, and monitoring. That's all one.
Awareness, sir. Awareness of the people, especially the panchayat level people in village, so that the farmers are benefited. Thank you, sir.
All right, I think so. We'll close it here. And on behalf of all of you sitting here and all the organizers, I would like to wholeheartedly thank all my co-panelists who have been a source of knowledge and have very openly communicated their respective dimensions. So thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, then Dr. Murthy, and my young friend Nitin here, another young friend Mahesh here, and Dr. Dinesh, and Dr. Kaveri. So let's give big hands to all of them. So thank you very much, Dr. Ashok, to you. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I need to thank you, sir. When we designed this panel discussion, I was really concerned how this will go. And Dr. Dalbhai sir was not even available to discuss the modalities of these things. And when he walked in straight to the dais here, and it happened so well that it's a miracle for me. And with his able experience in this field, Watershed is such a comprehensive and very complicated also at times. One person is concerned with improving just productivity, and other person is also concerned with what will happen to the society, community, the appraisal. That is why these three E's, the economy, the equity, and the ecology, all three are very adequately discussed in this particular panel. I compliment the able chairmanship of Dr. Dalbhai sir, and taking all all the delegates and the co-panelists into this whole discussion so very well that it has really given me immense pleasure the way it has turned out. I also would like to thank sincerely Dr. Mahesh Sirurji and Mr. Nitin Khade sir and Mr. Murthy sir and Dr. Reddy sir and the two CEOs who I extemporally asked them to join here, Dr. Kaveri Sharma ji and Dr. Dinesh Chatwat. So I really thank, and we have still way to go. Like we are discussing the very same things in the next 2 days, and don't be disheartened that somebody has not asked a question and his problem is not solved. We are still there. I think we are precisely gathered here to discuss only those things, and we will do that thoroughly, and I look forward to your active participation. And I request the Special Officer, Dr. N.V. Prakash, to do the honors to the respected Chairman, sir, today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you so much to you. I mean, you are very kind because you are my senior at the college. He has been kind in his words to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all the participants for your active participation. Now we will have lunch in the same venue where we had the breakfast in the morning. Kindly have lunch quickly and assemble back at 3 o'clock, 45 minutes, so that we will have a next session which will also be more enlightening. Thank you. 3 o'clock, please.
availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data.
Hello. 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 On the capacity information generated by the LRI partners, primary ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ
Join about
Modula 1 program has laid a very strong foundation for extending the scope of scientific advancements while planning. So probably when we go through the presentations today, you will come to know how we have evolved over the years and where we are now. For this, we have eminent speakers who have completed several years in the field of land resource inventory, watershed management, and other aspects. So we will start the technical session 2, which is on prospects of LRI-based approaches in watershed management, to be chaired by Sri Nitin Khade. And there are 3 main speakers in this particular session before the tea break. So I request all of you to please make note of your observations and yeah. So we will start the technical session. So good afternoon to all. The technical session 3 we will start. So technical session 2 we will start now, and the chairperson for this particular technical session is Sri Nitin Khade. I request Nitin Khade sir to come on to the dais and occupy the chair. Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, Nitin Khade sir, as you are aware, he has been the guiding force at the DOLR, wherein his few words he told about his practical experience of conserving water in his village, which shows how practical sir is. So I welcome him on behalf of UAS Bangalore and Central of Excellence on Watershed Management and Watershed Development Department to this particular session. And I request Dr. B.G. Vasanthi, Senior Scientist, AICRP and Dryland Agriculture to occupy the chair for rapporteur, as rapporteur, and also Dr. C. Seenappa, Professor of Agronomy, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, to be the another rapporteur. So there are 3 speakers in this particular session, and I request Shri Nitin Khade sir to take over this program.
Good afternoon to all. I think we can start with the first presentation. Yes. Reddy sir? Okay. So Dr. C.P. Reddy, he will give us an overview of watershed development programs implemented in India.
Good afternoon, respected chair and dear rapporteurs and participants. I'm just giving you an overview of watershed development programs implemented in India. Which side? No.
This side, sir. It is changing.
Okay. This.
This side. Yeah.
Okay. See, why do we need watershed programs in India? And the importance of watersheds are that we have only 2.4% of the world land area, 4% of the water resources. However, we are a world highest populated country, which is more than 17.3%. So, and we have highest world livestock also, 11.54%. So looking into these statistics, you know the availability of land and how important land management. The per capita land availability is 0.23 hectares, whereas world it is 1.75 hectares. Then agricultural land is only 0.12. And despite of development of various irrigation projects, still we have 51% of the net cultivated area under rain-fed conditions, and which is supporting 40% of the human population and 2/3 of the livestock. And 84% of rural poor, including majority of tribal, lives in the rain-fed areas. And rain-fed areas even today contributes 40% of the food grain production in the country. So that is how important the rain-fed areas and degraded areas development. And watershed program has been proved as one of the successful program for development of the rain-fed and degraded areas. And as per the latest statistics available in the country, that is 2021, the Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas of India, which shows that 97 million hectares is the degraded area, which is 29%. And out of that, the majority of the area, that is 36 million hectare, is water erosion, 17 million hectare wind erosion, 30 million hectare vegetation degradation, 4 million salinity, 10 million others, and waterlogging, etc. And this is the latest land degradation situation in our country. Therefore, there is every need to develop the degraded and rain-fed areas. And as you know that watershed development has undergone significant transitions, and I'll just explain how we have this is the evolution of the watershed sector in our country. The first national level program was started in 1962, that is the soil and water conservation river valley projects. It was implemented only for the reducing the silt load into irrigation dams. That was the objective with which we have implemented this river valley projects. And the activities undertaken is only soil and water conservation. And 70s May we have launched drought-prone area programs and desert development programs. And 80s we had integrated wasteland development programs. All these programs were implemented in isolated manner and in sectoral basis, and a very specific purpose they were implemented. In 1990s, this National Watershed Development Projects for rainfed areas was introduced. The actual watershed concept was introduced at national level in 90s only, and the guidelines were issued by, prepared by the great scientist Hanmant Rao. Those watershed guidelines were implemented for all the programs implemented by Government of India. And in 1990, these watershed concept national level implemented for all river valley projects, drought-prone area project, desert development projects. And later on in 2003, the Haryali guidelines were issued. The only difference is Haryali guidelines empowered the Gram Panchayats for both physical and financial powers were delegated for implementation of the watershed projects. Then later on in 2005, the Ministry of Rural Development has constituted a Padasarathi committee. This committee evaluated the watershed programs implemented in the country and made a recommendation. Based on the recommendations of Padasarathi committee, National Rainfed Area Authority has been created at the national level, and new guidelines were prepared. The programs which are being implemented all these years were closed in 2009, and only flagship program, Integrated Watershed Development Program, was launched as a national level, and DOLR was made a nodal department for implementation of watershed program. Earlier, the programs were implemented in various ministries, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Rural Development. So from 2009 onwards, a flagship program, Integrated Watershed Management, was implemented up to 2015. 2015, that when new government came into the power, and they consolidated the watershed program as a component of umbrella program, that is Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. The integrated watershed management program has many new features. One of the features is dedicated institutions at all levels, SLNA, district level and watershed level, village level, and with multidisciplinary professional support we have introduced. And another important feature of this 2009 guidelines was livelihood component. Earlier, the livelihood component was not there. In 2009, it was introduced for assetless and as well as landed people. This 2009 guidelines is the major change, and subsequently then the WDC PMKSY came into the picture 2015 with the same guidelines, and 2021 this was completed, and the PMKSY WDC2 was approved by the government, and that is now implemented. It is having project period up to 26. In the meantime, 2022, based on the experiences of Shujala and other World Bank projects, the reward project was conceptualized and approved. This is launched in 2022 in the same hall by the Honorable Union Minister of Rural Development and Chief Minister of the Karnataka in May 2022. And now this reward program, whatever we get the best experiences, those will be used for preparation of national technical guidelines, and that will be included into the next program, whatever we get WDC3. And initially it was only engineering measures. Subsequently, we included productivity enhancement. Later on, participatory planning implementation came into the picture. Then community-led and livelihood, then LRI. Now in WDC2, we have introduced LRI, scientific planning, convergence, integrated farming systems, etc. So this is how the Indian watersheds have been evolved, and now we are at this stage. And the reward, all these were introduced based on the experiences of various multinational and state level, national level programs. This is how watersheds evolved in our country. And we have a rich experience of these programs, and this is how we are implementing programs. Then the watershed, you know how it is. Then the issues and challenges of the program is, as you all know, that watershed areas are mostly having poor soils, climate adverse conditions, soil erosion, less soil depth, biomass already is scanty, then less water holding capacity, low productivity. So the various watershed activities are undertaken looking into these issues, location specific issues, and basically we do soil and water conservation, plantation, etc., which provides protective irrigation, improves productivity, development degraded land, and there is a possibility of increasing vegetation and soil organic carbon content, but which is not clearly measured and given in our evaluation. But in future evaluation, this aspect is required to be included, as it is gaining importance now. This is how issues and challenges. And the present program, we have cost norms of 22,000 for plains and 28,000 for difficult areas. Funding pattern, you know, 60 into 40 for normal states, 90:10 for northeast and hill states. Project period is 3 to 5 years. We have a dedicated institutions at all levels and with multidisciplinary support. This is the only program at national level which is having 10% of the administrative component. 10% project cost is provided for admin component. Then coming to the activities, you know, basically the people participation is central in our program, and the capacity building, awareness, then the institution formation of institutions at various levels, afforestation, horticulture, and NRM activities, production system, micro enterprises, and springshade development. Now, livelihoods recently we have closed, because there is a national level rural livelihood management program is there, livelihood mission, that is being taking care of this livelihood activities, and so that livelihood component is removed from the project program. And next, basically our technical strategy is that ridge to valley approach, and WDC2 in 10% of the project we wanted use of LRI and hydrological models for efficient science-based watershed management. Then the in situ moisture conservation, reduced runoff velocity, water harvesting structures, fortification, vegetation, farming systems, change in land use. So this is the technical strategy which we have been adopting for implementation of the watershed project. The motto is Khet ka pani khet mein and gaon ka pani gaon mein. This is what we use the technical strategy at national level. Then coming to the social strategy is very important. That's participatory planning, demand-driven activities, equity issues, and flexibility in choice of technology, strengthening community organizations. These are the community involvement efforts which our national guidelines provides, and this is where more emphasis is required. Technical strategy is being followed in all states, but in community participation there is a need to put more efforts. Then the achievements of the WDC1, we have completed 6382 projects and with 7.64 lakh water harvesting structure. This is the progress which we have made by incurring expenditure of 26,000 crores. Then some of the significant achievements which we made is the evaluation reports reported that water table increased up to 3 meters, cultivated area up to 30%, cropping intensity up to 18.3%, milk production up to 40%, average annual income up to 70%. We have covered an area of 29.52 million hectares in WDC1 and 2 which is approved in 2021, and we have sanctioned 19 projects. Right now these are ongoing projects. The total cost of 12,404 crores. Area covered is 553 lakh hectares. Then coming to the phase-wise implementation, we have different phases of implementation: preparatory, work phase, and consolidation phase. Each phase is having specified activities, and this is being implemented right now. And second thing is our projects Most of the projects are in work phase. Work phase, various activities are being undertaken, and these are the activities which are undertaken in our phase 2. Then coming to the project monitoring, and we have a geospatial technologies through National Remote Sensing Center, that is SRISTI and DRISTI, which is with the help of Remote Sensing Center Hyderabad, we are implementing this. So the shapefiles already positioned in the portal, and the photographs of the physical structures uploaded on SRISTI portal with the help of DRISTI mobile app. So far, about 4.5 lakh works geotagged for WDC PM KSY2, which is real-time monitoring is being taking place. This is how it looks on portal. Anybody can see these things. Then coming to the spring shed management, you know, the Niti Aayog has organized one Chief Minister's conclave, and they specifically recommended for taking up of spring shed management in Himalayan states. You know, Himalayan states have peculiar situation. There is too much rain, but the scarcity of water during lean period. So to address these issues, you know, Himalayan states, the springs are the basic sources of water for drinking as well as agriculture. So as per the Niti Aayog requested DOLR to take up this, which is similar to the watershed, so that and the recommendation of Niti Aayog, the DOLR has included this spring shed development component into the WDC2 program as an activity. So far, 4,327 springs have been identified in 15 states, and out of that, 1931 springs already been rejuvenated. That preliminary discharge data which we collected from various states shows that there is increase up to 3 times in discharge volume of springs where interventions were undertaken. This is the preliminary report. And coming to the springs, spring shed is a natural unit for revival and management of spring. Then mostly springs are located in the Himalayan region, Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats. In addition to that, we have taken some other initiatives which was initially informed by our JS in his inaugural address. So we have sanctioned 30 model watershed projects across 16 states to showcase and demonstrate the benefits. The department has sanctioned 30 model watershed projects in 16 states where the additional finances is provided in addition to convergence and already sanctioned project costs. Under selected watershed plus projects, we are taking up saturation mode approach. They have to complete all the requisite NRM works. That is the objective of this model watershed projects. Guidelines of this model watershed projects have already been issued to the states, and additional fund provision is also provided. This is about the 30 model watershed projects. In addition to that, convergence has been taken up at highest level, and more importance is given for the convergence in the relevant schemes. And about 60% of activities of NREGA is being similar to the watershed activities, so they can be easily converged into watershed projects. The joint guidelines advisories issued by Secretary DOLR and Secretary DORD recently. Then the guidelines under NREGA for taking up post-project maintenance works of assets created have also been issued. This was not there earlier. Now, with the efforts of DOLR, DORD has issued the guidelines. Then the repair works of the activities assets created under WDC can be undertaken with the NREGA funds. Then we are closely coordinating with NRLM for taking up livelihood activities in watershed project areas. In the WDC1, we were able to achieve 28% of the expenditure through convergence. Then presently in the WDC2, states have planned to achieve 15%, but we are making efforts to achieve at least 30% through convergence. Then the achievements of the WDC PM KSY2. This is the self-explanatory, nothing much is there to explain. Then coming to the consolidation phase, where we have to be focused on this consolidation and withdrawal phase, which is the concern of DOLR, completion of all activities, capacity building of stakeholders, and deciding modalities for post-project maintenance, exit protocol, documentation of creation of created assets, end-line evaluation completion, handing over of assets to Gram Panchayat, operation of WDA fund. Many states are not able to properly operate Watershed Development Fund, which is meant for post-project maintenance of the assets. So this phase is to be taken into serious consideration by all the states, and this is very important phase for the sustainable management of the assets created under watershed management projects. And another important initiative which is taken very recently is the nationwide mass outreach campaign, Watershed Yatra, which was launched by Honorable Minister of Rural Development on 5th February. More than 1 lakh people participated in the inaugural function at various state level functions. 800 Gram Panchayats have been covered under this. And basically the objective is to boost awareness and encourage people's participation under WDC2. Various activities undertaken are Bhumi Pujan, new works, Lokarpana of completed works, Watershed Mahotsav, and awards and recognition to the Watershed Margadarshak Shramadhan. And regarding this, our Joint Secretary will make a presentation tomorrow on this aspect. And in addition to that, the Watershed Yatra's movement, to keep continuity of this momentum, we have initiated Jan Bhagidari Cup with the approval of competent authority, basically to boost awareness and encourage people participation and inculcate a sense of ownership amongst the local population, and further accelerate the momentum of following public-private people participation. This is the area of concern so far. We have not been able to do much in the people's participation and private contribution. This is a Jan Bhagidari Cup is instituted now. So it's expected to create the healthy competition among us, the Watershed project. Under this, whichever the watershed mobilizes more funds and expenditure, maximum expenditure from the allocated funds and maximum mobilization to public contributions. So that will be evaluated, and they will be awarded with Jan Bhagidari Cup, and whoever wins this Jan Bhagidari Cup, they will be provided 20 lakh additional financial assistance to them. This is there, and this is the time now we will be evaluating these projects, and every state is having opportunity to win Jan Bhagidari Cup. The detail will be presented by tomorrow, our Joint Secretary. Coming to the reward. So reward is introduced in 2022 in 2 states, and this is the implementation model, and DOLR is coordinating at national level, and this budget is 102.8 million budget. Then the implementing states are Karnataka and Odisha. At national level, we have a National Rainfed Authority for knowledge support, and NAPCONS is our independent verification agency. Under national level Rainfed Area Authority, we have a consortium of national level institutions, ICRISAT, NRSC, Manage, and VASAN. This is the institutional setup, and basically the reward is to science-based watershed management, use of land resource inventory, hydrology, satellite images for planning, implementation, monitoring, evaluation. And these projects are being implemented by the states Karnataka and Orissa. So based on the best experiences of these states, we will be able to prepare national technical guidelines, and those will be incorporated into the national guidelines. And this is about LRI card and all, and the LRI literacy, LRI cards are generated, but LRI literacy, there is a need to emphasize LRI literacy. How many farmers are able to use these LRI recommendations? That is the challenging task. Generating LRI cards is not a big thing, but that is the technical thing. But developing and creating awareness and LRI literacy and using the LRI recommendations is the major task which is there before us. So let us see how best we can, based on the evaluation and success of this project, the best possible and the best practices will be brought into the national technical guidelines. This is, they are implementing in the 2 lakh hectares on saturation basis in 2 states, 1 lakh in Karnataka, 1 lakh in Odisha. So technical standard to be developed based on the learnings from these projects. The way forward which we are just thinking, it's only thinking process. Right now, completion of ongoing WDC projects by March 2026. This is the primary task before us. Then the continuation of WDC PMKSY beyond March 2026 as WDC3. Efforts are being on. Let us hope we will get success in this. Then the continuation of reward as phase 2 beyond March 26. Then the suitably enhancement of cost norms of present 22,000 and 28,000. Then the inclusion of new features into Watershed development. That this is a thinking process at highest level. Then the rejuvenation of water bodies outside watershed boundaries is to be included in the watershed project. Rejuvenation of rivers dried up or in the process of drying through a watershed approach. Some states have undertaken these tasks in the ongoing projects, and they have very good results in the rejuvenation of rivers, and those best things will be incorporated in the WDC 3 projects. Then the Springshed development, based on the success of the WDC 2, we are thinking to take up Springshed development as a sub-scheme in the future WDC 3. These are the way forward of national level. Thank you. Thank you very much for patient listening. If any questions, anybody? Thank you.
If there are no questions, I thank Dr. C.P. Reddy sir, Additional Commissioner DOLR GOI for providing us insights about the watershed development activities in the country. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy Saab. Now I invite Dr. Dayanidhi Bagh, Joint Director Reward from Odisha government.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. Myself, Dr. Dayanidhi Bagh, Joint Director dealing with the reward and PMKC Government of Odisha. And I have got one PPT. Just quickly we'll go over this PPT, and finally I'll give some personal comment also. Next page. Reward is going on 7 districts out of 5 districts of pilot projects, and another 2 is non-pilot projects. It covers 7 districts and totally 169 micro watersheds. Our partners, considered partners, are who are dealing with LRI OUT Bhubaneswar, ICR NBSS LUP Kolkata. Relating to hydrology, IIT Bhubaneswar, OUT Hydrology, ICR IIS WC Koraput, ICR IWWM Bhubaneswar, and IVA partner is SIM University Bhubaneswar, monitoring agency AFC India Limited, evaluation, impact evaluation Sambodhi Research and Communication Private Limited, and technical support agency Grantham, who is looking after the farmer producer group, and MS Cyber Infotech Limited is looking after MIS, Tata Technology Limited Digital Library and Portal, SG Function Agro Advisory and Fertilizer Adoption Pilot Projects. Related to DLI, percentage watershed and watershed committee which demonstrated certified watershed management as a measuring through a performance rating system, and DLI 2 around 70% works are planned here, and individual items of 70% fund as well as 70% work to be completed in this DLI 2. So all NRM DPR preparation, starting from DPR preparation to education in the DLI 2, and now DLI 2 also going on as on today. Education just we are educating the NRM works. And related to DLI 3, adopted registration practices, data for 2,266 farmers have been given to do IVA for verification. They have already completed verification. Soon after getting their report, we will submit proposal to World Bank. In DLI 3, DLI 4, farmer producer organization, we have over 15 numbers of farmer producer organization, and program is also going satisfactorily. This is related to non-daily outcomes. Soil moisture, we have some target of soil moisture after completion of project. 5% is soil sandy, and 10% loam soil, and 15% the clay soil. It is expected after completion of projects. So according to one remarkable achievement just we have had in Koraput, they have given some data that soil moisture, even though in the summer also, available in the subsurface. So they have suggested some suggestion also came up. The if you will crop having a taproot system which can go up to the subsoil, that can be taken up during winter and summer also. That is one important thing we have noticed. And relating to scientific data related to land and which are collected, apart from pilot project, we have already LRI data, already we have partners have already collected, and it will be kept for the further planning. OM policy, related to OM policy, we have just on the process. DPR, during DPR preparation, all the things has been taken into account. LRI is given soil phase dam, data, soil sustainability plan, nutrition management plan, hydrology partner is given soil conservation plan, drain line treatment plan, storage structure plan, and DSS also, DSS and a groundwater potential also they have provided. Social aspect, livelihood and PSME plan was incorporated in the WP. Here, best map our state level organization ORSAC, they provided all the best map, and relating to the micro watershed, 1:800 scale has been used for all. 8,000, sorry, 1:8,000 map was used for both for hydrology and LRI. Then M contour map 1 meter and 5 meter. 5 meter contour on tracing film. TMU map at MW level also. Next. All these are georeference crystal on satellite image, georeference crystal map, watershed delineated, digital elevation modem, DM. Map are already available from our side. This is land use inventory. Pilot was 1.17 lakh hectare target. And HML also 1.7 hectare we achieved. Relating to non-LRI area, non-pilot area, LRI area 3.95. As of today, we have reached 3.39 lakh hectares. LRI Atlas submitted by partners 70 pilot project. 70 pilots they have already submitted. LRI card distributed out of target of 3.39, we have already distributed 3.30 lakhs LRI cards in the pilot projects. LRI training provided, we have got target of 8,450, out of that 6,540 we have achieved. As of now, which I mentioned, LRI research partner are ICR, NBSS, LUB, Calcutta, Hydrology, Bhubaneswar. Next. Contribution of LRI in reward, soil phase and associated data, soil fertility, land capability, crop suitability, available nutrient and nutrient management plan. These are soil maps, soil phase map, first one is soil phase map, second one is crop suitability map, nutrient management plan, land capability map. All these are the contribution of the LRI. We have got LRI Atlas also. Both Atlas we do have from hydrology partners and LRI partners, they have submitted Atlas. This is in Oriat language. LRI cards have been given to all the farmers in the pilot project area. And the good thing is that some places, very good reaction coming from the farmers also. At least they are trying to understand the things, and subsequently, definitely, it will come in use. Every farmers, all related to the land, everything is detailed there. Any soil properties, chemical, nutrient requirement, deficiency, recommendation of the crop, all these things are given here. Some of the photos, LRI card distribution. Agro advisory and fertilizer pilot project, HD function, the agency for agro advisory and fertilizer pilot has been onboarded. It is for preparation of fertilizer pilot and dissemination of agro advisory services as well as the farmers field school. The draft insertion has been prepared and next progress is under process. These are some. Related to hydrology, name of partner, target achievement, and DSS system, they have already prepared. Chart, flow chart also they have prepared, and Atlas also they have submitted. In watershed area, hydrological instruments are installed in various places. Hydrology Atlas, which contains all the relevant data for hydrology, relating to hydrology. Hydro data is also already available with us. Relating community consultation. It is soil conservation plan proposed by the hydrology partners. It is one of the micro wards of Odoga in Nayagarh districts. Sir. These are some NRM activities taken in the different micro watersheds. This is storage structure plan given by hydrological partners. Some of the activities. These are drainage and treatment of one of the watersheds. Some of the drainage line treatment activities taken in the different watersheds, and World Bank team also visited numbers of projects. These are list of the NRM activities taken in the watershed. Field bonding, greater bonding, terrace, trench com bond, storaging bond, agroforestry com plantation, trench com diversion plan. All these are suggestions come from the hydrological partners. Then livelihood activity also, and PSMA activities. Some of the activities. Which PSM activities? Mushroom is getting very good response. Capacity building activities are taken up at the district level, at the state level.
Dr. Bagh, I think we are running behind the schedule.
Sir.
So you may please summarize.
Sir, farmer producer group, for technical support, we have grant from some partners. They are giving handholding support to all the FPO for a business development plan and so finance all the things. Some of the photograph flows, sir. These are some of the farm producer organization got rewarded from our Honorable CM for different successful activities. Not only state level program, state level also they are rewarded. Resilient practice, we have selected 15 numbers, and SG Foundation given responsibility for these things. Now they are planning for the fertilizer pilot project and farm FFS. We have already submitted to CC numbers of farmers under verification IVA. IVA already verification completed. They will submit the report. Report after getting the report, we will submit claim for the to the World Bank. Sir, should I summarize it? Our process monitoring process on our partners is there. They are taking out all the things, and they are giving quarterly report to us. There is a process monitoring process. They have given all the watersheds. Impact evaluation, we have got an agency, Sambodhi. They are assessing at the initial baseline, midline, and line survey on the different subject, household income, livelihood opportunity, and by parameters, all the things they are taking after this. They are following such type of mobile tools they are using. They are directly entering all the data, taking the villagers. ESA, we have got the World Bank guidelines, and we are following that. We are also preparing maps on this also. These are the maps showing the area of environmental and social sensitive area. Map also already prepared. Which one is sensitive for a social purpose or social the environment purpose? It has been already identified.
Dr. Bag, can you tell us some example of implementation of LRI? If you have any slide on that, you can directly go on that. We are interested more into that. And if you had done LRI activity with respect to certain watershed, then how did you implement that DPR, if you have?
Sir, in pilot project, we would have already LRI card also, sir. Every work is completed. Basing on that, sir, the WPR has been prepared.
So you have not implemented any DPR yet, or you have?
No, yes, sir.
Yes, in pilot projects you have.
Yeah.
So can you show us the land use pattern? In case of LRI, we keep hearing that on the basis of LRI studies, you can determine the land use pattern, in which area of the village you should do this cropping, or you should put it to that use. Have you done that?
Sir, as of now, fertilizer project is already prepared, sir. In this season, we are going to exhibit these things. Fertilizer pilot project and FFS. That is already planned, sir.
Okay, that's under process or under planning?
Already complete planning, complete, sir. We will implement in this coming, correct.
Okay, so there you will be testing fertilizer use in a tract of land.
Yes, yes, sir. 5 acres they have finally some.
So it is how many hectares area? 5 hectare, 50 hectare, 100 hectare?
They've got, sir, one is control. Second one without giving any LRI area, but without giving any inputs. Third one, the area with giving all the inputs. And another one area, one patch having all the inputs include macronutrients.
We would like to know the size of the patch.
5 acres, sir.
5 hectares.
Yeah, 5
okay.
acres.
Anything which is directly concerned with LRI or hydrology, you can show us that demonstration if you are done.
So, on what environment, although environment taken as part of the advice of hydrology and LRI, anything planning has been done, sir, basic on the LRI cards. receiving LRI data. And as of now, for non-pilot area, we are having data is going on. All will be available for us for future planning, sir.
Is this regarding your FPO or your SLNA procurement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can skip this. Next.
Financial management, sir.
This is fine. This is fine. We are not interested in this. We are interested in what is public related. Okay. Next. Next. Okay. How long is the video?
No, I don't have a video.
It is 2 minutes,
yes,
5
sir.
minutes. How much?
Let me see, sir. Not coming full, sir.
Please play the video. I think we will get more clarity after seeing the video.
Help me?
रेपोटियर साहब जरा देखिए वो वीडियो चलना चाहिए सुबह जैसा ना हो. हाँ? Till they operate the video, you can talk about the last slide which mentioned about the challenges. Some slide was there. Some standardization challenge or something is there.
Sir, relating to both LRI and hydrology, some standardized process should be there, sir.
Okay.
So that it should not differ to place or organization. Because we have 4 organizations, 4 partners. They should follow single parameters modeling so that it will be better for comparison, all of these things. And sir, in the challenges is there, to bringing all the partners on the board, it taking a lot of time, sir. If somewhere following some procedure comes any difficulty, whole system is affected, sir. So numbers of partners, we do a lot of partners, a lot of people are involved. So it should be rather minimized.
Yeah, I think we are having so many partners as it is, we can say, a demonstration project.
Sir.
Once we streamline the SOP, when we'll scale it up, there won't be these many partners. It will be implemented by the Watershed department in convergence with other departments, just like WDC PMK.
Sir.
So while you are doing it as a demonstration project, you are required to take partners.
Sir, relative to partners, sir, even if some boarding some partners into the duty, by formality, some procedures, some reports are coming up, sir. Lot of time is consuming on that. So if everybody come in place in time, then everything will go in a good way, sir.
Can we play the video?
Yes, I have got video, but why I'm not playing, I'm unable to know. Please, can you help me?
Hello.
It's a Pentium analytic. No, video is there also. Please.
Yeah, please go in there.
One PPT. Video is also there. Sir?
This is how many minutes video?
Within 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, ठीक है. तो अच्छी बात है, शायद लोगों को थोड़ी नींद आ गई है लंच के बाद. So this video will be more interesting, and I think
Sir,
after this
sir,
session,
one thing I would like to mention, sir. As earlier in the inaugural session, you have rightly pointed out the impact of the Watershed Jatra. In Odisha, it got very good momentum, sir. And a good thing we observe that people able to know that the conserving water is not the duty of the government, it is the duty of everybody. That message we able to spread everywhere, sir.
पानी तो निहाती आज्ञा पानी आमर जीवन टा ପାଣି ଲାଗି ବୋଲି ଆମେ ଏଟା ଚାଷ କରିପାରୁଛୁ। ଚାଷ ହସିଲେ ଆମେ ହସିବୁ।
ଗାଁ ଲୋକମାନେ এই জল বিভাজিক নেই ବହୁତ ସନ୍ତୁଷ୍ଟ।
दैविक शोभार संभार देवगढ़ पीढ़ी पर पीढ़ी चाषी माटी साजिछि माँ हेले सबुठी माटीर किसम भिन्न भिन्न आउ चाष जमी रे माटीर उपादेयता नहीं चाषी को तथ्य जगाउछि रिवार्ड प्रकल्प।
टीएमओ मैप हिसाब रे पॉइंट लोकेट करा जाता है तो जे पॉइंट लोकेट अनुसार आमे सही गाँ गुड़ा को आमे विजिट करू।
लाभजनक फसल चयन हेउ कि जल विभाजिका परिचालन देवगढ़ चाषी देवता आशीर्वाद जमी संबल तालिका बा लैंड रिसोर्स इन्वेंटरी LRI
काम चलछि लेयरिंग सब हबो। लेयरिंग हे साला पारे तापर प्रत्येक लेयर आइडेंटिफाई करा हुए सेडा पैकेजिंग करिकि तापर हम चिपलिमो सेंटर को पठाऊ सेठी तापर केमिकल एनालिसिस करू।
हमर आउ किछि इंस्ट्रूमेंट जेमिति रहिछि भूतल जो जल हमर भूतल जल स्तर को जाईकि मृत्तिकार आर्द्रता उपरे कोन अफेक्ट पकाउछि जहा द्वारा कि हमें मृत्तिकार आर्द्रता को चेक करूछु।
भूमि संपदर संपूर्ण तथ्य अत्याधुनिक पद्धति रे संग्रह करा जाउछि। तथ्य को एक कार्ड रे एंट्री करी चाषी को जोगाई दिया जाउछि। कार्ड आधार रे जमी रे ठीक फसल सांग को सार पानी रो परिमाण निर्धारण नै भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जाउछि।
गोटे मनीषर परिचय पाई जेमती गोटे नागरिकर परिचय पत्र जेमती रहिछि सेमती से लैंड रो समस्त तथ्य से कार्ड रे उपलब्ध अछि।
এই LRI कार्ड पाई आमे बहुत खुशी।
बारकोट ब्लॉक रे 26,792 तो रियामाल रे 12,167 हिताधिकारी जीवन बदलाई रिवार्ड। कृषि और कृषक सशक्तिकरण विभाग अंतर्गत मृत्तिका संरक्षण और जल विभाजन उन्नयन निर्देशालय परिचालित वर्ल्ड बैंक समर्थित प्रकल्प रिवार्ड साजिछि खुशीर पसरा।
चाष क्षेत्र रे आग अपेक्षा बहुत उन्नति करिछु। धन्यवाद रिवार्ड।
किसम सांग को चाषी किस्मत बदलाई रिवार्ड। एठारे चाषी प्रमुख समस्या थिला पानी पहाड़रू गड़ी जाउथिला वर्षा पानी ना अटकाइबा को बाट दिसुथिला ना संरक्षण पई थिला व्यवस्था अभाव अनाटन भितरे संतुली हेउथिला परिवार। एबे चाषी भाग्य बदलाई रिवार्ड प्रकल्प NRM बा नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट माध्यम रे भेटी देइछि जल विभाजिका प्रकल्प।
जतबेले जल विभाजिका नथिला पानी रो बहुत असुविधा होतला एबे जल विभाजिका जो सब सुविधा करती सेटा गोटे भगवान कर आशीर्वाद सहित बहुत भलो होई।
देवगढ़ जिला बारकोट ब्लॉक रे NRM दुरेई देइछि चाषी चिंता।
NRM गोटे प्रमुख कंपोनेंट जहाँ द्वारा कि आमे प्राकृतिक संपद परिचालन करथि चाषी मानव पाई कि ही सब जिंस हमर करा जाय।
एजावत बारकोट ब्लॉक रे 6,631 हेक्टर जमी रे ट्रेंच बंडिंग 285 फील्ड बंडिंग 200 डग आउट पॉइंट 35 तो IFS पॉइंट 3 करा जायछि। रियामाल ब्लॉक रो 6,854 हेक्टर जमी रे 18 डग आउट पॉइंट 98 ट्रेंच बंडिंग 110 फील्ड बंडिंग 4 IFS पॉइंट सह जल संरक्षण पई करा जायछि विभिन्न व्यवस्था।
फील्ड बंडिंग आ जो हमर बंध होई जे सेते द्वारा पानी वर्ष सारा रही पारुजी जहा द्वारा कि हमें धान चाष व्यतीत बादाम तरबुज सब किछि करि पारुजी।
बारकोट और रियामाल रे प्रकल्प आनिछि सबुज विप्लव। उभय ब्लॉक रो 47 गाँव रे हसुछि सुनार फसल। 9,682 चाषी होइछन्ति लाभवान।
रिवार्ड को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देबे ताको द्वारा आज हमर एते प्रकार माने चाषी माने उपकृत होई पारुंती ता सहित जल संरक्षण मध्य होई पारुजी।
गत वर्ष ठारू प्रकल्प आरंभ होइथिबा बेले चाषी आखिरे एबे सबुज स्वप्न केवल धान नुहे 12 मासी फसल फलिब सबुज सुंदर स्वप्न सत करबाकू चाषी हेलेनी सजबाज। जमी रे पहुंची पानी देवगढ़ चाषी लेखुछंती सफलतार नुआ कहानी।
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Bal.
1 second, sir. Nitin, sir.
Okay.
Sir, sir. Sir, before we conclude the program,
Okay.
I would like to thank Dr. Dayanidhi Bag on behalf of Center of Excellence on Watershed Management and University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, as well as Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka. Please hand over a token of memento to Dr. Dayanidhi Bag. Thank you very much.
So I'm told we'll have Dr. Narayanan, sorry. Yes, Dr. Natarajan's talk will be later on. Now we'll have the next session joined by Miss Nora. Miss Nora Coes, who is lead agriculture economist of World Bank, Washington. So I invite Dr. N.G. Patil Saab to please preside. He's also not. Okay. Okay. So session is the same, but we'll have the speakers exchange. So please invite, so please welcome Ms. Nora Cones from World Bank. Can we see her on the screen?
Yes, she will join online.
Okay, good. So I hope सबकी नींद थोड़ी सी खुल गई है अभी वीडियो देखा है एंड नोरा का नाम मैंने नोरा ये नाम हम सुनते हैं जनरली नोरा फतेह के लिए बॉलीवुड एक्ट्रेस सो थोड़ा नोरा नाम सुन के भी आप लोगों की नींद खुली होगी सो लेट्स हैव सम लाइटर मोमेंट सो दैट वी ऑल आर अवेक एंड वी actively participate in this session. Hello. Till she joins, I would like to suggest to Karnataka team, while they present about their reward achievements, please specifically inform us about what are the outcomes with respect to LRI and hydrology. Baki rest of the things we all know. So we must get on to the crux of the matter and let us all know what exactly are the outcomes. So that is the area of interest for all of us. We are spending 2-3 days here specifically for that. And I think this conference outcome is very important. It's going to convince DOLR, about the utility of reward, and then we will be able to convince our higher ups, all the policymakers uh, to, to scale it up across the country. So whoever is here from CEO Karnataka's office, please keep it in mind. Please curate your presentations so that we know more about the LRI outcomes, how these LRI findings have been implemented in the field and how it has given some positive outcome. Okay, if it is still under process, we can still understand, but at least we can get to know, yes, it has been put to use. So we'll wait for some more months, but our focus should be on that, and especially also on the use of LRI cards by the farmers. So whatever hard work you have done, you have crystallized it in that LRI card, and after giving it to farmers or to the community, how they are making use of it, or how you have goaded them, how you have persuaded them to use it. And then let's see that result. When we'll be going to the field day after tomorrow, so that should be, I think, the area of interest for all of us. So I would also suggest Karnataka team to prepare the field visit regarding, prepare the field visit accordingly so that we can see the actual outcome of LRI work on the field. So ये थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रखिए. बाकी अब रेड्डी साहब को आपको ओवरव्यू देना था सब, वो तो ठीक है भाई, अब एक फॉर्मेलिटी हो गई, थोड़ा बहुत फ्यूचर हमारे प्लानिंग के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, बट अदरवाइज तो वाटरशेड का बेसिक अब हम सब लोग जानते हैं. सो अभी भी 1.5 दिन बाकी है कॉन्फ्रेंस का. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ अस टू नॉट टू स्पेंड और नॉट टू dwell for longer time on the aspects which you already know. So इतना थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रखते हैं, so that this conference is more fruitful. Okay. Have we established contact with her? Okay, good. So we are good to go then. Welcome, Nora. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well, sir. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Please tell us whether you can hear us clearly.
I can hear you very well.
Good, good. We can also hear you, but we need to increase the volume.
Yeah, please do so and let me know. Please do so and let me know when I can start. And I am talking very closely to my mic.
We are having some echo at our end. Are there two instruments on at your end? Have you logged in through two instruments?
I cannot hear you any longer.
Yes, now we can hear you clearly. Is everybody able to hear her? Yes, okay. So Nora, you may please start with your presentation or talk. Thank you.
Yes, so I gave the PowerPoint already. I transmitted it, so it would take less space on my screen, so I can see you. So if you could show the PowerPoint, I am going to start right now. So good evening, everyone. It is a great pleasure and a great honor for me to join you for this national conference on land resource inventory for sustainable watershed management. I am now connecting from Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. My name is Nora Kawes. I am a lead agriculture economist. So briefly about me, I have been leading and overseeing seeing projects across the globe, in Europe, in Latin America, in Middle East, in Africa, and now in South Asia. And I've been working at the World Bank for the last 28 years at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. I have worked also in field offices, and I am originally French and Algerian. I will be traveling to India this weekend. I have been actually managing projects for the World Bank in India as well. So I will be traveling this weekend to lead the mission for the reward program. And I will have the honor to meet several of you in person. I would like to apologize for not being able to be there today in person, but we had so many other activities going on in Washington because our fiscal year finishes in June. Today, I will talk about mainly about the global perspectives on watershed development. I'm going to give only a few points, but I will be able to provide much more information as needed, of course. So with no further ado, let me start. Let's go to the first slide. Why do watersheds matter? I know that you must have already touched upon and even gone much detail, but I will just to set the stage of my presentation. So as you all know, deforestation, forest and land degradation are threatening ecosystem services, and they are reducing the productivity of about 1/4 of land worldwide. Land degradation impacts an estimated 3.2 billion people worldwide, and this is a low estimate, with 40% of the world's poorest living on degraded land. We have approximately 12% of the global greenhouse gas emissions that we attribute to deforestation and forest degradation. This is based on World Bank analytics. In India, out of 140 million hectares of net sown area, about 51% is under rain-fed cultivation, which is characterized by low and erratic rainfall, high temperature, multiple soil nutrition deficiencies, erosion, excessive runoff, and high drought intensity. Apart from this, the most part of the rain-fed areas are affected by various forms of land degradation, impacting, of course, their productivity, their sustainability, and vulnerability to climate change. Since these areas contribute significantly to agricultural output of the country, producing about 44% of the country's food grains, 80% of the pulses, 73% of oilseeds, and 66% of livestock, conservation of the resource base is important. Maintaining the sustainability of their natural capital becomes critical. Hence, it is vital, we all agree, to take care of this watershed. If you look at the figures on the slide, I cannot see the slide from my screen, but it's okay. If you look at the figures on the first slide, on GHG emissions from different sectors and map of land degradation in India, addressing issues related to water productivity, related to livelihoods and GHG emissions through landscape management is a global priority. And the World Bank is partnering with several countries, especially India, on this topic. Let us move to the slide number 2. And I'm going to go quickly to remind ourselves of the historical context of watershed programs in India. And this is something that I like sharing with colleagues across the world when I talk about India. Watershed management in India have evolved over time in terms of their approach, in terms of the strategy, and the operational scale. Very briefly, in the late 70s, watershed management programs were mainly top-down engineering efforts to protect large downstream water bodies, especially the dams, from silting up. From the late 80s, the programs began addressing on-site soil and water conservation for productivity gains in poorer upstream areas. From the late 90s, the focus shifted to participatory watershed planning, implementation and management, and this was supported by many international agencies, including the World Bank. In 2009, the Integrated Watershed Management Program, what we call IWMP, led to consolidation of various watershed development schemes under an integrated program. In 2015-2016, this program became a component of the government of India's flagship program on extending irrigation coverage and improving water use efficiency. This is the example of the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinjai Yojana. And during the 2013-2019 watershed programs, such as the World Bank supported Tujala 3, began emphasizing more science-based watershed planning and value chain development. At present, my understanding is that the Pradhan Mantri Sinjai Yojana 2.0 is the key ongoing watershed development program in India. Under this program, we have significant land areas that have been treated basically for soil and water conservation. The impacts could actually be greater if we could optimize the use or integrate location-specific soil, water, land use, weather, and other inputs done in the interventions. If we could increase the support to farmers to transition to climate-resilient farming practices with more value addition and market access for increased productivity and incomes, and strengthen the rural livelihood development to improve overall equity and opportunities for women. What I can say is at the World Bank, we are very pleased to be supporting the Department of Land Resources and the states of Karnataka and Odisha to strengthen the capacities of the national and state institutions to adopt improved watershed management, to increase farmers' resilience and support value chains in selected watersheds. We have a wonderful relationship, a lot of respect, and we would like to continue working together. Now let's go to the next slides, and we can briefly look at a few examples of the World Bank's support to watershed management globally. Before I start going example by example, the main takeaway from global and Indian experiences from various watershed development programs in the past is that the integrated watershed management can help to comprehensively address the land degradation. And I know that's what we've been talking about, soil and water conservation, land use changes, agricultural performance, livelihood security, and climate change in the vast tract rain-fed areas of the country. So let me go talk to you about a few examples. So, of course, I will start with our project, the reward. The reward, so we work, this is led by DOLR, Karnataka and Odisha states. It's a program, a P4R program of $102 million, and it is ongoing. As you know, just to set the stage, the reward program is divided in two result areas. We want to see strengthened institution and supportive policy for watershed development. We also want, and the second area is focusing on science-based watershed development for climate resilience and enhanced livelihood. So we are really, the focus here is on science-based approaches. 200,000 hectares area are covered. We are focusing on adoption of climate resilient technologies and value chain, linking and integration of value chains through FPOs and the O&M of treated watershed for sustainability through watershed committees and local governments. So this project, and this is our project for which we are meeting next week, is ongoing and it is going well. Now, you probably have heard about POCRA. POCRA is another example of a project that was financed by the World Bank, led by the government of India. This is a Maharashtra project on climate resilient agriculture. We are currently preparing a second phase of POCRA. So let me talk briefly about what POCRA did. The focus was to enhance climate resilience and profitability of smallholder farming systems in selected districts of Maharashtra. The project involved globally renowned research institutes in designing, implementing, and monitoring intervention. The project leveraged the strengths of the private sector, and it is actually something that we need to keep in mind and we need to be doing more of. So what did it do? It did this by investing in capacity building for project staff and allied departments. It strengthened the public sector institutions to replicate the learnings and diffuse the advanced technology across the state. And it did so also by generating novel operational knowledge on productivity enhancement and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in smallholder agriculture. And it also produced valuable good practice notes that we're happy to share for those who don't have them readily available. So we had over 1,079,000 farmers that we were able to that adopted and improved agriculture technology. The project provided value chain services to over 232,000 farmers through the FPOs. And one aspect that is non-negligible, incomes in the project areas increased by 128% over the span of the project life, which was 5 to 6 years. And again, we are working with the government of India and the state of Maharashtra on the second phase of this project. Now, we had a project that closed in June 2023, the Meghalaya Community-Led Landscape Management Project. It was a smaller loan, $48 million. And as you all know, Meghalaya is renowned for its stunning landscapes, diverse natural beauty. This project aimed at strengthening community-led landscapes management in selected landscapes in the state of Meghalaya. The project covered 400 villages and community institutions. It developed over 110,000 forest management plans and action and covered over 46,000 hectares under sustainable landscape management practices. There is a lot of knowledge, a lot of good things going on in India. Let's look at what we have in other parts of the world. So the World Bank also worked with Nigeria. In Nigeria, which is one of the largest countries in Africa, we worked on the agro-climatic resilience in semi-arid landscape project. This is still ongoing. It started in 2021 and it is scheduled to close in March 2028. It's a 700 million grant. So this project aims at improving resilience and adaptation strategies to mitigate the adverse effect of climate change on agriculture and livelihoods in Nigeria's semi-arid regions. So the plan is really to cover 830,000 hectares of land under sustainable management practices. So far, it has supported the restoration of 350,000 hectares of degraded land through a community participatory approach. So they have something similar to what we have in India of FPOs. And it resembles a reward project, but on a larger scale. There is another project in Brazil, the Brazil Sustainable Multiple Use Landscape Consortia. It is ongoing, so it started in November 22. It's supposed to close in November 20. It's much smaller. Actually, it's a grant. It's a grant that they received from the Global Environment Facility of $24.58 million, approximately. This grant in Brazil aims at increasing the area under sustainable land management and promote the integration of food systems and sustainable landscape. So here the focus is developing a management approach, promoting sustainable food production practices and responsible agri-food value chains. And they're focusing on the conservation and restoration of natural habitats and mainstreaming biodiversity practices. So they are really focusing on private sector engagement because you see, it's only $24.58 million. They'd like to attract the private sector. The idea is to cover about 500,000 hectares to promote sustainable land management and adopting sustainable practices. In Indonesia, they had a series of programs, a series of projects that fell under the Sustainable Land Management Program. And the idea is to reduce deforestation and forest degradation and promote more equitable growth through sustainable use of forest resources. India focused on investment, technical assistance, analysis to address the drivers of unsustainable natural resources management, particularly deforestation, and also to support and promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and they do it through performance-based payments. In China, now if we move to China, we have had a wealth of projects. China has been borrowed a lot from the World Bank on Watershed program. I can mention one project that is close, that is old, but that had very good results. The China Lost Plateau Watershed Rehabilitation Project. It was a 150 million credit, and it's closed. I think it closed over 10 years ago. And the idea was to increase ag production and incomes, very straightforward, through more efficient and sustainable use of land and water resources. So they looked at land development and erosion control works and institutional development. This project, the reason I'm mentioning it, it developed an economically viable, environmentally sustainable, integrated watershed management model, and it was replicated throughout the Lost Plateau, actually beyond. They had over 1 million farmers in the project areas where had the project that they benefited directly from the project, and they had a annual grain output almost twofold. Food production multiplied by X number, almost 5, and farmers' income per capita increased almost 4 times. So this is a big watershed development, is something that the bank is keen on supporting and bringing the countries and bringing new technology, bringing its international experience and international knowledge. What has happened in India is that we have been using digital technologies in a very smart way. Let's go to the next slide. The use of digital technologies in watershed management. As the technologies are advancing, several digital tools are being used. They are used for planning, monitoring, measuring impact, predicting, reaching out to farmers, aggregating the produce. The use of, you all know about this, remote sensing, GIS, artificial intelligence, now more about artificial intelligence modeling, various decision support systems. Mobile technologies are being increasingly used. And I could see when I visited the Reward project that these are really used in a smart way. Depending on the technological advancements and capabilities, of course, of the different countries, there is a menu of options that is captured actually in the figure on the slide. So let's look at the next slide in the sake of time. What in Reward? India, again, is at the forefront of the technological advancement and is increasingly using these tools for faster planning, timely support to farmers, for monitoring, measuring impacts, aggregating, again, leading to better outcomes. So in this context, again, the World Bank is supporting the Department of Land Resources of the Global Government of India and the states of Karnataka and Odisha to adopt science-based data-driven planning and to execute an execution of watershed and strengthening the community participation and adopting local farmer collective for more resilience. So if we move to the next slide, let's look at briefly some of the highlights of the scientific approach of Reward. Karnataka and Odisha have collaborated with about 13 universities or research institutes, and they have collected land resources inventory, LRI data for more than 1.5 million hectares. The hydrology data is collected from model watershed and is useful for prediction in other sites also. The plot level LRI data is available and can be used for treatment plans and advisories on CRTs. We have about 9 decision support system modules that were developed to analyze the data and prepare tabletop watershed treatment plans. The treatment plans for 200,000 hectares were developed, and the execution of the plans is under progress. All data and decision support system being stored in digital libraries for future use. We have the digital library operational in Karnataka, and it's under development in Odisha. We have collaborated with existing state-level weather, agro advisory platforms to strengthen them with LRI data and improve the breadth of advisories being broadcasted. KSN MDC in Karnataka and Amakrushi in Odisha. And we are using the LRI data for pilots of effective fertilizer application management. And Reward has created a center of excellence for training and research on science-based approaches for watershed management. And a big focus on M&E, monitoring and evaluation agencies that are using digital data and tools to measure the impacts of GHG benefit. So all this, I know it's in a nutshell. And now if a lot has been done and we can do more. And if you move to slides 12 and 13, what is the way forward for us in India? We have, I think we are building on the momentum. If you look at the way forward one, we have an emerging boundaries of watershed development. So we have been focusing on climate co-benefits, financing framework, resilience, policy framework for a resilient agriculture, focusing on O&M sustainability, all this for science-based planning, saturation approach, focusing on the local institutions. Now it is really, and of course you see the two pillars, incomes and value chain development. Now it is up to us to decide on how strategic and how we want to even integrate better. Do we need to adopt ever emerging science and technologies? And if so, how much? And at what cost? And at what scale? These are the critical, I am looking at the way forward too, sorry. These are critical questions. And again, the World Bank is supporting DOLR and the states, the government of India. So this is a discussion that we want to have. How far we want to go, what scale. We want to collaborate actively with the private sector based on the example that I gave previously. We know that the private sector has a role to play, and we need to see how we can attract more the private sector and the emerging startup ecosystem as appropriate. How do we want to explore the results-based financing to focus on results and integrate different programs and approaches to the extent possible? And of course, also learn from other countries and share what we have learned in India. In India, we have a lot of experience. We have built some knowledge. So the knowledge exchange with other countries will go on both sides because it will be mutually beneficial. And we are planning for this month of June, a visit in France. And I hope we will have more visits, which is my country. I know those research think tanks, and I would like them to involve us more and work more closely with them. So again, if we go to the last slide, the World Bank has extensive experience in India and other developing countries. We can help in the knowledge exchange. We can help with the capacity building. We can reinforce the local institutions further. So we are looking forward to our continued association with the respective state governments, and of course the government of India. And I think This will be all my time. What you will see in the presentation is I have added some LRI approaches examples for your information. And I am open to providing, very happily providing as much information as is needed as we go and as we move forward. We can share more examples, more detail as and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nora. Nora, we would like to know more about LRI experiments in other countries. If you can throw some more light on
Okay,
that.
so yes, so that's fantastic. I am so happy to hear that. Let's go to, so we have prepared, my team and I, the LRI approaches in other countries. So you see that we started with the example of the United States with the National Cooperative Soil Survey. So what I will do now is a quick, I will talk of a few examples, and then we could expand further while I am in India or in another setting. LRI, the approach in the United States of America is the soil health, the land capability for agriculture conservation. The key features are really large-scale soil mapping, long established web soil surveys for data access. And the difference is that the nationwide system focuses on urban planning and environmental conservation, and there is less emphasis on local level farm guidance. This is a big difference. If we look at the EU, the European Union, the Land Use and Cover Areas Framework Survey, the focus is on the land cover and soil monitoring for agriculture, climate change, and biodiversity. I worked on almost all EU countries. And the key features on EU is a large-scale environmental monitoring across the EU and a big focus on policy making. The difference is EU-wide approach, broader in geographic and thematic scope, and it's not tailored specifically to rural, to ag productivity. Now, if we look at the examples in Brazil, in Brazil they have the national program for soil conservation. It's called the Prona Solos. And the focus, they have a focus on a national database of soil resources for sustainable land use and conservation. The key features in Brazil is the remote sensing and the soil sampling at the national scale for land planning. And the difference here is a national scale with a focus on large-scale conservation rather than microsheds, watersheds, or individual farm guidance again here. And in Germany, although it is in the EU, it has the digital soil plan mapping. So they focus on soil data for sustainable land use planning. And the key feature, they have high resolution soil data. It's used for national policy and urban planning. And the difference here is that the focus is on policy and environment protection at the national level, and it's not localized or farm-oriented as LRI. And what I would, so these are just 4 main examples of approaches in US, EU, Germany, and Brazil. What we could do is, if there is interest, is really reach out and maybe even have some exchanges with these different countries or the EU as we proceed. I will stop here.
Thank you, Nora. I hope this information has been very useful to all of us. Nora, if you can, and if it is possible for you to send it in form of some slides, 2 or 3 slides, that will be very useful for all of us. We are here for next 2 days. I think that will help us in getting greater clarity. It will give us a comparative picture how LRI is being used in different countries. So accordingly
Yes.
we can start the thinking process how in India we can put it to greater use. So thank you, Nora. Thanks a lot for all the insightful
Thank you, sir.
inputs.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for accommodating the timing because it's early here in Washington. I wanted to mention we will share it, and I will share with more information. I will share with some links to some documents, some of the latest documents and presentation, so everybody can have more information. And then if we would like to know more or to meet with the experts in those countries, we can arrange for that as well. Over to you.
That will be very useful. You are coming to India for the mission. I think you may be starting from Delhi, or in any case, you are going to conclude in Delhi. So we'll be meeting that time, and we'll be exchanging these information that time in person. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you very
a lot.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
If it is okay with you, I will disconnect for now and we will continue our conversation when I will be in India. I am called from a senior level meeting with the World Bank.
That's fine. Let's disconnect for the time being and we'll connect later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Nora Kaus, ma'am, on speaking on global perspective on watershed management. So today we are ending the technical session 2. So by thanking all the members of this session. So on behalf of all the organizing committee, I thank Shri Nitin Kade sir for chairperson in this session. And also I thank all the speakers, Dr. C.P. Reddy sir, and also Dr. Dayanidhi Bagh sir, and also Miss Nora Koyas once again, and also Dr. Vasanthi BG madam and Dr. Sinappa sir from US Bangalore for acting as a rapporteurs in this session. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Now I request all the participants to join for a tea in the same venue, and we will assemble back again in another 20-25 minutes because we are running late, and we would like to all of you to be here, and we will have a very good cultural event to be followed after 3 presentations in the same. Yes, thank you.
There is a session right after tea here, and those who wish to go on the field trip on 5th, kindly enroll your number in the registration counter. Please, because we can make arrangements accordingly. Those who wish to proceed on accompany the field trip on 5th, day after tomorrow, please enroll yourself. Thank you.
So field trip is organized very close to our university, which is in Tumkur district. So we need the number so that we can arrange the vehicle for transportation. So I request all of you to enroll and then have tea and then come back immediately for the next technical session, which is also focusing on the watershed activities in Karnataka and other parts. Thank you.
Programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
Tojla 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISc and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies as
The success and impact of all land-based programs and interventions depends on the availability of site-specific land resources information on soil, surface and groundwater, crops, weather, socio-economic data, etc., and advisories on real-time basis. Towards this endeavor, a state-of-art IT system comprising digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile applications is established in the state to provide site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisories.
Sojla 3, we have done the land resource inventory by our various university partners. We have done hydrological assessments by our IISc and university partners. Similarly, we have done horticultural activity, we have done veterinary activity. Lots of data has been collected by the various scientific agencies as to how the farmers should take decisions. Which watershed area, land management unit, which survey number, what is the condition, what is to be done with regard to the crop, with regard to the nutrient, with regard to the water. And all these departments, including our various universities, they shall be able to use this data for various research activities, various extension activities. So this is a unique kind of project which we have done. So investment decision will be specific, science-based, so that the maximum value of the investment is done. That is one. Coming to the watershed development department, we shall be able to use this data of the LRI and hydrology data to prepare our watershed planning in a accurate manner and in a shorter cycle. Earlier we used to take some 2 to 3 years. Now within 6 months to 1 year we can prepare the watershed planning. Those DPRs can be prepared, resulting in the savings of a lot of money and the time and the efforts.
Digital library is developed by pooling and integrating all the spatial and non-spatial land resource information available in the state and the cadastral level information generated by the LRI partners. Primarily, the digital library houses cadastral level LRI data and maps on soil site characteristics, weather and climate, landforms, rock types, surface and groundwater, crops and cropping pattern, land use, vegetation, socio-economic conditions, demography, sources and extent of irrigation, departmental schemes, etc., along with statewide cadastral maps, imagery, and thematic outputs generated by using the state-of-art GIS and mapping techniques by a consortium of 14 scientific and technical partners in the state. Apart from the LRI information generated from 2,534 micro-watersheds covering an area of 14 lakh hectares in 12 project districts, statewide maps data sets related to geology, geomorphology, landforms, land use, climate, socio-economic conditions, demographic details, marketing, and other details relevant for the management of the land resources of the state are migrated and integrated with the database in the digital library.
The establishment of LRI digital library, portal, decision support system, and mobile application is a real game changer in terms of providing site-specific, farmer-centric land resource information and advisory. The entire facility is housed at the State Data Center, and it is in turn connected to the project partners, to the project monitoring unit, as well as the help desk through dedicated lines. This is a one-stop portal that provides not only the critical advisories as well as the data required, but also information on the inputs on a real-time basis.
The portal is developed to meet the data requirements and advisories needed for planning, implementation and monitoring all land-based activities and interventions of departments like Watershed Development Department, Department of Agriculture, Horticulture, Sericulture, Animal Husbandry, Environment and Forestry, Rural Development, Irrigation, and others in the state. It is a one-stop portal that provides not only the data requirements of the line department, but importantly, the critical advisories and inputs needed to the farmers and other stakeholders at the grassroots level in selecting the best suited crop, conservation practices, nutrient and crop water requirement, water budgeting, etc. on a real-time basis.
These advisories help the line departments to make their detailed project report and farmers to get real-time advisory along with the weather and package of practices which help them to select the best crop best suited to the farm.
The home page depicts important topics in the menu bar, content for the menu and submenu, list of map tools available, format for map legend, format for map layout, calibration of scale, list of subtopics included under LRI GIS menu, list of LRI applications, criteria for DSS, customized report generation and DPR preparation. The home page also shows weather forecast for 3 days for the area of interest and APMC market prices for the commodities exchanged. From the menu bar, the user can select the area of his interest and navigate through the submenus with the support of the help icon to get the required information from the portal. Apart from this, there is a login facility for the farmers and other users through which the farmer can register himself and access a host of benefits. In addition to these, the other functionalities like selection of area of interest, viewing and generation of base maps, thematic maps, query, upload, download, print, report generation, DPR preparation and others are elaborated here. This facility offers the user to select the area of his interest from the district to the survey number level for the entire state. The user can select his area of interest based on the administration boundaries or create a custom area of interest as a polygon or rectangle or point on the map and get the information available for the area as per the map content. The user can select one of the base maps available from the portal, such as the administrative map, cadastral map, imagery, etc., or generate the required base map by overlaying the cadastral, landform, geology, land use, or any other map layers on the imagery, or any other map layers stored in the portal. The portal is a repository of various non-spatial data sets like weather and climatic data, demography, land use, sources of irrigation, etc. from census, farmer particulars from Bhumi, package of practices for major crops, location of market yards, storage facilities, FPOs and other information. The user can select the area and download the data for his use. All the cadastral level LRI database and maps generated by the project partners from 14 lakh hectares area are available in the portal. The user can access the information by selecting either the survey number, watershed, or higher levels and can view, save, download, or print the same for use. From the LRI database stored in the portal, thematic maps can be generated with the help of the interactive menu. The user can generate maps on slope, soil texture, soil depth, soil moisture, macro and micronutrients, suitability for various crops, etc. from the portal. Apart from these functionalities, the portal offers the following functionalities to the users. Migration of data from project partners to avoid duplicity and overlapping of the data stored at digital library with the help of the migration tool developed. Tools for updating the existing data sets from project partners. Measurement tools for measuring distance, area, and point location. Web Map Service WMS for provision of maps. Web Feature Service for upload or download of OGC's GML data. User registration, data upload, data download, generation of reports, and DPR preparation. User dashboards provide users at different levels, commissioner to other levels, with a dashboard view of all the activities performed or to be performed by the user in the system. Development of decision support system is critical for the successful implementation of various schemes and for empowering farmers and other stakeholders in the state It is based on the integration of data generated by LRI partners and data from external services with criteria, models, and algorithms developed under this project. There are 9 decision support systems developed to provide advisories to the farmers and other stakeholders at the grassroots level. The decision support system on soil and water conservation helps to identify appropriate conservation structures for the arable and non-arable lands based on site-specific parcel-level information available in the digital library. The user can select the area of his interest from the drop-down menu and run the decision support system in the portal to get the conservation map of the area along with the output showing the type of structures, cost of the main and side bunds with waste wear and conservation practices to be followed. Similarly, maps can be generated from other DSS models. Mobile applications are almost like that of the LRI portal. It allows for registration and update of information and provides information on weather and climate, soils, nutrient status, crops and package of practices, agroclimatic features, seeds, soil health, fertilizers, commodity prices, various departmental schemes, suitability of crops, nutrient management, departmental applications, expert advisory, etc. This disruptive technology platform from Sujala 3 project for science-based, site-specific interventions is expected to change the way planning and implementations of many land-based programs carried out in the state. Due to the availability of site-specific LRI database on real-time basis, the interventions have become focused and farmer-oriented rather than the blanket or general type as was the case earlier. The watershed cycle is reduced to 3 to 4 years, which used to take about 6 to 7 years earlier. Real-time convergence of various programs and budgetary allocations to line department as per the requirement. More than anything, the time, capital and manpower use efficiency has increased significantly due to the application of the tools and models developed. Apart from these, many flagship programs with huge allocation of funds can benefit immensely with the use of LRI information and decision support systems available from the portal in planning and implementation of their schemes. It will save the scarce capital, improve the delivery, and most importantly, the efficiency of the interventions on a sustained manner than any other time in the past.
So I hope this project will help these 14 lakh hectares of watershed area in the 12 districts of Karnataka, which where we have done the land resource inventory and hydrological assessment. This data availability to the end users, to the farmers, to the line departments, to the private companies, as well as to the university partners, will help a lot in taking proper decision based on the scientific data.
The real-time availability of site-specific parcel-level spatial and non-spatial data sets and farmer-centric advisories through web and mobile applications from Sujala 3 project will be game-changer in empowering the planners, farmers, and other stakeholders to move from subsistence farming to sustainable and climate-smart agriculture in the state.
Hello.
So for the third technical session, I request Dr. Vasundhara, Senior Scientist, NBSS and LUP, as a rapporteur. And I also request Dr. Premanand, a Professor, Soil Water Conservation Engineering, Department of Agricultural Engineering at College of Agriculture Engineering, GKVK, Bangalore, to serve as a rapporteur. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. As we start this technical session on LRI and hydrology, I think this is a very important session in the sense that LRI is finding newer and newer applications every day. And just for the information of the house, LRI information or LRI data could be leveraged not only for agriculture, crop planning, fertilizer management, or your water management, hydrology. In fact, it is used by even industry. And some of the examples, recently we have had collaboration with industries that are engaged in railway lines, power transmission lines, laying railway tracks, optical fiber cables for internet connectivity in India. These infrastructural projects are also getting support from LRI. How? The thing is, whatever data that is collected through LRI could be easily extended or upscaled to similar geographies, and these data are required by the industry, especially regarding soil depth, bulk density, so that from civil engineering point of view, they get some information for preparing their estimates or even saving on the cost of digging and all earthwork. So I won't take much time. Just I wanted to underline the importance of LRI and hydrology. May I invite Dr. Natarajan for his thoughts on LRI-based approach in watershed management. Is he there? Yeah. I'm told that we have only half an hour, so roughly it translates to 7 minutes per speaker. Right?
20 minutes 20 discussion आधा घंटा तक चलेगा.
हाँ वही तो 7 minutes में presentation 21 and then 9 minutes we can discuss.
Like 3 presentation 1.5 hours.
3 presentation.
3. There are 3, sir. Please say.
Okay, fine, sir. Then you have ample time. Okay. 20 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My point and observation and presentation will be little shortened because of the time factor we are having. I will focus mostly on the issues related to LRI and how we can simplify. In today's morning session, I even joined director, secretary, everyone was saying how we can simplify and make it lighter. I may not call it as a lighter version, how best we can simplify, that may be the focus of my discussion, and I request all of you to interact later, maybe the points which I am saying with, and I am bringing to this auditorium, maybe something which we have to go through so that we can make it an output later which can be used for upscaling. Yeah, these are the scenario. I will skip most of the slides now. I will come to the point little fast. And the more than 50% of the area is rain-fed, and as morning session was very lightly pointed out, most of them are degraded. The reasons are many, and what is important is the interventions. The last 40, 50 years, many ministries, many schemes have come and got implemented. Most of the times we see the results not in proportion to the amount on budget we have been spending on these interventions. The main reason is, one of the main focus of that is the interventions are most of the times not specific, site specific. And we operate with what is available is mostly of general information, and the recommendations may be very specific, but the interventions are not specific. So there is a mismatch between the recommendation and the site. This is one of the reasons which we have found, which is one of the basis and foundation for why we need to go for what we call today LRI technology. Yeah, this is about the watershed progress. I will skip this. And yeah, this also you have heard enough in the morning. Right. We have come to an LRI approach from earlier conservation planning to integrated approach, watershed approach to what is going on across the states. Now today we are on a LRI approach. What is this LRI approach? The LRI approach, as I told in my earlier point, is to address the issues and take up interventions in a site-specific manner at the farmer, field and plot level. And what are the components of this will be my focus today. So this is the basis, and as Dr. Dalwai was mentioning, we are not in a pilot stage. The piloting happened almost 10 years back under Sujala 3. Much before that, under National Bureau of Soil Survey, the relevance of this site-specific data has been demonstrated and has been upscaled in Sujala 3. And the lessons learned and the experience of Sujala 3 paved the way for reward program. Right. So the approach is not new, and as the components of approach, what are the major components of approach? One is the database generation. So now today the LRI approach is almost synonymous with LRI technology. So it comprises of first is database generation. Oh, sorry. Yes, the first one is database generation. Second is database integration, wherein all the technical partners' role comes into picture. Database generation is not a big issue. And what is important is how we make use of the data, where all of the partners in every state has come into picture, and the development of decision support system. This is the third component. And fourth is the enormous data which is collected at the farm level and plot level cannot be handled unless there is a mechanism, unless there is a digital infrastructure. So we need to have that digital infrastructure, that is library and portal. And the last one is, all this has to help the users, the line departments, watershed departments, farmers. That is, the basis is the DPR. Immediate use is the DPR, and there is up to the end of advisory we can go. These are the major components of LRI approach. I'll briefly take you these 4 or 5 stages, what is that we are doing, and where we can improve or modify, make it, the LRI approach as practiced today can be much more simplified so that upscaling becomes easier. So when this conference was planned, the idea was to have limited sessions and have more detailed discussion. One of the important points which we are discussing is how we can upscale. So what is the basis of it? The experience of Sujala 3 and the experience of reward helps us significantly in making these 4 or 5 components much more simplified. Right. So briefly, LRI is nothing but assessing the status and changing condition of soil, water, land use, and all the endowments of land. So it is not soil, it's not water, it's It encompasses the complete land resource endowments. I was surprised morning, Dr. Dalwai, we are using land resource inventory here. Dalwai was mentioning about land resources. That is the correct. So it captures everything and then presents it in a form which department can use it, users can use it. If you want to treat each and every parcel, you can't start from one parcel and go to the next. There is no end to it. So the grouping makes it usable, easy for them to implement. And what LRI does is making the study of the variability, grouping them so that it can be instantly used by the users like departments of Watershed and others. So in this, the critical input is the base map, because we are talking about the interventions at the farm and plot level. If the intervention has to be at the farm and plot level, the selection of an appropriate base is the critical step. Without a base, if you take a base where you cannot locate your farms or survey numbers and you are not sure where you stand, then you cannot use the information. Even the information is relevant, it cannot be used. So the reference level of the user vis-a-vis the base is the most important thing. And which base map in our condition can provide this except the cadastral map? And not only this, when the data is generated, the user departments should be in a position to go to the survey number where you are saying there is a constraint, without any help, without any support. So for again implementing data generation and then preparation of your DPR, implementation, all three stages, the reference level, that means you can reach the spot without anybody's guidance, then the implementation becomes successful. So the only base is the cadastral base in our country. And fortunately today, all the states are having these cadastral maps digitized, also geo-referenced. This forms the best base for us. Yes. Yeah, this is the base. If you take any other base under our situation, you will not be able to provide the data which can be of help in designing your interventions at the farm level or survey number level. So this has to be kept in mind when we want to go for simplification of the LRI later. Without this base, if you collect data at any other level at 50,000 or use the topo as a base or any other scale, your reference of the plots and other use cases will be missing. And the problem with the cadastral map, it has only the field boundaries. You don't see the features. So what is the landform, what is the land use, what are the drainage features, road, network, and things, you don't see it. And without those features, it becomes very difficult. You have to traverse on foot, like earlier times, field by field, collect the data. The base like this, a very higher resolution base, imagery from World View 2 or any other higher resolution input which is available today, is the most complementing base. Along with that, the selection of this is very critical. And here, again, if you look here, the features are very, very clear. You can take out the uplands, you can take out the lowlands, valleys, hills, any feature which you want to separate, it becomes easy. Earlier, this has to be done by traversing into the field. Now, use of this almost eliminates the process of going to the traverse. The point here is, this makes our LRI very simple. You make use, delineate, and then you use it directly. Your traversing time which we spent, like when we started Sujala 3, it used to be more than a month. Now it has come down to 1 micro watershed, come down to 7-8 days or even well within 10 days. This is because of this input. And the next most important input for our LRI is the DEM or contours developed from the DEM. This is at 1 meter. And for our use of the natural resource for conservation or any purpose, slope is most important because slope controls the erosion and other related parameters. If we can quantify the slope, its gradient and length, and most of the work surface features are captured, the intervention becomes much more quantified, site specific and quantified. So this is the input, third input as a base. Now you think of the inputs which are used in LRI, first is the cadastral map and the higher resolution imagery and the contour. Then the question is, question is, making use of this, we need to make the base map, what they call the, before you go to field, the base map. How do you make the base map? Either you can go only with the cadastral map, it gives you very little information. Go with the imagery, it adds up little more. Go with the contour, it adds up something more. Put all this together, one over the other, overlay, becomes a complete base map for your LRI. So the LRI, what we started 10 years back, and what we are today is a much more simplified, quantified, and very specific to the site. Right? You can quantify the landforms, you can quantify the slope, surface features. What is missing will be the one which I'll show you. You can see that. You can see the contours. From the contour, you can see the hills on the right side, and then you have the small ridges in the interhill valleys. Anybody who is little familiar with the landform analysis can easily take out it. Right? So what is forcing us or focusing us back towards the interpretation more than the field? Right. Then the next is the interpretation. So far is the identification of the proper base and procuring it. Then the work starts as an interpretation. The interpretation again is done here in the lab. Right. So it is, first is based on the given area, what is the geology, because the geology controls landform, soil, site, and other following parameters. First, you divide the area into on the basis of geology, then based on the landforms, then based on the slope, then based on the other land use and other parameters. If you look back what I have been saying, landforms, geology, slope, interpretation stage itself we can take out and in a quantitative way. This is the output of one micro watershed. You see here distinctly, very clearly, what is the geology. So it's never mixed later. There are two geological rock types. One is the charnockite, another is the granite gneiss. It's taken out, delineated, separated. You never mix within this. So within that only you can make again hills to uplands, valleys, right? Yeah. Then within that you again go for second level, landforms, landform units, and then subunits. You can go up to 4 or 5 levels. All this done based on the map and image characteristics. And this is again critical. If you are able to take out these with confidence and checked in the field and it remains same, your 90% of your LRI is done in the interpretation stage itself, right? So this is the output of an interpretation based on use of higher resolution imagery overlaid on the cadastral map with contour map. So it gives you very clearly, very distinctly the geology, landforms, then slope, then further subdivision based on the slope, further subdivision based on the image characteristics. It's an excellent base which captures the variability which you see at the surface, right? So the site characterization, the landform characterization is done before you even go to the field. So the first level we do that at the, have an idea at the sub-watershed level, and then comes to the micro-watershed level, right? So micro-watershed level, what is done at the sub-watershed level is little broader, and micro-watershed level is again at the 4th, 5th, 6th level. Here, again based on the image interpretation, you build the variability of site and soil, for which you have to go for the study of soils in selected transects, and then make the series, and then make this map. This is a land resource management unit map at the micro-watershed level. And each color is having similar soils, similar site in terms of slope or anything, whatever may be. And this is the unit for management, for interventions. And here, if you see here on the right side, there are some 20 units, 19 units are there, right? So those are the units the watershed department targets for their intervention, takes up for their intervention in terms of soil water conservation, in terms of crop improvement, nutrient management, anything for that matter. So this is the exercise of what is the data generation phase. Using the high-tech remote sensing base and then the DEM, and making the interpretation in the lab itself. Today, every state has got state remote sensing application center. Very, very good trained people are there. They can do these interpretations. In Orissa, this is what is done. OSRAC, Orissa State Research Applications, Remote Sensing Application Center. They have interpreted for the whole state. When Karnataka, the experience is different. Here, it's done by KSRSAC, also done by partners. A comparison of these two, and Orissa, we thought, no, better in one place we can do that. And there are a lot of advantages. So this, I know whether our joint secretary is here, this is every state's remote sensing applications is the starting point, where 80 to 90% of the work needed for LRI is taken up and also completed before you go to field. So what do you do in the field? Earlier, we send our people, ask them to go and traverse, check these units, whether they are right, whether the delineation is right, whether the description, when I say it is charnocite, whether it is charnocite or granite gneiss, right? So now there is no need for all that, because the field exercise done in Orissa and also in Karnataka has shown clearly. The use of the base, the high resolution, with the contour, 1 meter contour, and in Karnataka 2 meter contour, has helped us to separate very clearly and also quantify the slope components very clearly. And there is absolutely no need to spend, like earlier, 1 month we used to spend in a micro-watershed going. Again, you have to depend on people who are recruited, trained, and they are not qualified to go and verify the way you want. So all that steps are eliminated. Now, what is remaining is the selection of transects and studying profiles in the transects. Again, the point is, because of this, representative spots can be selected in interpretation stage itself, and the plots necessary for studying profiles also selected, right? So such a simplification makes the deployment of simply recruited people trained only to study the profile parameters. So this is where we stand. The experience of Sujala, and more greatly during reward in Orissa and Karnataka, has helped us simplify at the same time without compromising the quality of the output very, very significantly. And the time, I will come back to later part of the way forward. The time spent here, field work normally takes more than 50% of the time of the field parties, and most of the money goes for field work. If you see the variable cost of the reward program, more than 50% goes for field work. Now the field work gets significantly reduced because of this. Now the point, another point, again time we spent in grid sampling. For what? For fertility. Right, as in the morning session, and also our director was mentioning, make use of the data which is available. And already the country has completed 2 cycles of surface sampling, right? maybe the apprehension is may not be they are done properly or rightly, but then you can go for 10%, 20% subsampling. Need not go for complete grid sampling because the grids are again same, right? Or then the state can take a call, again 25% of your field work gets reduced. So make use of the data which is available, supplemented by checks if necessary. And the exercise done by earlier by NBSS Bangalore has shown very clearly in the rainfed ecosystem where our inputs are so low, there is not much change within 5 years the fertility status. If it is low, it remains low. If it is medium, it comes within that medium. Absolutely, we can make use of the 2 cycles of data which under Soil Health Mission is collected with random checks, reduces your workload very significantly. Then the collection of hydrology data, of course, right? Again, there is enough scope for simplification. What you need is the basic parameters like rainfall, like your evapotranspiration, then you need soil moisture, then you need groundwater. Then using this, you make a whole lot of interpretation, hydrological interpretations, linking with your LRI and other databases. So the basic data collection is the one. Then the question of making use of it and making use cases, right? What is done under Sujala and reward model watersheds, I'm not sure every state can repeat it. The lessons learned from these model watersheds can be used in upscaling the whole program. Then the second phase, I just touched about the data generation, which is the most important. The next is making use of the data. What are the use cases we can showcase, right? So the data interpretation is very critical. Here again, the role of technical partners comes into picture. Because the interpretation is based on the criteria, based on the models, based on the algorithms and whatnot. So this is the knowledge base which the partners are having, which is compiled, where necessary modified, where necessary it is again refined and used for making thematic outputs. It can be a simple theme for selecting crops, theme for selecting your conservation structures, for any interventions. There is limitless, endless use cases. For each of that needs the involvement of the partners, right, where the role comes, right? Yeah. See, these are the criteria, these are the outputs. I will skip this, I will come directly to the, yes, these are again mentioned and there can be many more to come to meet the user needs. These are 9 which are already developed and rolled out. We need to have more. Orissa has come up with many more DSS and there may be many more come in the future. Then the portal, it's needless to say, portal is very, very important. Digital library, portal, mobile and applications of the data to users. Without that, you cannot handle the data. The data is so huge. Every DPR handles tons of data. And that takes time. Once this is stored, linked with the DSS, generation of your DPR, any use cases, advisory becomes, it's a matter of a few seconds actually. So this is very, very critical. And the DPR can be, using this, DPR can be prepared either fully automated or partially automated. It can be prepared even with your desktop, which was done earlier. If the portal is there, nothing like that. So as in the morning, it need not wait for full-scale establishment of portal, but we can start with the OEAT. They come out with their output from their own desktop, GIS in their units. It's a small unit which helps to come out with the DPR initially, fully automated when portal becomes really functional. And for the national level, like Dr. Reddy is here, needs to have a link with each state portal to the national portal. So these are going to be the way forward, which makes the Watershed program really in a very dynamic and useful manner.
Yeah, if you have the data, and as on today, what is practiced under PMSKY and what is practiced under reward, the whole life cycle can be within 3 years, right? Give little this way, that way, it can be not more than 4 years, unlike earlier years, right? I tried to put a cost for the LRI at what is done as on today, right? As morning somebody was saying it's 700 rupees, someone says 100,000 rupees. But if we, as I told, if we are going with the way we have been using this, there is much reduction in the LRI costing. Because you see here, hardly 5 days for sub-watershed, right? That is applicable to all micro-watershed. There may be 10. That means it comes to half a day for one micro-watershed. And then for each micro-watershed, it comes to 9 or 10 days. So hardly 10 days is enough to collect the data. It can be even within 10 days. Because as I told, they have to go there, only study the predetermined spot, the profiles, and develop the output. It's as simple as that. Then why you need even this many days, right? And then, of course, the JS and other works will take some time. Everything put together, because everything cannot go parallelly, but put together it can be around 2 to 3 months time, right? So what is the impact of LRI and watershed? All this has been, morning also there was mention about it. I need not go on each and every one of this, because you know very well all the reasons why LRI is gaining importance. The most important thing is the foundation for digital agriculture. This forms the framework. The last thing is all the experience of Sujala 3, reward, and the partners' expertise needs to be brought in as a new generation guideline. That only can help, where all these are captured, including the cost is brought as an action. Then it can convince, it can help to convince the DOLR to go for upscaling in a simple format with a few partners to start with, and roll out in a 1 or 2 years' time across the country. Now, the way forward, there are a few points which I just noted down. Little elaboration, maybe we can have if time is there, we can discuss. The outcome of Sujala has demonstrated, and reward has demonstrated the importance of science-based, no doubt about it. At the same time, right now, we are having apprehensions. Every fora we are hearing whether it can be replicable, whether it can be upscaled. And most importantly, what is the utility? Have you demonstrated the impact of this? These are the questions are coming. We have to, there is nobody can answer except the people who are working on this side and the persons who are using it on the other side. Put together, if you look here, the amount of time we spent, the cost involved, and the manpower, capacity, and infrastructure facilities required for executing LRI has to come down, no doubt about it. How it can come down? Just remember what I was saying about the interpretation stage. Just one example. It drastically reduces the times to be spent in the field, I can say 1/5, right? Including the number of profiles needed gets reduced. And then the review, for this you need to review and simplify the methodology wherever possible based on Sujala and reward experience, the norms, tools, capacity, supporting infrastructure. And here, the most important lesson we learned is the role of remote sensing, GIS, right? The state-of-art tools, digital tools. This has come to the rescue, which we couldn't imagine 10 years back, a decade back, as our director can say that. So the higher resolution data, this is not very costly, as my Orissa friend says, it's only 15 rupees per hectare, because we don't need real-time data. We need a legacy data, because we need to study only surface features. So that has helped to identify and delineate the landforms and the units almost accurately during the interpretation stage itself. So what it does is it helps to reduce the time, and time spent on traversing, checking, all that is eliminated, right? Next is further, the selection of transacts also is done. Then number of profiles reduced. Studying, most important, studying only the minimum data sets necessary. I'll come to that directly. Then the specifications of field work, right? Including the delineations, mapping all these process slightly and in some places totally revised. Based on the experience tells us it can be revised. Right. The minimum database for LRI. As we are doing today, the very comprehensive survey done at micro-watershed level. We study about 30 site parameters, around 20-25 soil parameters. And oft repeated remark from the administrators and the users is why you are collecting so much? Whether all this data is useful. An exercise done, a preliminary exercise done on this shows hardly 6-7 are repeatedly used. Then what happens to the other parameters? May be needed, may not be needed. So we are taking a call. The most relevant parameters today and the immediate future needs to be collected. What we anticipate which can be collected later can be collected because each and every spot is geotagged. Anybody can go, revisit, collect anything additionally needed later as and when necessary. So there is no need to go on spending time and collect the data which are not used right now immediately. And most importantly, the experience shows who are the people who are collecting the data in the field. Again, the people who are recruited, trained with minimum training, minimum exposure, we are relying on them. So they come with an output which most of the times when you check, it's not actually reflecting the situation. What we are trying to say is the minimum data sets and the data sets which can be quantifiable needs to be collected. Unless there is an urgent need for users, they need additional data. So what it says is the identification of minimum data sets like depth, like the texture, like 5, 6 it comes, the list is there. Right. And then the next is project partners. If the project has to be upscaled, there is no point, no way we can have the luxury of having a consortium of 16 partners like in Karnataka. Not possible. So the selection of partners are critical again. What is the qualification, what is the requirement is clear again. The focus is on remote sensing, the focus is on interpretation, the focus is on field, followed by laboratory and digital data storage. Again, it boils down to few. Others can be added, but starting should not be a problem. And every state today has got these facilities. And then the capacity building, participation of public, private institutions and partners. It's very simple now, you will understand. Most of the parameters are quantified now. What we are capturing under LRI is quantified. And the process is well defined, controlled. It's a clear case for opening up for private participation. Need not be done everywhere by institutions, publicly funded institutions. It's not possible also. If you want to generate the data for the whole country in 5 years' time, it's not possible. And it's a best case to open up for private participation. And the last is development of national technical guidelines. Maintaining all this depends on this. So developing lighter version of LRI approach can help fast track the activities. LRI facilitated subscaling to larger areas in the country. Thank you. I think this is my last slide.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take 3-4 questions. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, please.
Hello. Sir, thank you for a wonderful presentation and a lot of information which we all updated. Sir, with the experience of Sujila 3 and now reward, and moreover, we are talking about reducing the time and resource invested in that, and accuracy, bringing accuracy in decision making. So, in my view, in any area, you said that already SLUCI has generated the data, NBSS LUP has generated the data. So with the institution's experience and all, already the subsurface characters of whatever the survey has been done is known for us. So in that way, probably in future, can we think or can we take granted that at least around 20 to 30 years, whichever the area is surveyed, LRI'd, so only we should worry about surface characters or some dynamic characters. So whether we can take this point as a very important decision-making point for future next DSS of around 30 years. One is, my point is, already the subsurface characters we know, where SLUCI has done or NBSS LUP has done, and where we have done through Sujala 3 and Reward. So now in future we have to worry only about surface characters like fertility. Am I okay, sir? Am I right? Thank you, sir.
Yes, this has been highlighted morning, Director of NBSS also. Absolutely, we need not start afresh. We need to compile, we need to take stock of what is available. What is available, what can be geotagged. Maybe data is available, but profiles are studied, compiled, but we don't know where that has been. That's the point we are struggling many times. So the Director of NBSS can help and the SLUCI can help to compile first and geotag it. So if that falls in your area, in micro watershed, sub watershed, that becomes your additional observation. That reduces your observation. I am saying with our experience in Sujala 3 and this one, we started with 30 profiles for 500 hectares, came down to 20, now 10 is enough. That's because of the use of these tools. If out of 10 you are already having 5, your output gets much more short cycled. Absolutely. Today, as he has, another point he has mentioned in the morning and our secretary was saying is, there has to be only one methodology. Because all of us are trying to make an output which are going to be used for the welfare of the farmers at the plot level, whether it is done by SLUCI or NBSS or partners immaterial. But there should be only one methodology, and that becomes the responsibility of NBSS and LUP. Rightly is chairing the session, because they are mandated to maintain the methodology, quality, output, correlation, review by Government of India. Am I right, sir? Thank you.
Sir. Okay. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, you did talk about NTZ, National Technical Guidelines. Can it be brought as a guidelines, maybe as a manual for all of us, because we are going to participate in the National Soil Mapping Program, so which will help us a lot. If you could able to bring out that guidelines as a manual, that will help us a lot, sir.
Yeah. Maybe I think I may not be the right person, but the point is, what we have been talking is LRI approach. That is one part of the guideline or standard, right? There are other, for implementation of watershed or any program, the guideline starts from A to ends with, we are in between. We are trying to give what is the database or input which can be used for making their interventions. The guideline has to be very, very broad, which is there, no? The Rainfed Authority, Madam is here. They are there to come up with an encompassing guideline, which is a compendium for each and every activity. Right? So every scheme will have a guideline.
Sir, we will also participate in that team. Maybe at the national level, a committee can be formed to develop the guidelines.
Yeah, I think Dr. Reddy is here. He will take care of that.
I think I can answer to some extent, partially. See, NBSS is luckily partner on both sides. I mean, we are also participating in National Soil Mapping Project, and I have already brought it to the notice of SLUCI and other authorities that there has to be convergence. The protocol, the standard operating procedure that we need to follow in both the cases, whether it is reward, PMKSY, whatever it is. So we have to have some data standards as well. So it's a comprehensive document. We have already published it, released it. It's only the question of adoption. Once Lucy endorses it, I think it will be a part of our national soil mapping project.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have one query that we have discussed about data collection at a time and utilizing it in future. But now IoT technologies have developed to a great extent, and drones can be effectively used for mapping and other purposes. Why can't we incorporate these two technologies, drone technology as well as IoT? So IoT will give live data. Instead of past data, it may give live data. That is one thing. Second question is, we generally have a suggestion. We find some crop suitability and things like that. But it can be suggested to the farmers. But it is up to the farmer to select whether select or not. Then sometimes even in class 7 or class 8 land capability classification, such lands, people may go for cultivation. But actually we don't recommend in the class 7 or class 8 lands. So in such conditions, can we go in for, suggest for some legislation so that in such areas cultivation should not be done and things like that?
The first point is, can we use drone? Okay, what is the purpose of drone here in our level of mapping? The purpose of mapping here is identify the features, right? Which is possible in the high level imagery, high resolution imagery we are doing. In case you are having any doubt, you can surely use it. The only thing which cannot be done by any method available today is what is below the surface. So that is the only thing we are doing. I have been telling we are going to spend our time only in studying profile, except everything is done by interpretation, right? Digging, there is no alternative right now. And coming to the recommendations, we cannot force any farmer, any user, what they can do, because we have no policy on that. It's left to the farmers or anybody to make use the way they want. We have no control on that. We can only indicate the constraints or the suitability.
I hope it answered all the questions. Anybody else? Okay. So thank you, sir. I have a point to add here. Rather a suggestion to the audience. Many of you may be having some PhD or MSc students, especially in the field of economics. In the morning, I think Khadiji also raised the same question, 1 rupee invested in LRI, how much it translates into the benefit in terms of rupees. So hydrology can also answer this question. For example, LRI based watershed development and non-LRI based watershed development. If you locate your percolation tank in a soil that is fine texture or not amenable to infiltration, then your percolation tank investment is completely gone waste. On the other hand, if you are locating a farm pond in a very coarse texture soil, the water will immediately percolate down. So such kind of decisions are facilitated by LRI. So can we have some hard data to prove this point? If not immediately, I know there are not many papers proving this point, but if you can put a student for 2-3 months short study, I think it would be great. Thank you, sir. That was my suggestion.
As you know, Dr. Natarajan sir, initially almost 10 years back, he himself made a presentation on the methodologies to be followed for collecting the data in Sojala and Reward. And we followed it till now, and now we can see some changes. Maybe the time will make everyone to change. So thank you very much, sir, for giving a very good projection for the future.
and we hope to continue. And on behalf of Center of Excellence and Watershed Management and UAS Bangalore and Watershed Development Department, I thank you profusely for your presentation. May I request Dr. N.G. Patil sir to give a memento to Dr. Natarajan sir.
Happy to be standing next to you. Great, sir. Thank you for your contribution. Thanks for your comment. Thank you so much. Shall we move to... May I now invite Dr. Nagaraja, who is going to talk about effect of LRI-based nutrient application in different agroclimatic zones of Karnataka. Is he here? Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Is it audible? PPT, please. ಇದು ಆನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Please try to wind up within 20 minutes.
Okay, sir. Mr. Chairman, rapporteurs, distinguished participants, most importantly Dr. Rajshekhar, who was very much responsible to shaping this project. I am presenting your suggestions, what we have incorporated in the study, sir. Sir, this is effect of LRI based fertilizer application in different agroclimatic zones of Karnataka. I think this is the right time to say Jai LRI. To break the monotony, excellent presentation we heard from Dr. Natarajan. To break the monotony, can we say, all of you say Jai LRI? I think it is not audible, sir. Again, Jai LRI. Okay. So, with this slogan, let us continue, sir. And also, Mr. Kade was telling that you should present the impact of LRI. Don't, of course, what Dr. Natarajan has presented was required to understand and the lighter version of LRI. Now, also he was mentioning that what is the impact of LRI. Now I am going to present a little bit about the impact of LRI. My friends from Orissa also presented about the use of LRI cards and also LRI data. And many have used the LRI cards. Sir, this is the study taken to know what is the impact of LRI card. We have prepared the LRI cards. In my opinion, LRI serves four main purposes. We have four benefits. Number one is selection of site-specific soil and water conservation measures. Number two, most important are suitable crops. Three is fertilizer or nutrient management based on the soil fertility status. And fourth important is many development departments can use the data what is available in the portal. For example, even the animal husbandry department, they can also take the data that is available in the portal to estimate the carrying capacity of the watershed. The fisheries department can do that. Agriculture department and horticulture department can use this data in designing the crops as well as the fertility management. Therefore, LRI is going to be an excellent what you call the information that is available. So now, as of now, what we see, the farmers normally take the advice of the fertilizer dealers to apply fertilizers to the crops. I mean, sometimes on their own they will apply, and also sometimes they listen to the extension workers. But unfortunately, they are not aware of the differences, inherent differences in the soil fertilities. And they will be applying the fertilizers whatever they feel is more appropriate. So as a result of this, there can be some sort of misapplication or over application or less application of the fertilizers, leading to lesser yields as well as lesser income from the fields the crops what they are growing. Now let us see, the study was taken in this project to assess what will be the impact of LRI card with respect to three things. One is about the nutrient management. The second one is the use of resilient agricultural practices that is promoted through micro watershed level agro advisory services. Now I will briefly explain about what this study throws. Of course, this I have already explained. The LRI provides site-specific fertilizer recommendations tailored to the fertility status of the soil. This is very, very important. Aligning fertilizer application with the LRI recommendations optimize the nutrient application. Thereby, the returns and as well as the yield can be better compared to conventional approach. With this understanding, the study was designed with 4 objectives. One, to assess the extent of change in the behavior of farmers towards LRI-based approach. Changing the behavior is the most important. You can produce the data, you have empirical data to show that it is very useful, but this has to be applied or accepted by the farmers who are the ultimate users. If you don't change the mindset of the people or change the behavior of the people, whatever that we have the data or our efforts will go waste. Therefore, changing the behavior of the farmers towards LRI base was felt as an important objective here. Behavioral change means we say cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domains, knowledge, skill, and attitude. We have taken knowledge and skill part. Knowledge and attitude part. Attitude, changing the attitude is a very, 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 very difficult thing. We have taken knowledge, attitude, acceptance level of the farmers as the behavioral component, and the quantity and extent of benefits derived from LRI-based fertilizer application. This is the economic aspect, we can say, to understand the knowledge and attitude of extension functions as well as the fertilizer dealers, because these two people are, these two categories of functionaries giving advice to the farmers. Therefore, we wanted to know their knowledge level on the LRI-based approach or LRI card, as well as the fertilizer dealers. The last one is to provide inputs to integrate the LRI cards with point of sales as well as the fruits. With these 4 objectives, the study was designed. I will give a little bit about the methodology. Of course, the indicators selected for assessment of impact of the study was 11 indicators. That is knowledge, attitude, acceptance 3, and rest 8. So 11 indicators were considered for the study. Coming to the selection of the sub-watersheds and villages for conducting the pilot study, I think my colleagues from different universities are there. We have conducted this study in 6 districts. I request all my scientists to please stand up, and I think the district participants can see. So this study was conducted in 6 locations in Karnataka by State Agriculture University partners. So one sub-watershed per agroclimatic zone of reward area was selected. We have Karnataka, we have 10 zones in Karnataka, and our universities function in 6 agroclimatic zones, and we have selected one sub-watershed per agroclimatic zone. And within the sub-watershed, 3 villages were selected with similar soil series. And in each selected village, dominant soil series were considered for the study. And major crops commonly grown in all the villages in a sub-watershed were considered for the study. And a similar village outside the sub-watershed was considered as a control village to compare the effect of LRI versus non-LRI. This is the map indicating where our pilot study was conducted. We have covered 6 zones. It is depicted here. Now coming to the treatments, we have selected 4 treatments in this study. The first one is the control. This is a village which is outside the reward watershed area. The sequence of activities that we have conducted were conducting a general meeting to sensitize about why we have come to that village, and also conducting PRE exercises, mostly the resource mapping, to understand the situation and data collection at different stages. Treatment 2. This is an important treatment. The Watershed Development Department in Karnataka and Reward Program has appointed LRI managers. The LRI managers would distribute the LRI card to the farmer, and also they will educate the farmers on how to use or how to interpret the data and make use of the information that is available to improve their crop production as well as other conservation of, other resources. In this village, we had LRI literacy, that is distribution of LRI card followed by training by the LRI managers, and also micro watershed level agro advisory services are given to all the farmers throughout the state. This is another treatment. Based on the date of sowing, the LRI managers would indicate this date of sowing of a particular crop to the Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center, and it is documented accordingly. The customized what we call the advisories will go to the farmers on their mobile handsets. This is the second intervention. The third one is data collection baseline and end of the crop season. The third one was a bit complex and difficult treatment. This is in addition to treatment to the focus group discussion to change the behavioral change communication approaches were tried. Focus group discussion, PRE exercises, display posters and charts in prominent places in the village, indicating the importance of LRI and how the data can be used. And then participatory training approach, then farm and home visit, exposure visits, educational game, case study analysis, distribution of literature, formation of the WhatsApp group, and also data collection. These were the treatment, the descriptions are the activities that were carried out in the treatment 3 or the third village. The fourth one was, in addition to treatment 2, that is distribution of LRI card and literacy, micro advisories, conducting the demonstrations in particular area to show the worth of LRI technology to the farmers. Here the group discussion meetings, layout of the demonstrations, method demonstration, checklist how to conduct the demonstration as well as how to record the information, field visit, field days and data collection. This is about the description of the treatments. Coming to the sample size, this study was conducted, as I said, in 6 locations by 5 agricultural universities. Another study was from the Center of Excellence under the leadership of Dr. N.B. Prakash and my colleague Dr. Sagar and Divya were the people who were really implementing the study. So this is the sample size, all put together for the treatment 1, control village 443 farmers, for tree 2 552. In all, 1951 farmers were included in the study. We have covered 49 extension functionaries as well as 28 fertilizer dealers in the study area. Data was collected, data of course it is also being collected now, collected using a pre-tested schedule, and it was converted into Android based software for easy capturing of the data and in capture in situ, and also without to avoid the manipulations, and also that is available in the Google Play Store. Data collection, this is the phases of data collection. The baseline started in 2024. Now seasonal data, that is end of each crop season data is captured, and end of the study 2026. Coming to the results part, knowledge. See, here you can see the knowledge level of the farmers in different treatment villages. And also, I have abbreviated USP. USP means University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. They conducted this study in Chamarajanagar district. US Dharwad, US Raichur, then Keladi Shivapanayaka, University of Agriculture and Horticultural Sciences, Shivamogga, and University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, and Center of Excellence on Watershed Management. So, if you see the baseline data of the knowledge level of the farmers, it is less than 50%. And this increased knowledge, of course, this is not very less. The efforts of the LRI managers, the cards were distributed and also they were given training. Therefore, we could see a 42.57% knowledge on the LRI aspects. We have loaded 15 questions covering different aspects of knowledge component. Knowledge, comprehension, synthesis, analysis, application, evaluation. These are the subcomponents. All the subcomponents were covered in the questions, not just because recall behavior was not the important factor. Synthesis, application, evaluation, and these things were also loaded in the questions. Likewise, if you see the season 2 data, there has been improvement in the knowledge level of the farmers, and the main difference is indicated. And when we conducted the t-test, student t-test, the main difference was significant. That means to say, over a period of time, after our interventions started in the field, knowledge level has increased, at least 10% increased in T2 village, and in T3 village it is more. T3 village 15.75, because of the several behavioral component activities, behavioral communication activities, we could see this change. Then this is about the fourth village. Here also the same trend we can say 10% change in the knowledge or increase in the knowledge can be seen. Attitude, this is a very tougher part I was mentioning. Again here there are 5 major sub-components need to be considered in the assessing the attitudes. Receiving phenomena, responding phenomena, valuing, internalizing, and relating these things. Also, these things were considered while loading the questions. And if the research methodology is concerned, we have strictly followed the methodology. And the attitude level of farmers before the pilot study was about 44% in T2 village, and almost same in the T3 village as well. So it has increased by 11% in T2 village and 16.2% in T3 village. Attitude is the mindset of the farmers towards an innovation or the technology. Then in the T4 also we can see a lot of change in their attitudes. And if you look at the acceptance level, acceptance is almost like a symbolic adoption. That means the knowledge is good, the attitude is better, acceptance. But real adoption, whether they will adopt or not, we don't know. But acceptance, at least symbolically, they have agreed to adopt the technology what has been presented in the LRI card. So if you see here, again, there has been increase from 10% in the second case, it is 17%, and about 14% in the fourth demonstration. I mean, in the fourth treatment where demonstration was conducted. So this is about the changes that we have seen in the behavioral components of the farmers in the experimental area. Coming to the second, of course, the second component or the second aspect is that we also captured the knowledge level of extension functionaries. Of course, they had very good knowledge about the LRI approach. We have indicated the extension functions and fertilizer deals, knowledge, attitude, and acceptance level. I think there is some positive trend could be seen from among the fertilizer dealers as well as the farmers. I mean, the extension functions. If we change the mindset of the dealers, probably more things can happen. This is our assumption. Then the results on the nutrients application and the yield and the economic returns. So here the yellow lines indicate the baseline data, and season 2 indicates after after conducting or completing one season, what has been the change has been documented here, sir. This is the kgs of recommended levels. See, actually in the LRI card, what we give, it has 5 levels of new fertility indication in the LRI card: very low, low, medium, high, and very high. So accordingly, as per LRI for a particular crop, we have taken. I have selected few crops and indicated. Ragi is a finger millet. For ragi, in T2 village, it is 24, 16, 19 according to LRI. But for the second village, also variation, little bit variation in the potash. So taking that into account, and what was the trend followed by the farmers in that village, and what is the deviation? Deviation is indicated. Minus values indicate less than the LRI recommendation. Season 2 data is in the white color, and the deviations are indicated. The inference is that nitrogen and phosphorus are applied slightly more than LRI recommendation. This may be due to the application of DAP. Because of DAP and urea application, whether it's required or not, nitrogen and phosphorus is applied in larger quantities. K is not applied in base year, but slightly improved after pilot study, that is in T4 village. Then I take the example of Pigeon P, that is in Raichur district. Here N and P are applied more than LR recommendation, and improvement over base year in rationalizing nutrient, but not very significant. So the N application is more than LRI recommendations, no more change in the second season also in case of groundnut in Chamarajanagar district, but K application is slightly lesser than the required. Then in case of soybean, that was in Bidar, in baseline year, N and P application is more than LRI recommendation T2. Application of NPK are less than LRI recommendation season 2, but no improvement in K application. Then in case of cotton, N and K application is less than LRI recommendations in both base year as well as the season 2, but P application in T2 is nearer to recommended level, but less in T3 and T4. So improvement is observed towards LRI recommendation. So with this, what I can conclude is that, based on the data, empirical data, providing farmers with personalized LRI cards with training has built trust in the scientific recommendations. Undoubtedly, they are confident because the study was conducted in their areas. Whatever the recommendations that are made, it is concretized. Then the second conclusion that can be drawn at this stage, this is based on the interim results, I would say. The importance of aligning fertilizers in soil fertility it is felt by the farmers, that they are recognizing it. The gentle shift from blanket application to rational site-specific fertilizer application to crops is an encouraging trend. In some cases, it is happening. Rational approach will increase nutrient use efficiency and enhance crop yields. And fertilizer dealers are getting convinced on the importance of LRI-based approach. This is what I can conclude from this. Thank you very much for your patient listening. And if you have any questions, with the permission of the chair, I can answer.
Sure. Quick questions from the audience, if any. Okay, if there are no questions, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
So for showcasing the utility of LRI from Karnataka, I would like to thank Dr. Nagaraj, consultant COE on watershed management on behalf of COE as well as UAS Bangalore and Watershed Development Department. Thank you very much, sir. I request Dr. N.G. Patil, sir, to hand over a memento to Dr. Nagaraj, sir.
Friends, organizers tell me that we rest here, we stop here, right? Because of paucity of time, the last presentation by Dr. P.K. Mishra would be taken up tomorrow morning. So, yeah, please.
Okay, sir. Because of the paucity of time, the next presentation will be made in the next technical session tomorrow morning. For ably conducting this particular technical session 3, I would like to thank Dr. N.G. Patil, sir, Director NBSS and LUP Nagpur. Sir, thank you very much from on behalf of University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. I request Dr. N.B. Prakash, sir, to hand over a memento to Dr. N.G. Patil, sir.
Yeah, before we conclude, I thank both the rapporteurs for supporting me. Thank you.
So I also thank Dr. Vasundhara R, scientist from NBSS, and Dr. Premanand, professor of agriculture engineering from UAS Bangalore, for becoming the rapporteurs for this session. Now the session ends here, a technical session. After a few minutes, we are going to witness a cultural event exclusively on the cultural themes of Karnataka. It will be for a duration of 1 hour. Please let the podium, this dais be ready. I request all of you to witness a great presentation from a majority of our students, UAS Bangalore students. Thank you.
Mr. ಮಹೇಶ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ತೆಗಿತೀವಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ತೆಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು.
check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, ಇದೊಂದು check, hello. Check, hello. Check, hello.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, I welcome all the delegates of the conference back to the auditorium. You will have a small cultural fest being performed by the students of US Bangalore. In fact, our students, be UG or postgraduate, they have already been recognized in the country, especially among the agricultural universities, for their immense talent in cultural, literary, and also sports. So overall, this university is proud to say, not just academically, but we are also far ahead even in our co-curricular activities. So to depict this and also to get your appreciations to a certain extent, we have decided to present a cultural evening. And this evening will be representing for today the Karnataka culture, in the sense this is a vibrant state. This is a vibrant state. Just like Kerala is known as the God's own country, Karnataka is known for one state but many worlds. So that means to say the Karnataka is both geographically, culturally, traditionally, and for in several other respects has so many variants. And in fact, the tradition and the art lure, it also varies from place to place. In fact, we have more than 16 dialects in Kannada itself, the language, which changes for every few kilometers. So keeping this as our theme, to depict the variations or the vibrance in culture of our state, the Karnataka state. Today we will be presenting a group of events, maybe the songs, the dances, the folklore, and hopefully you all will be enjoying that. And tomorrow again we will have another session for one, probably the same duration. That will be depicting about the diversity of our country, because we have with us the delegates who are also diversified. So I think you have a few patience to wait for a few more minutes before we start our program. And meanwhile, have a request. People or the delegates who have gone outside the auditorium, I request once again to join here into the auditorium so that we can have this presentation from our students, that is UAS Bangalore. Thank you.
Hello, check, hello.
Hello, check, hello.
Check, check, hello, hello. Check, check, hello.
Hello.
Hello check. Hello check. Cordless mic ಕೊಡಿ ಸಿಂಗರ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ cordless mic ನ ಕೊಡಿ 4 please.
Hello. They say art is the heartbeat of the soul. It heals, it uplifts, and creates wonder. Today we are here to celebrate this art in all its form and color. Good evening, one and all. My name is Sindhu, a proud third year F&D student, and I have the absolute privilege of being your anchor for this beautiful evening, a vibrant part of the National Conference on Land Resources Inventory for Sustainable Watershed Management under the World Bank Assisted Reward Program. While the day was dedicated for science and sustainability, this evening is devoted for the art and culture that nourishes our soul. Today we are here to celebrate the heritage and the elegance of Karnataka with the theme of Karunada Kala Vaibhava. Every performance will showcase the elegance of our state and beauty of our language, Kannada. So with immense joy and honor, I welcome all the dignitaries, officials, performers and each one of you for this beautiful evening. एक कहावत है ना that legends are unborn, they are made with passion and perseverance. Today we present you all the artistic legends of our university, our pride, our powerhouse, Team Bhumika. A symbol of passion, resilience and artistic excellence which was started on 1989 and has the immense legacy of 36 years. This team, with the support and guidance of the university, have brought the international acclaim to our university to be the first ever agriculture university in the country to perform on the prestigious stage of International Youth Fest. Not once, but twice. Once with Jatre and then with Dollu Kunita, which is a huge pride for a university. And this, our very own Bhumikans have taken the complete responsibility for this event, from planning to performance. They are all set to mesmerize you. So dear audience, before we start this event, I request you all to give a huge round of applause to Team Bhumika for their effort and dedication for this event. Bharatanatyam, a powerful medium for expression, the one that radiates grace and divine energy. To mark the auspicious beginning of this event, I now welcome our incredibly talented Saloni to mesmerize us with her incredible performance. Give a huge round of applause for her, guys.
ಗಿಡದಗದತ್ತೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ಗಿಡದಗದಗದೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ತಾಂ 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 ಗಿಡದಗದತ್ತೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ತಾಂ ಗಿಡದಗದತ್ತೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ಗಿಡದಗದಗದೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ತಾಂ 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 ಗಿಡದಗದತ್ತೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ತತ್ತೋಡಗದ ತಾಂ 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 ತಗದೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ತತ್ತೋಡಗದ ತಾಂ 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 ತಗದೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ದಿಗಿದೋಗಸ್ತಂಗ ದಿಗುದಗದಿಗುದೋಗಸ್ತಂಗ ದಿಗುದೋಗಸ್ತಂಗ ಹಸ್ತಂಗ ಕುತ್ತ ಕಿಟ್ಟ ಕಿಣ್ಣ ತೋಂಗ ತೋಡಗದಾಂ ತಾಂ ತೈ ತೋಡಿ ಕುತ್ತಕ್ಕ ತೋಡೋಡಗದಾಂ ತಾಂ ತೋಂ ತಾಂ ತಾಂ ದೀಗಿ ಗಿಡದಗ ತತ್ತೋಡಂಗ ತಕ್ಕುತ್ತ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಮೋದಕ ಹಸ್ತ ಚಾಮರಕರ್ಣ ವಿಲೋಪಿತ ಸೂತ್ರ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ಪುತ್ರ ವಿಘ್ನ ವಿನಾಶಕ ಪದ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಪದ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಗನ ಮೋದಕ ಚಾಮರ ಕರ್ಣ ವಿಲೋಪಿತ ಸೂತ್ರ ಪಾಮರ ರೂಪ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ಪುತ್ರ ವಿಘ್ನ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಪಾದ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಪಾದ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಪಾದ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
What a captivating start it was. Thank you, Saloni, for your soulful performance. Paritranaya sadhunam ವಿನಾಶಾಯ ಚತುರ್ಭುಜಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪನಾರ್ಥಾಯ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ. ಅಧರ್ಮ ಅಟ್ಟಹಾಸದಿಂದ ಮೆರೆದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೆಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಲ್ಲೋಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅ ಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ರಾಜಕಲೆ ಎಂದಾಕ್ಷಣ ನೆನಪಾಗುವ ಏಕೈಕ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕಲೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ. ಸುಮಾರು 1000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಗತಕಾಲದ ವೈಭವದ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಕಂಡ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಅದರ ಛಾಪನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವದೆಲ್ಲೆಡೆ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ವಿಶ್ವಗಾನವಾಗಿರುವ ಕಲೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ. ಆರಾಧನಾ ಕಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿ ಇಂದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಂದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. ಈ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಲಪಾಯ, ಪಡುವಲಪಾಯ ಎಂಬೆರಡು ಪ್ರಭೇದಗಳಿವೆ. ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗಿಂದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಪ್ರಭೇದವೇ ಪಡುವಲಪಾಯ. Our performers are all set to retell the epic saga of Kamsavade through Yakshagana. This tale reminds us that no matter what the struggle is, at the end, Dharma will always win. So put your hands together for our next performers to perform Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. Audio, please.
ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ದುಷ್ಟನಾಶಕಿನುತ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಮತ್ಸ್ಯ ಕೂರ್ಮ ಕ್ರೋಧ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ವಾಮ ಭಾರ್ಗವ ರಾಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬುದ್ಧ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ಬರುವ ಕಲ್ಕಿರೋ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ದೈವೀನ ಗೋವಿಂದನು ಶರಣ ಜನ ಮರಿತೇಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣನು ತರುಣಿ ದೇವಗಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದಿ ಮೈ ಕಳೆದ ಸೆರೆಮನೆಯ ನಡು ಅಲಿಯು ಮಲಗಿದ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ವಸುದೇವ ಶಿರದೊಳಗೆ ಒತ್ತ ಪರಿಯ ಬರಿಯುತ್ತ ಯಮುನೆ ತಾನು ಪದವಿಯ ಚಲಿಸಿ ಗೋಕುಲ ಕೈದನು ಕೂಗಿದ ಯಶೋದೆ ಕರಿಯ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲೊಳಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಗಿದ ಯಶೋದೆ ಕರಿಯ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲೊಳಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಗಿದ ಯಶೋದೆ ಕರಿಯ
Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitah. Thank you, team, for portraying such the vibrant truth of Dharma with your powerful performance. Give them a huge round of applause, guys. We have witnessed the energy of dance and the charm of Yakshagana. Now it's time to soothe both our souls and ears with the magic of music. Are you ready for the fusion of ragas and rhythm? Because our next team are all set to tell the epic tale of Karnataka with their beautiful songs. So put your hands together for our next performers.
Hey, Baju, Nana Takata, Nana Takata, Nana Takata, hey, hey. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಕಾಶಿಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡು, ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಸುತ್ತಿ ನೋಡು, ಜೋಗದ ಗುಂಡಿ ಒಡೆಯ ನಾನೆಂದು ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡು. ಅಜಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರನ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು, ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಐಹೊಳೆಯ ಚಂದಾನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು. ಕಲಿಯೋಕೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಭಾಷೆ, ಆಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ಗುರಿ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಕನ್ನಡ ರೋಮಾಂಚನವೇ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ನುಡಿಯು ಕರುನಾಡು ಮಣ್ಣಿದು. ಚಿಂತಿಸು, ವಂದಿಸು, ಪೂಜಿಸು ಪೂಜಿಸು. ಈ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಮರಿಬೇಡ ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ, ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ. ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಹೆಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಜರಿಬೇಡ ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ, ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ. ಸುಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಚರಿತೆಯ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡು, ಮಹೋನ್ನತ ಕಲೆಗಳ ನೆಲೆಬೀಡು, ಅಳಿಸದಿರು ಈ ಹೆಸರ, ಈ ಹೆಸರ. ಈ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಮರಿಬೇಡ ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ, ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ. ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಹೆಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಜರಿಬೇಡ ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ, ಓ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ. ಕರುನಾಡ ತಾಯಿ ಸದಾ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಿ, ಕರುನಾಡ ತಾಯಿ ಸದಾ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಿ. ಈ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಭೂಮಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇವಾಲಯ, ದೇವಾಲಯ, ಈ ದೇವಾಲಯ. ಕರುನಾಡ ತಾಯಿ ಸದಾ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಿ, ಕರುನಾಡ ತಾಯಿ ಸದಾ ಚಿನ್ಮಯಿ. ಓ ಓ ಓ ನೀಮೆಟ್ಟುವ ನೆಲಾದಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ನೀನೇರುವ ಮಲೆ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿ. ನೀ ಮುಟ್ಟುವ ಮರ ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧದ ಮರ, ನೀ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರ್ ಕಾವೇರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂತಾದರೂ ಇರು, ಎಂದೆಂದಿಗೂ ನೀ ಕನ್ನಡವಾಗಿರು. ಕನ್ನಡ ನೋವಿನ ಮುದ್ದಿನ ಕರು, ನಮ್ಮದ ಕಲ್ಪತರು. ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಡಿಮವ ಓ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೃದಯ ಶಿವ. 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 ಓ ಓ
So that's what we call the pure magic of the music. So now that's what we call the pure magic of music. Thank you guys for your soulful performance. Now it's time to present our pride, our legacy, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಡೊಳ್ಳು ಕುಣಿತ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನಪದ ಕಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈ ನವಿರಿಸುವ ಜನಪದ ಕಲೆ ಡೊಳ್ಳು ಕುಣಿತ. ಕುರುಬರು ಬೀರಪ್ಪ ದೇವರನ್ನು ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗೂ ಸ್ಮರಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಡೊಳ್ಳು ಬಡಿಯುತ್ತಾ, ಬಡಿತಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಹಾಗೆ ತಾಳ ಹಾಕುತ್ತಾ ಕುಣಿಯುವ ನೃತ್ಯವೇ ಡೊಳ್ಳು ಕುಣಿತ. ಹಿಂದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಡೊಲ್ಲಾಸುರ ಎಂಬ ರಾಕ್ಷಸನನ್ನು ಶಿವನು ಸಂಹರಿಸಿ ಆತನ ಎಲುಬುಗಳಿಂದ ಡೊಳ್ಳನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಾರಿಸಿದನು ಎಂಬ ಪ್ರತೀತಿ ಡೊಳ್ಳು ಕುಣಿತಕ್ಕಿದೆ. Dollu Kunita is a dynamic art form that can make anybody groove and set any heart with thundering joy. So, today we present the Dollu Kunita. It has the epic legacy of being performed on the prestigious stage of International Youth Fest by our students. So why wait? With the rhythm in their heart and fire in their feet, our girls and boys are all ready to steal your hearts. Give a big round of applause for our Dollu Kunita team, guys. must be trembling after that electrifying performance. Give them a big round of applause, guys. We Indians have mastered the art of blending modern dance with our desi tadka. It might be from Indo-Western clothes to Indian Chinese chow mein, or performing Bharatanatyam for Shape of You, or doing Kathak for cheap thrills. We can do anything and everything with our culture. So up next, I welcome Nikita to mesmerize us with a semi-classical performance. Put your hands together for her, guys. Start the music.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि वदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
every move was a treat to watch. Thank you, Nikita, for your soulful performance. Until next performance, I would like to tell you all about my Janmabhumi, my Karnataka. ಅಷ್ಟಿಲ್ದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರೇನ್ರಿ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಕನ್ನಡದವರು ವಿಶಾಲ ಹೃದಯದವರು ಅಂತ ಬಂದವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಪ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. This is a land where every language is loved and every culture and tradition is respected. While we talk about unity in diversity about India, we Indians have our own little cute diversity. ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಜೋಳ ಮುರಿದಿ ಕಡಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ದಕ್ಷಿಣದವರು ಮುದ್ದೆ ಮುರಿದಿ ಮೃದುವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಅವರು ಎಂತ ಮಾರ್ಯಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊಡವರು ಕಾಪಿ ಕುಡಿಪೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆರಿಟೇಜ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ವಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗಾಸ್ ಆರ್ known for acceptance and love all across the India. So as a Kannadigas, it's our duty and our privilege to remember that ಎಂದಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂದೆಂದಿಗೂ ನೀ ಕನ್ನಡವಾಗಿರು. So as a tribute today, we are presenting our rich heritage of Karnataka to all of you guys. So, the next performance is the another gem of our university, which was performed on the stage of International Youth Fest. Jatre, a vibrant folk art which expresses the vibrant interest, rich culture of our tradition and festivals. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಸಿ ಸೊಗಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚಾರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಎತ್ತಿ ಹಿಡಿಯುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಪದ ಕಲೆ ಜಾತ್ರೆ. So welcome our next performers who are all ready to bring the electrifying energy of Jatre on the stage. Give them a big round of applause, guys.
Chip, 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 chip.
I am out of breath after watching this performance. What an energy, guys! Give them a big round of applause. हर सुंदर शुरुआत का एक अंत होता है. So this evening, which was filled with art, culture and joy, comes to an end. I sincerely appreciate all our performers for your mind-blowing performance and also extend my immense gratitude for our officials and dignitaries for your patience and cooperation. Now I request all the performers to come on the stage and also request our dignitaries to occupy the stage so that we can seize this beautiful evening by clicking a picture. Ma'am, sir, please.
Madam, Sarala madam. We take this opportunity to thank each and everyone, the directors who are from the and the participants for the conference we have been attended. Thank you so much for your patience. दशो सर करीत Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sound system G. Thank you so much, and thanks to each and everyone. Please have your dinner and have a nice sleep. And tomorrow again we'll meet for the conference. Thank you so much.
We hope you all liked our humble efforts for making this evening beautiful. Until next time, next cultural evening, keep celebrating art and joy. Signing off, your anchor Sindhu.